Good evening. My name's Chuck Iovan, and I'll be presiding over this evening's hearing of the Malden Planning Board, June 28th, 2023. First thing I'll do is some administrative items. For those in attendance, under the provisions of the open meeting law, attendees are informed that this meeting is being recorded by Urban Media Arts, formerly MATV. I have not been notified that any other video or audio recording of this meeting will occur. The next thing we will do is we will do our roll call, starting with Ronnie.
Ronnie Raj Verma, Planning Board.
Risa Gray, Planning Board.
Thodaj Gabrasilase, Planning Board.
Diane Shuha, Planning Board.
Ken Antonucci, Planning Board.
Chuck Iovan, Planning Board.
Eric McCush, Planning Board.
Pat Hayes, Planning Board.
Eric Henry, Planning Board.
Henry Susi, Planning Board.
Stephanie Stone, Planning Board.
Thank you. The first item on the agenda this evening is 100 Hospital Road. Diane, do you mind reading the notice, please?
Sure. The Malden Planning Board will hold a public hearing in the Herbert L. Jackson Council Chamber, Malden City Hall, 215 2023, on the petition of Tufts Medicine, Inc., on behalf of Hallmark Health Systems, Inc., / Melrose Wakefield Healthcare, permit application number CMID 056812-2023, seeking a special permit under Title 12, Chapter 12, Section 030 of the Code of the City of Malden to allow hospital use of property in the Residence A zoning district, namely to demolish the existing hospital building and to construct a new building for use as a behavioral health hospital, containing 4 stories and total gross floor area of approximately 106,230 square feet, on a project site to be comprised of a new parcel to be created, approximately 6.06 acres in size, at the property known as and numbered 100 Hospital Road, Malden, and by City's Assessor's Parcel ID number 025104401.
Thank you, Diane. Is the petitioner present? Okay, if you want to come up to the microphone, I'd ask everyone. We seem to have a full house tonight. When you come up to the podium, please give us your name and your residential address for the record and sign the clipboard so we have the correct spelling and that information if you could. So, sir, if you don't mind coming up, introducing yourself, and then telling us what you want to do.
Ryan Fuller, 24 Boardman Ave, Melrose, Massachusetts. I'm the Vice President of Strategic Alliances for Tufts Medicine. We have a presentation today that we would like to show that goes through a variety of slides, a little bit about the project, and go into detail on the items that you have requested. So I'm going to try and get that set up now.
Very good.
Good evening. My name is Lori Howley. I'm Executive Director of Corporate Communications, and I also oversee community relations for Tufts Medicine, Melrose Wakefield Hospital, and it's a real privilege to be here tonight. I'm just going to share with you a few opening remarks about our presentation, and then I will immediately turn it over to our presenters who will give you the details of this important project. This is just a quick overview of what we plan to bring to you as part of this project, the details that we believe will help address the requirements of the permitting. So I did just want to start by outlining what an incredible community engagement project this has been. This project truly has been one that is by and for the community. Excuse me. We began a reevaluation process for the site late in 2019 with a commitment to engage with the community in ways that previously proposed developments had not. This included connecting with the community, abutters, and elected stakeholders to listen and learn about their interests, their concerns about redevelopment plans, as well as to evaluate needs and opportunities. Excuse me. We held open community meetings, established email distribution lists, and a go-to resource page on our website as we started on a new engagement journey. We also spent a significant amount of time learning from the large 2018-2019 collaborative community survey by the Friends of Fellsmere Heights and Boston Architectural College Gateway Initiative that had a near equal number of responses from both Malden and Medford residents. Excuse me. From this engagement work, and specifically the survey, we consistently heard the recurring themes of community interests and preferences. They hoped for a project that was smaller in scale and a preferred
Excuse me, miss, can you speak into the microphone? There's some trouble hearing you.
Okay. Is that a little better?
Better, thank
Okay.
you.
Thank you. From this engagement work, and specifically the survey, we consistently heard the recurring themes of what was of interest in the preferences of the community. They hoped for a project that was smaller in scale and a preferred use of mid-sized level buildings, a project that would have minimal impact on traffic, and there was a clear interest in having more open space. And then there was also a preference to see the site return to healthcare use. These interests became the guiding principles for our plans and developments of what we're here to present to you tonight. And you will hear tonight how the specific comments and interests of the community helped shape and form these plans. Our planning, like for everyone, was interrupted with the COVID-19 pandemic from 2020 to 2021, but even throughout that time, we remained committed to connecting with the community. And even so, during that time, we accepted an invitation by the Friends of Fellsmere Heights to join them and elected officials in walking the site and understanding our shared interests and opportunities. A vision began to form. Access to comprehensive behavioral health has been an overwhelming need throughout our communities for many years. You will hear this evening about that need, supported by our own findings from our triennial Community Health Needs Assessment that surveys community members directly, along with community stakeholders and elected representatives. To support a coordinated focus on behavioral health in our region, Tufts Medicine was a convening partner with DA Marion Ryan and others to establish the Mystic Valley Regional Behavioral Health Coalition. The pandemic then pulled back the curtain on the extensiveness and acuity of the need throughout all aspects of our communities. As specifics formed for a proposed joint venture with Acadia to bring a state-of-the-art behavioral health hospital to the former Malden Hospital site, we continuously measured these plans against the guiding principles that we heard over and over again. A smaller scale project, mid-size level buildings, minimal traffic impact, more open space, and a return to healthcare use. Following our announcement in June of 2022 of our redevelopment plans, we held open community meetings to share details of those plans and to respond to comments and concerns, and we made changes to those plans based on what we heard. Then, as part of the process, of course, we met with the Malden Historical Commission, and through a series of meetings and further community discussions, we landed on shared plans to honor and memorialize the former Malden Hospital site and nursing school that will help usher the site into its next chapter. What we did not hear in those meetings or any of our community meetings early in the process was opposition to the program or to the project or opposition to taking down the buildings. In fact, we have received many questions about the project, but we have not received any formal opposition to plans to build a behavioral health hospital at the former Malden Hospital site. Astoundingly, the project has received unanimous support from the Malden elected delegation and the Malden City Ward Councilor. Even a letter to the editor and the Malden Advocate acknowledged our community collaboration in shaping these plans. Additionally, we are proud that this hospital will be a teaching center of excellence for renowned Tufts University of Medicine and Tufts Medical Center, right here in Malden. This truly has been a collaborative process, and it is a project that will support collaborative interests and serve important needs of Malden. So this evening, respectfully, we ask for your approval to build a new hospital that will provide critically needed care for our communities, including our family members and friends, children and adolescents, seniors, and our neighbors. And with that, I'd like to turn it over to my colleague, Ryan Fuller. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Again, Ryan Fuller, Vice President, Strategic Alliances for Tufts Medicine. Thank you, Lori, for that wonderful introduction. This project is bringing a center of excellence to Malden by bringing a behavioral health hospital that you will hear, and I'm sure you have read about and know is desperately needed in the area. It's bringing critically needed medical services to patients of all ages and bringing together through a joint venture two premier organizations, Tufts Medicine and Melrose Wakefield Hospital and Acadia Healthcare. Between these two organizations and our strengths, we're bringing high quality and compassionate care to all of our patients and families that we serve. As Lori mentioned, you'll hear about later, it certainly is going to be a teaching site, which will ensure the ongoing future of our providers and the outstanding care that's delivered in the Commonwealth. And this joint venture is bringing a community and economic benefit to Malden and the surrounding areas as well. And that should not be ignored because it is real. It makes an impact in what you do in your jobs and what the government does in City Hall. Make no mistake, this is hospital care. This will be designated and accredited as a hospital through the state agencies. It will be built to hospital design standards and will have physician-led clinical teams. I want to stress that this will serve patients of all ages, desperately needed pediatric and adolescent beds to adult to geriatric patients. A little bit more about the two organizations, for those who don't know. Tufts Medicine, we're an integrated health system bringing together the best of academic medicine to the community, like Melrose Wakefield Hospital, Lawrence Memorial Hospital, Lowell General. Those are our community hospitals anchored by our academic site, Tufts Medical Center in Boston. We also have an expansive home care network and a large integrated physician network with over 2,000 physicians. Tufts Medicine also has 15,000 employees working hard to deliver care in a compassionate way every day. And the health system is the principal teaching affiliate of the Tufts University School of Medicine. Acadia, our joint venture partner, brings subject matter expert in delivering acute behavioral health care in a hospital setting. They are the largest standalone behavioral health company in the United States, and they have 20 joint venture partnerships across the country. Specifically, they have 2 sites in Massachusetts, and we have visited both sites multiple times when we went through our planning process and how we felt as Tufts Medicine, how best we could deliver this desperately needed care. We have colleagues who work at the South Coast Behavioral Center, South Coast Behavioral Health, sorry, I got the name right, which will be very similar to ours in terms of a joint venture facility, and couldn't be more excited about the care that they deliver. We went out to that site when they had some of their grand openings and had some wonderful things, the state had some wonderful things to say about the care that they're delivering at South Coast. and we know we're going to do that here in Malden. Part of the joint venture also is you're getting two organizations that are committed to being good neighbors. Tufts Medicine, Melrose Wakefield Hospital, we've been around for hundreds of years in the community. Some of our providers, our staff are here today who live and work in the community, and that's going to continue. We want to continue to deliver all sorts of care to residents and consumers in this region. And we're bringing together with Acadia, who has a track record of close partnerships with law enforcement, crisis teams, and community health services, delivering that education and partnership and helping our partners in the community treat and deliver the right care in the community and offer some subject matter expertise and desperately needed. We've heard it from our constituents through our Mystic Valley Behavioral Health Coalition, and this is something they're very excited about. So with that, I'm going to pass it over to Miles Kramer, who is a clinician, and will provide a bit more information about the services provided. Miles?
Thank you, Ryan. Miles Kramer. I represent Acadia Healthcare as Vice President of Strategic Growth, and I live at 4027 Oak Shadow Way in Fort Collins, Colorado. It is my privilege to represent Acadia Healthcare, the operating partner of Tufts Medicine, in this exciting new project. Acadia is the nation's largest 100% behavioral health organization with over 250 behavioral health facilities in 39 states and Puerto Rico, including, as mentioned, the two existing Massachusetts hospitals. Across the U.S., Acadia is dedicated to expanding access to high-quality behavioral health care. We also lead the behavioral health industry in establishing joint venture partnerships with premier health systems like Tufts Medicine. Currently, I serve Acadia as the Vice President on our Strategic Affairs team, but I'm a licensed clinical social worker with over 25 years of behavioral health clinical and leadership experience in inpatient, outpatient, emergency, correctional, and community mental health services programs. Throughout my career, I have witnessed the lack of access to care for patients in need of the kinds of life-saving interventions and treatments we are all considering bringing to life tonight. I'm confident that our new hospital will improve the quality of life for all the members of your community and will provide life-saving care to those who need it most. Like most of America, the need for additional behavioral health services and a broader continuum of service offerings is massive in your community. According to our analytics and recent studies conducted by your local healthcare leaders and advocates. While the COVID-19 pandemic highlighted the need for behavioral health services across the country, the data on this slide represents the need for behavioral health services in your community. Historically, the stigma around behavioral health disorders has led to their misunderstanding as simple weaknesses of character or motivation, but these are in fact serious and life-threatening illnesses, and today, suicide is the second most common cause of death for Americans between 10 and 34 years old. When people experience a serious behavioral health crisis, inpatient hospital care is often the best option we have to restore their functioning and reduce their risk of suicide or self-harm. Earlier this month, the Massachusetts statewide referral management system showed over 500 people across the state waiting in emergency departments for behavioral health inpatient care, the kind of care our new 144-bed Center of Excellence could soon provide. Mental illness can affect anyone at any time, at any stage of life. Our new services will provide dedicated units for adults, children and adolescents, and older adults, and will help those with the most severe behavioral health conditions, including depression, severe anxiety disorder, bipolar illness, and many other severe behavioral health diseases serious enough to require hospital-level care. We will care for older adults with behavioral health issues related to depression, dementia, Alzheimer's, and other conditions in a safe and supportive older adult-focused environment. Children and adolescents struggling with depression, anxiety, trauma, and other serious diseases will receive care in a safe and separate environment tailored to their needs with access to outdoor activities, recreational facilities, and child-focused care teams. Through the unique partnership between Acadia and Tufts Medicine, our new Behavioral Health Center of Excellence will provide care to those in your community who need it most, providing hospital-level care to address the behavioral health crises and aftercare to maintain each patient's hard-fought improvements. Most patients will arrive at our new hospital from a regional emergency department after medical physicians ensure they're not experiencing a medical crisis and are stable enough to be transferred to the behavioral health environment. The new hospital will not have an emergency department, walk-in clinic, or a receiving center, and there will not be ambulances or emergency vehicles regularly arriving with lights and sirens to disrupt the neighborhood or the hospital's healing environment. Once patients arrive at our hospital, their care will be provided by a dedicated team of behavioral health professionals, led by psychiatric physicians and delivered by nurses, therapists, and other support personnel to ensure that patients are safe and comfortable in a state-of-the-art behavioral health therapeutic environment. Each patient's care will be individualized based upon their wishes and the input of their family, their community treatment providers, and others who support their recovery. When patients are ready to leave the inpatient hospital, our social workers will ensure that they have a plan to continue their care as an outpatient by coordinating their aftercare plan with community providers, including our partial hospital and intensive outpatient programs. Patient safety is the #1 priority for all behavioral health hospitals, and our hospital has security features built in from the ground up. Access to the building and access to areas within the building are controlled, and patients are supervised throughout their stay, with staff documenting their safety, location, activity, and condition not less than every 15 minutes. Common areas, outdoor activity areas, and facility entry points are all under camera surveillance, and unlike inpatient medical hospitals where some patients may spend hours each day alone in their rooms, behavioral health facilities engage patients in group and individual therapeutic activities throughout the day. Exterior activity and recreation areas allow patients to spend time outside during their stay, and these areas have walls to prevent patients from leaving the facility without permission and to prevent unintentional access to the hospital from outside. Like all hospitals, access to the facility is controlled for all visitors and partner agencies. Law enforcement and public safety are key partners for all behavioral health hospitals, and we anticipate ongoing collaboration and partnership with local public safety officials and many other allied agencies within the healthcare and public safety systems. Recently, behavioral health has received a growing share of the national dialogue, and we seem to be at an unprecedented period of understanding and compassion for those experiencing these disruptive and potentially fatal conditions. In planning to open this new Behavioral Health Center of Excellence, we have met and heard from many members of the community who have experienced surviving their own behavioral health challenges or the struggle of living with and caring for family members with mental illness. We look forward to welcoming these patients and their families into our new hospital, supporting them through their struggles and challenges, and often bearing witness to their recovery. Lastly, through our partnership with Tufts Medicine, our new facility will welcome the next generation of aspiring healthcare professionals. It is my pleasure to introduce Dr. Helen Boucher, Dean of Tufts University School of Medicine and Chief Academic Officer for Tufts Medicine.
Good evening. Hi, I'm Helen Boucher. My address is 800 Washington Street, Boston, Massachusetts. I am Professor of Medicine and Dean of Tufts University School of Medicine and Chief Academic Officer of Tufts Medicine. I'm also a practicing infectious disease physician, and I've practiced at Tufts Medical Center prior to my role as dean and been faculty at the medical school for over 20 years. I'd like to thank the Malden Planning Board for the opportunity to speak with you tonight. I'm here in support of the joint venture behavioral health hospital between Tufts Medicine and Acadia Healthcare. Specifically, I support the approval of the permits needed to build the hospital. The 144 beds included in the plans are critical to provide access and much-needed capacity for a very essential need. Also critically important is the commitment to make this a teaching hospital. This hospital will provide rich and varied learning opportunities for the next generation of interdisciplinary healthcare professionals, including medical students, physician assistant students, and doctor of physical therapy students, physician residents and fellows in training, advanced practitioners like physician assistants and nurse practitioners, allied health professionals like physical and occupational therapists. As you've heard, Tufts Medicine is known for its exemplary patient care, leading-edge research, and outstanding graduate medical education programs. Tufts Medicine also holds the proud position of being the principal teaching hospital for Tufts University School of Medicine. Our collective academic programming is exceptional and highly respected because of the premier faculty we have. Their energy, enthusiasm, and expertise are unmatched. Our faculty are among the top in their fields and are annually listed in Boston's top doctors. Our faculty are diverse and accomplished, nationally and internationally renowned, covering many areas of psychiatry and deeply knowledgeable clinician teachers. They are also leaders of national and international psychiatric organizations who affect the future of their field. By providing direct training opportunities, practicum sites, clinical rotations, and general exposure to behavioral health care, this new hospital will train new professionals at the highest level and increase awareness and understanding of behavioral health care delivery and clinical excellence. We are excited for this opportunity to participate in teaching the next generation of highly skilled physician and healthcare professionals in a community setting. Finally, we recently welcomed Dr. Brent Forrester as the Dr. Francis S. Arkin Chair of Psychiatry at Tufts University School of Medicine, Professor of Psychiatry at the School of Medicine, Chief and Chairman of Psychiatry at Tufts Medical Center, and the first Director of Behavioral Health for Tufts Medicine, an example of the commitment to excellence that Tufts Medicine strives for. This is a very worthwhile project, and I'm offering my full support. Thank you very much, and I'm happy to introduce Mr. Chip Hall, the architect on the project. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Chip Hills, 613 West Main Street, Louisville, Kentucky. I'm the architect for the project with Stengel Hill Architecture out of Louisville, Kentucky. I have extensive experience with the design of this type of facility across the country, including the aforementioned South Coast Behavioral Health Facility down in Dartmouth. Just a little overview of the design. The new hospital is a 4-story, approximately 106,000 square foot facility, 144 beds divided into 6 distinct 24-bed nursing units to allow for care of the different patient populations that were outlined earlier. The first floor contains administrative and support space, the main and outpatient entrances, and service entrances as well. And then the second and third and fourth floors each contain 2 24-bed nursing units, 48 beds per floor to round out that 144-bed complement. A little history on the development of the site. We had, at our first community meeting last year, I think it was September timeframe, we had come to the presentation with a design for a 2-story facility that took up a little more site area, a little more floor area, and the community members expressed a desire for a more compact design, a more vertical design that would free up more space for open space on the campus. So you can see in the yellow outline the original 2-story footprint. We came back to community meeting number 2 with the new 4-story footprint, smaller. We were able to bring the surrounding fire access roads and parking areas closer to the building and actually dedicate more space on the overall site to the community open space. And it was well received at that meeting, and the design that you see now visualized today is very similar to what was presented at that meeting. In terms of the impact of this new building on the site versus the existing hospital, what you can see on the screen now in purple, or kind of that pink color, is the existing hospital footprint on the site. It's a really, really big building compared to the green outline, which is our new site, and yellow indicates the existing parking and paved and what we call impervious areas, which are basically hard surfaces that don't absorb water, compared to the gray areas, which is our smaller area of impervious area. A couple features of that: the new hospital footprint, what's at the first floor sitting on the site, will be 32,000 square feet, which is much smaller, about 73,000 square feet smaller than the existing footprint of the hospital that's there now. The total area of the new hospital is 106,000 square feet compared to over 300,000 square feet for the existing facility. And the new hospital and parking area, smaller than what's there now, will result in about a 2.4 acre reduction in impervious area on that site. And a big part of that is also a reduction in parking on the site. Right now, there are 378 parking spaces on the site in our campus for the hospital, and the small 21 space portion across Hospital Road will total about 206, so 172 space reduction in parking on that overall campus as well. A little bit about the exterior design of the facility. It'll be architecturally attractive. I'm very excited about this project. We get to use really nice materials on this project. It will be high quality brick, cast stone banding, stone veneer at the tower elements, metal panels at canopy elements, and a stucco system for several of the colored building elements. So once again, a very attractive and nicely detailed building. A little bit about the shape and the design of the building. The feature elements of the design are the tower elements on the south corners of the building. Those are the activity spaces for the patients, where they basically have group sessions and daytime activities, and they have wonderful views out of the south end of the building back down towards Boston. It's really a gorgeous site up there. The main entrance faces Hospital Road, and we then have a gymnasium off to the right, which helps conceal a loading dock behind that, which is kind of on the fire access ring road behind the facility. So that loading dock is kind of set across from the nursing center loading area, right across the ring road from it. And then to the rear, kind of facing Medford, we have 2 exterior activity yards for patients with fencing around those, and it's just we put them there on purpose because it's a nice, quiet, and discreet area for patient recreation there. A little bit about the energy efficiency of the building. This facility will be designed to a very high standard, systems exceeding industry averages, 40% reduction of lighting energy use compared to pure facilities, 30% reduction in indoor water use, of high performance, low leakage building envelope, a brand new building, high efficiency HVAC equipment, and we use a standard called an energy use intensity percentage that basically looks at how much energy a facility like for instance for a specialty hospital, how much energy do we use compared to our peer average facilities. Industry average is about 207 in terms of the EUI index. Our facility will be 155 with its current design, and I will let you know that we are also exploring right now, and we're pretty excited about this because of the new Inflation Reduction Act tax credits, a geothermal HVAC and domestic water heating system. So that would involve a series of wells on site, very, very, very efficient heating and cooling system. It would add another 25% reduction in that EUI index, and it would make it almost an entirely electric building with the exception of gas for cooking equipment. And the only caveat there is that we need to do some drilling to determine the subsurface conditions to validate that geothermal system. And then lastly, just to kind of bring it back to what this is all about, the purpose of this facility is to create a safe and healing environment for treating patients who are experiencing a very traumatic time in their lives, very stressful. The interiors of the facility will include calming finishes, the generous use of natural light throughout, and for certain programs, therapy programs that would include an art therapy program and also artwork that is themed, regionally themed in the facility. So with that, I will turn it over to Carrie Pike.
Excuse me, Mr. Hall, can you make sure you sign in?
Yes.
And Dr. Boucher, if you could afterwards also, thank you.
Hello, my name is Melissa Restrepo, the transportation consultant with Howard & Hudson. I live at 42 Seaview Avenue in Malden. The traffic study scope was developed with the city's input. We originally had 4 study intersections to analyze, but with the city's review, we increased it to 9 study areas. We also collected automatic traffic recorder data at 3 different locations. In summary, with the proposed development, all the study area intersections that were analyzed will continue to operate at the same level of service as in no build condition. And this is a figure that pretty much just provides a study area with the automatic traffic recorder locations as well. With the proposed program, the project is expected to generate approximately 22 new vehicle trips during the morning peak hour and 25 new vehicle trips during the evening peak hour. That is approximately 1 new vehicle every 2 to 3 minutes. The City of Malden Municipal Code requires approximately 181 parking spaces for hospital land use. The project, based on Acadia experiences with similar facilities, will provide approximately 185 parking spaces for the proposed behavioral health facility use only. This image is to highlight the existing parking facilities that currently serve the existing Tufts Family Health Center located at 178 7th Street. The bottom parking lot will be reduced from 36 parking spaces to 21 parking spaces. And that parking lot would ultimately serve the 178 7th Street parcel, which is the existing Tufts Family Health Center. Additionally, while we work with the MBTA, we could continue to work with the MBTA, that area will also allow for the MBTA bus turnaround, and in case the bus service will be reinstated. The Transportation Demand Management Program would include welcome packets, a transportation coordinator, a guarantee ride home program for employees, transit information, bicycle racks, and lockers and showers for employees. And as part of mitigation measures, the project would construct new sidewalks along the immediate area of the project site, will provide ADA-compliant pedestrian ramps at the corners of Hospital Road and Moore Hill Road intersection. It will provide new crosswalks and pedestrian accommodations between the new proposed surface parking lots. And with that, I would give it to, it's not. It's me. Oh, okay, it's Ryan.
Thank you. So just a little bit, again, Ryan Fuller, just a little bit about the Historical Commission, which is part of your packet today. We have a comprehensive plan that has been developed in collaboration with the community and the Malden Historical Commission to memorialize the site. Something we're very proud of being able to return to the intended use that the Converse family and the great residents of Malden originally put forward in terms of a healthcare use and open space. The plan outlines some key areas that we'll work very closely with our partners in evaluating and looking for how to salvage and recognize and preserve the elements. And these conditions have been documented and agreed in a memorandum that you have. And just a schematic, we have obelisk from the existing building site, which will be the focal point of our commemorative garden, which will have multiple plaques, 2 plaques, in fact, looking at the dedicating of the nursing school and the hospital. We will also have 3 seating areas with storyboards that we will co-author with the Historical Commission. We also have gone through every plaque and site that we had in photograph of Malden Hospital and have stored that in a central location, and we'll be sharing that with the Malden Historical Society. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to talk a little bit about demolition planning and construction management. Amy?
Good evening. My name is Amy Sowersby. I reside at 24 Erickson Lane in Pembroke, Massachusetts. I'm representing Turner Construction, who's the construction manager for this project. A little bit about our company. In addition to doing a large segment of healthcare work, we also have an expertise in a lot of very dense community work and working adjacent and within some active hospitals. So our primary focus is always in regards to both visitor and patient safety, as well as minimizing impact to any of the adjacent neighborhood. So 2 of our recent projects, both which I have previous experience with, is actually over in the Medford. It was the Tufts Science and Engineering Center, so that was actually bound on 3 sides by the neighborhood, as well as Newton Wellesley Hospital. Once again, very dense, and included the relocation of the historic Ellison building. So in both those projects, we dealt with the salvage of some historical material as well. JDC Demolition is going to be the trade partner for both Turner and Tufts for the removal and the interior demo of the existing Malden Hospital. They have actually a lot of experience within the city of Malden. They've worked at the City Hall, the police station, and one of the local churches in the area. As part of the demolition process, we plan to engage in a community meeting. It'll be held to answer any of our questions and address any concerns. Within the early stages of the work, it'll be a number of months of just interior demo within the interior of the building. As they mentioned earlier, there'll also be a community website, so you'll be able to get updates on the progress of the construction as the ability to ask any types of questions. As part of the comprehensive process and the city requirements, we do have the pest control. So site trapping has actually been provided by a licensed pest control. The trapping inside the building has actually begun and will continue as far as the project continues on. I think that's about plan review.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Adam Crunk. I'm with Crunk Engineering, 7112 Crossroads Boulevard in Brentwood, Tennessee. Our company is the civil engineers and landscape architects on this project. This slide here is really just to show some of the aspects about compliance with the zoning code. Buildings well within the building setbacks. Building coverage is significantly less than the maximum. As mentioned, our building will be 4 stories, which is less than the maximum of 6. Parking will just, slightly exceed the minimum required. Bicycle parking will be provided just south of the main entry on the left of what's shown on this screen. 22 spaces for bicycle parking. Then we've provided 7,600 square feet of snow storage. I want to talk a little bit about the grading of the site. The building itself will sit above Hospital Road. Parking will be elevated as well. There will be 2 sections of retaining walls, one between the parking area and the bioretention pond, which is shown on the bottom of the screen. It's up against Hospital Road, between the parking and Hospital Road. There'll also be a 3 to 4 foot retaining wall between the bioretention area and Hospital Road. The south drive on the left side of the screen here will be graded at a maximum 10% slope. While we do plan to reconstruct a pretty significant portion, about 400 feet of Hospital Drive, the grades themselves of Hospital Drive will only vary within 12 inches of what's existing today. And then in terms of slopes, there's quite a bit of topography on the site, but the only place where we have slopes of a 3-to-1 maximum are on the south side, where we actually grade up to what is a pretty decent hill there, but that slope is only 10 feet tall and about 30 feet long. So at this time, we don't have a detailed, formal stormwater study or report to share. However, we've spent quite a bit of time with our grading plan, analyzing what our plans will be for stormwater design. What you're seeing here is a map of the existing drainage area, which essentially is broken into 3 areas. Drainage area 1 drains off to the west toward Medford in an existing piped section shown there in green with swales on either end. Drainage area 3 drains to the northeast toward Hospital Road. Drainage area 2 drains to the southeast, again to Hospital Road in the opposite direction. I think a really important point here is that the existing site really doesn't provide any detention or water quality. Our stormwater design is absolutely going to meet the requirements of both the city and then stormwater quality from Mass DEP. This is a map indicating what the drainage areas will be. You'll see that the majority of the drainage is going to be picked up from the building and the parking and lead to the bioretention pond that we plan along Hospital Road. And within that bioretention pond, we'll be retaining 0.8 inches over just the impervious surfaces. That amount will be retained and infiltrated on site. Rainfall events higher than that will be discharged off the site. There's a slight change in the volumes in drainage area 1, drainage area 3, but not, we feel, to any significant amount. And again, meeting all the city requirements and state requirements for stormwater quantity and quality. I want to talk to you a little bit about our landscape design. All the landscape materials will be native species. The trees that will be provided for canopy trees will be 3 inches in diameter at the time of planting. Tree requirements for our parking area are 19 trees. We're providing 21, and really the 21 trees that I mentioned are just in the parking area. There's also additional trees on the west, the north, and then also along Hospital Road that'll be provided, as well as extensive plantings within the bioretention area and the monument signage, or the monument area adjacent to the street. And then this is a map that indicates the subdivision plan. So we will be taking away some of the very wide right-of-way that's associated with Hospital Road at this time, and then subdividing the property to create a separate parcel that'll be within the city of Medford, and then take away some of the property on the adjacent parking across the street to create more open space, as much open space as we can. And I'll turn it over to Ryan. Thank you.
Thank you.
Almost there. Thank you. Just a quick slide on the mutual commitment that Tufts Medicine and the City of Malden have to deliver open space. We are actively working on an agreement that is satisfactory to both parties to transfer almost 7 acres of land intended for use as open space. Now, our original plan was to work with a third party to facilitate the transaction and identify funding. Unfortunately, staffing issues with that third party and other ones that we tried to reach out to eliminated that option. So the city has stepped up to the plate and pursuing multiple funding sources, listed out some of the grants here to help facilitate that transaction. But we are committed, both organizations, to finding and executing that agreement. An important point is that the city will work with the community preservation group to engage the community and the residents around the planning process and development of that open space. And as a Tufts Medicine, we plan to be a good neighbor in that process. And just that, as a neighbor, you don't want hospital providers designing your open space, but we want to be a neighbor and we'll be a part of that process. In summary, as we looked at the requirements to grant a special permit, we do feel, based on the feedback we've received throughout the past couple of years, and especially in the past year since we've announced our project, that we are delivering on the 6 key items that are part as your code in looking at delivering and approving a special permit. Dimensional controls and parking requirements meet the ordinances. Traffic patterns, as our team went through, are minimal in comparison to the no-build scenario. The proposed use will not be more detrimental to the neighborhood. Instead, we have received significant support for this use, and we've heard, I'm sure you have as well, that the residents want to move on from the abandoned facility, as do we. The proposed use is interest of the common good, delivering with the original intent of this site, delivering healthcare services that are desperately needed in open space. And we look forward to delivering and working with the Malden Historical Commission in delivering on that memorandum of understanding as well. We have received the staff report. We are mostly in agreement with the conditions outlined from the city planner. We do have a few suggested changes and open for comments for that. And we do have a document that outline what those requirements are based on the supplemental information that was received. But before I get to there, and I look forward to that dialogue, I can't stress how excited and proud we are to be at this point. It's been way too long for that site to be vacant, and I can't wait to deliver and hope to deliver on this vision that is supported by the community, supported by its leaders, and delivering on the original vision. That being said, there are macroeconomics in force. The economy, patients, they're a dire need to deliver these services. It will take us a while to construct this facility to deliver the high quality care and some of the standards that my colleagues went through today. So I do ask that you take that consideration as we review our questions today and deliver on what we think is a wonderful project. It's supported by the community and really delivering high quality care that's desperately needed. So we respectfully ask that you grant the required permit without delay and allow this project to move forward. And we will continue to be continued engagement with the community throughout this process, during building and afterwards. So with that, our presentation is done. I do ask the chair if you would like us to submit that additional document with some of the conditions that were received today. Or how should we approve that?
Yeah, you can submit it. I also have a few questions and some of the other. Thank you. I'll give that to Michelle. Yes, please pass them on. Thanks. Mr. Fuller, I don't know who the best person would be to answer some of these, so if you need to redirect it, that's certainly fine. But thank you for a very comprehensive presentation. Covered a lot of area, answered a lot of questions that I did have. So that was terrific, thank you. How long do you think construction would be once you start?
So Amy, correct me if I'm wrong, or Liz, we're talking once does that include demolition?
Yeah, demolition
3 years?
to finish till when you would be seeking an occupancy permit? Oh, if you could come up and
Sorry.
speak into the microphone.
2
and
years.
I'd remind also the board to, if you ask questions, that you speak into the microphone.
Apologies. Approximately 2 years between the demolition of the existing building and the new construction.
Okay. Thank you. How many people are going to be working at the facility on any given shift?
I'll let the operator
I mean,
take
there's
that.
144 beds, so we presume that there could be as many as 144 people. And then there would be the whole outpatient program. If you could describe the size and volume of that, that would be helpful. Thanks.
Sure. So again, Miles Kramer with Acadia Healthcare. So the outpatient program will likely only occur during day or early part of PM shift, and a lot of times we have afternoon or evening sessions available. So for those that may not be familiar with that program, partial hospital or intensive outpatient is basically group therapy that happens a couple of days a week. And so that would probably be about 12 people in each session. There may be 2 or 3 groups at the most at any one time. So as far as staff, there may be 3 folks involved or 4 folks involved with providing that therapy at any given time. On the units, you're going to see most of the folks that are providing the direct care to the patients during day shift. And usually on a 24-bed unit, there's going to be between 3 and 4 registered nurses, 1 to 3 medical providers. That includes primary medical and psychiatry. 4 or 5 what we would call behavioral health associates or paraprofessional counselor type folks, and then 2 or 3 additional folks that are involved with care management and care coordination, discharge planning, those kinds of things.
So that would be about 15 people on any given shift?
Yeah, there would be more than that depending on the number of patients. So one of the things that's important to remember is the facility won't open and day one, 144 people come in and sit down in those beds. So there will be a period of time where the facility is ramping up for our accreditation and licensing, and then that volume of patients will continue to grow as the facility matures. At full operation, there's probably somewhere around 25 people in the building that are directly involved with patient care at about full occupancy. And that does vary depending on how high need the patients are. If patients are higher need, we bring in a few more people. If for some reason we're around Christmas holiday or something like that, summer session, there's a little lighter group of patients in the building, then some staff would be called off, and that would vary a bit.
Okay, and how is one referred to your facility for inpatient?
So patients will generally be referred from a regional emergency department, and usually that's what happens. If somebody's in crisis, either they bring their family member to the emergency room because that's what they know to do when people are in a bad way, and then that emergency staff includes care coordinators and discharge planners that would coordinate with our admissions team. At the same time, our admissions team is 24/7. We're available to the community as a resource for services that we provide and for services that we don't. And so we're in contact with all of the regional healthcare providers as part of our annual plan and part of our outreach and community engagement efforts. So those calls and other methods are going to be connecting patients to the services that we have. We even have that backed up 24/7 with our call center in the Nashville corporate offices.
But that will always be a referral. There won't, I think I heard earlier, there will be no walk-in or emergency or urgent care or anything like that.
That's right. As a hospital, if somebody arrives at our door, we can't say, go somewhere else and see if they want to send you here. That's against federal law, so we don't do that. But if somebody shows up, we would assess them by one of our physicians and registered nurses and make sure they're okay. The vast majority of patients are not going to walk into a psychiatric hospital. They're going to be referred by another healthcare provider. And we certainly aren't going to be out in the community going, just drop by. It's not the way patients come into a behavioral health facility.
And when they leave inpatient, do they automatically go into outpatient? And is outpatient only reserved for those that had participated in your inpatient program?
So the hospital itself will provide two types of outpatient services, and those should be considered kind of the higher level aftercare. So much like if you go to a hospital and then you get well, you may just go home, or if you have a surgery or something, you may go to physical therapy or something like that, so it's more on an ongoing basis. So think about the partial hospital or intensive outpatient as kind of that physical therapy, somebody that is well enough to not be in the hospital, but not well enough to just go home. Every single patient who leaves the hospital will have a plan for ongoing care and maintenance in the community. That may be going back to their existing provider group, their psychiatrist, their primary care doctor, their therapist, or it may be going to some other community mental health provider. Nobody leaves without a plan to keep them ideally out of the hospital for the foreseeable future. They don't just go home. And that's a requirement not just of the federal conditions of participation, but the accreditation body, the Joint Commission that accredits our hospitals. It's also just good patient care.
So some people could be referred to the outpatient program, and then you could accept others from other facilities as into your outpatient program.
That's true. That's a very good point. So if somebody is referred to us and they don't need to be in the hospital, and obviously we don't want anyone in a hospital that doesn't need to be there, outpatient, partial hospital, or intensive outpatient is an alternative to hospital. So sometimes it's an alternative, sometimes it's an aftercare.
Okay, thank you. The last question I had for you, and then I have one about the teaching side of it. But is there going to be any medication-assisted treatment?
No, this is not going to be a medication-assisted, and for those that may not be familiar with that, medication-assisted treatment is an evidence-based program for treating people with opiate abuse disorder. So it is methadone, Suboxone, several other medications that we use to keep people from using opiates and allow them to get back to a normal level of functioning. So that is not a service that will be provided at this campus. It's generally located at places that are very accessible by public transportation, and people that are in that treatment are in it for up to a year. It's a chronic service. They go there every day. It generally does not co-locate well with hospitals, and it is a service that Acadia runs across the country. We have over 180 of those clinics across the country. It's not one that we would anticipate in any way putting in a location like this.
Okay, thank you very much. And the question I had regarding the teaching side is, what's the size of the teaching program that would be associated with this location?
So Helen Boucher, the Dean of the Medical School. I don't know the definite size of the program, but I would say for a program like this, we might have 1 or 2 residents and maybe 2 or 3 students at a time, and they would rotate. So you might have one resident on one unit, one resident on another unit, and a student on each kind of thing. So it'll be a small number.
And the physicians that would be there would be working as part of that 25 people they referred to?
Correct.
So it's
they would
only
be
a couple
faculty.
people?
Right. So the attending psychiatrist, the senior doctor, if you will, is the teacher of the resident and the student. So we work in teams.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Does anyone have any other questions that they'd like to ask the petitioners at the moment? Eric McCush.
Mr. Chair, just a question regarding the 178 Sabin Street. You're moving, going from 38 to 21 parking spots from the, for that doctor's office there. Isn't that going to be a burden on the doctor's office as they need their own parking?
Fair question. Again, Ryan Fuller. The main parking at 178 Savin, there we go. The 2 red dots will stay the same. That's existing parking that 178 uses today. The blue will be decreased a bit. We felt it was an appropriate balance of being able to have necessary parking for 178 Savin, but also to bring that parking lot more up to today's standards and allow for that bus turnaround service. So to answer your question, it was a trade-off we made, and I think we'll be able to deliver appropriate parking for 178 Savin with what we have today, and we've been able to manage as is with what's there. But it's important that that stays there for the continued use of those services.
But, so looking at the 2 red squares, the larger square on the left, isn't that dedicated nursing home property?
The bottom 2 rows are not.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Sorry if my graphic was not bad. It's just the bottom 2 rows.
You all set, Eric?
I am.
Thank you. Ken Antonucci?
Yeah, actually, my questions were for 178 as well, and Eric already grabbed part of that for the parking, because I know I've had to use those. What is the relationship between, with 178 7th Street?
So, separate parcel, it is occupied by staff and clinicians related to Tufts Medicine, but will not have any other, day-to-day relations with the hospital. Now, some of our providers who may work at Malden Family Health Center may have a patient who's in crisis, who refer a patient to the joint venture for an intensive outpatient program. But that 178 will be wholly owned by Tufts Medicine.
Okay, and then similar question for the nursing facility?
The nursing facility, other than being good neighbors and connective to, will stay separate.
Okay, and I have a few questions for the demo and construction process, but I guess before you sit, no, I'm sorry. Before I get to that, what do you foresee the percentage of, the breakdown of the residents between mental health and substance use disorders? I mean, do you think it's going to be primarily one or the other, or 50-50 mix?
So I will ask Miles to correct me where I'm wrong, but everyone will have a primary diagnosis of behavioral health that's in the facility. Miles, you want to expand upon that if needed?
Everyone admitted to the facility does have a primary psychiatric condition as a requirement of admission. Our ability to care for folks with substance use disorders does not prevent that from having a person come to the hospital. And unfortunately, one of the sad legacies of behavioral health is there was a long period of time where if you had one, you couldn't have the other. And so if somebody was using substances and had a psychiatric condition, they sort of had to pick a pathway. And a modern behavioral health hospital takes care of both as long as the psychiatric condition is the leading condition.
Okay, so you can have secondary, it'll be secondary
Yes.
to the behavioral health issue?
Yeah.
If you had a substance issue, okay. I think that's it for you folks. Can I?
Yes, continue.
Okay, hi. And I apologize, I don't remember your name, but.
Amy Sowersby.
Okay, so just a question for during construction, talking about the nursing center in 178. I'm sure there's going to be some mitigation and trying to, control traffic and
Yes, we
allow
actually met
access
with
for
that
them.
group today to go through the logistics. So we've gone through with both their facilities as well as their overall management team to understand their deliveries, their loading dock, what days of the week they have deliveries, where they have their patients. So it's actually, we proposed our logistics plan along with where the site will be secured by fence and by gates. We will have the site sort of monitored by cameras, and any of the deliveries in and outside of the gates will have flagmen, but it'll be outside of the traffic, and it'll actually be where they'll be backing in the trucks. We'll be at sort of, there's a side road that goes down to their loading dock, but it will not impact that flow of traffic.
Okay, you mentioned the site fencing, so I'm envisioning the site fence will be, around everything before any demo
Yeah,
starts.
it actually exists for the most part today. It's a little bit flimsy, so we're going to tighten it up. It all needs to be tied together to ensure that it doesn't blow over in the wind. We'll put some scrim behind it, just to help protect for any type of debris actually that might be on the sidewalk or right. And we'll have secured, and then we're working with the police and fire department so that all of the gates that will have the padlocks on it, there'll be access to it. In addition, in case of emergency, go through the plan of bolt cutters.
Okay, so it'll be similar to how it's fenced now. It's not going to
Correct.
expand and go into the
No,
roadways.
the only difference if you drive by now is out inside of 178, or right inside, 100 Hospital Road, there's a little parking spot in front where we'll actually just pull that fence forward towards the edge of the street, but that's actually on the 100 Hospital Road property.
Okay, and I'm sure you have a whole traffic management plan and everything.
do.
No idling of trucks
Of course.
on the, on any of the residential
Yeah,
areas.
that's sort of just standard practice
all the
for us, so I
standards.
didn't bring it up.
Yep, I'm sure, it seems like it's kind of getting ahead of it when we talk about it, but I know once, we're spending a lot of time talking about the operations, but not a lot about the actual construction process.
Absolutely,
And
ask away.
Yeah, so demolition, dust control, noise control, all those standard procedures?
I'll give a quick overview, just from a safety perspective. So outside of the site being secured, regarding the demolition, we do have a structural engineer that has gone into the building to review the slab and the facade structure. We will have a professional engineer stamp a sequence demolition plan to ensure that it's taken down safely and in a specific sequence. Obviously, noise and vibration working in active hospitals in denser communities, it's always one of our top things. That's why I happen to say that it just happens, sort of what we think about it. So with dust, we typically have misters. We'll have a truck wash so that any trucks that are leaving the site go over some heavy rubble, as well as the tires get washed down. We have street sweepers that come through sometimes. And then in regards, there should not be any vibration. There are some baseline controls. And then in regards to noise, we are utilizing equipment to keep all that to a minimum. So the demolition will be, I don't want to say it's almost like a muncher. So it'll be taken down, just a grabber, and taken apart piece by piece.
All right, that's good. I think that's it for now. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ken. Ronnie Verma.
So my question is, what do you expect for temporary jobs for this project to bring to the community?
Construction jobs.
Yeah, construction jobs.
Do you mind being a little bit more specific in regards to?
I guess, what do you expect from demolition to construction on manpower, and what you expect for staffing levels for construction jobs or demolition or maintenance through the construction process?
So the demolition, which will carry through probably the end of this year, it'll be a peak manpower of approximately 25 men, workers, females, individuals. Any of that parking, well, actually coming from a female too, I should know better, inside of the site fence. So any of the workers that do come in will be contained within the site. Any time of their break time will be taken in as well. Over the course of the new build, we may have a peak of maybe anticipated of 60 individuals at any given point. It's a fairly small crew.
You all set, Ron?
Yep, oh yeah.
Ken Antonucci.
One more for you. I was reluctant to keep talking before because I was choking.
okay.
I needed something to drink. But regarding the, the amount of people that are going to be there during construction, and you mentioned parking is going to be provided for the workers there, or is there going to be kind of any off-site lots for them to park and ride share up, or?
Not currently. So there is a combination of individuals that either use the T or the MBTA. As part of that, the individuals that do drive, they typically drive together as just part of the normal process, commuting, because typically they'll come from different sections of the state. So it's usually 2 to 3 individuals per vehicle is what we've seen in the past. And those that will be parking within the site, there's actually within the backside of the hospital, there's an existing parking lot that stays there. So there'll be a number of small vehicles, but there's an existing berm and the site fence along the back perimeter as well.
Okay, and I'm not sure if you've gotten to this point yet with any kind of, obviously you need the permits from us first, but what's the anticipated work schedule? Like a start time, end time, Saturdays, things like that?
As anticipated, but not, in a vacuum, having to go through the proper channels. We anticipate it to be 7 to 3.
Okay.
We don't anticipate having to work every weekend. There may be some conditions where if we need to tap into an existing utility and we need to schedule a shutdown for utility that impacts the nursing facility, we may have to do that on a weekend, but the hope is as of right now, we keep that to a minimum.
Okay, thank you. Don't go too far.
Does anyone else have any questions they'd like to ask the petitioner? Yeah, okay, before you do. Eric Henry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I lost count of the scorecards of who's on first myself, but Maybe someone, I'm sure someone can speak to it. I was just wondering about, we're reclaiming some of the parking that is there, so some of the pervious, are we going to make it pervious spaces, or is this just going to or is that a part of your stormwater rainwater plan to?
Hey there, Adam Crunk again. No, at this time, we would not be planning to install pervious pavement. The reduction is just a pure, reduction in the overall area of the building and parking.
Are you going to be removing any mature trees?
Yes, there will be some mature trees. There are a couple of trees immediately adjacent to the building, and also some trees in that island that'll have to be removed.
So I think you showed 21 that you, a base of 19, and you're going to put in a couple extra. So how many are you removing?
Boy, I don't know if I could tell you an exact quantity. I mean, just from having been on the site, probably less than a dozen. It's really the trees that are right there in front of the building, immediately adjacent to it. The trees, within the area conservation obviously won't be touched. At the edges of the property line, those won't be touched either.
Okay. Thank you. You probably will be able to answer this question, but I know I had a question for the parking engineer as well. But the question is, how many, was it 6.7 acres that is being proposed to the citizens of Malden?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. I did have a question about the trips, that was the number of trips on Murray Hill Road and Hospital Road for your traffic engineer. Please. Thank you. Yes, ma'am. You said monitoring sites, several monitoring sites around the hospital and things of this nature. So what was the actual trip count on Hospital Road and in Murray Hill Road on a?
Pulling up that information right now.
So while he's doing that, you're saying there's going to be an average of 1 or 2 vehicle extra trips?
That's during the peak hours for the future. That's what the project is expected to generate in the future.
And you define your peak hours as what?
I'm sorry?
And you define your peak hours as what?
8 to 9 a.m. and 5 to 6 p.m. And those in the morning peak hours, the project is expected to generate 22 new vehicle trips that would travel in and out of the site. And then between 5 and 6 p.m., the project is expected to be generating 25 new vehicle trips in total.
Okay, you're saying this is during the construction period?
No. This is when the site has already been built and operating.
Okay. Do you have that data about Murray Hill Road and Hospital Road?
So for the Murray Hill, at the intersection of Murray Hill Road, we don't have that. No, I'm just trying to see. Going up Hospital Road.
Can you put up the slide that had your monitoring sites on it? I was just curious of where you were actually monitoring.
Oh, we don't have this information.
Oh, okay, okay.
It's in
No
a different
problem,
laptop.
no problem.
This one? Oh, the count locations, okay. So right here.
Yeah.
Those are the count locations. So you're referring to the one, Murray Hill Road at Hospital Road?
Correct. Well, yes.
Okay,
That's
so
the first one.
the vehicles going into Hospital Road from Murray Hill Road, and this is in the morning peak hours, there's about 12 vehicle trips, 13 vehicle trips going into the Hospital Road. That's what it was recorded.
From Murray Hill
From
Road
Murray
into
Hill
Hospital Road?
Correct. That's what it's going into.
Okay.
And then leaving, it's about 62 trips. So leaving Hospital Road, 12 turning onto Murray Hill Road eastbound, and then 49 turning onto Murray Hill Road westbound. That's what it was recorded during the morning peak hour.
Okay.
So with the average weekly traffic data that was collected at the location of on Murray Hill Road, which is, the ATR that was located is between Hospital Road and West Border Road. So that eastbound daily traffic, average daily traffic is about 1,692 vehicles towards the eastbound. And then westbound will be 1,140 vehicles traveling along Murray Hill Road.
So you're, horseshoes and grenades, we're talking about maybe 4,000 vehicle trips a day on Murray Hill Road.
2,000 to about 3,000 vehicles in average daily traffic on Murray Hill Road.
That's total,
Total, yes.
not just from the facility.
Right. A lot of traffic.
Yes, and this is existing traffic data that was collected.
Okay, cool. Thank you. So, are any of the other sites more impactful than that?
No, it's actually, that was just the only location. The other two ATR locations, so the one on Hospital Road, right above Murray Hill Road, and then the other ATR location on Saving Street, those are under 1,000 total vehicle trips, daily vehicle trips.
Okay. Thank you very much.
For clarity, those numbers you quoted were existing conditions,
Yes,
not our project.
correct. This is existing traffic data that has been collected.
Our project was no change from what the existing in totality, is that
Right.
your assessment?
Correct. So this has nothing to do with the hospitals, it's only existing traffic data.
Yeah, your data is minutely impactful on that 3,000 to 4,000.
Correct.
Okay, understood. Thank you. Yes,
Can I
sir.
make one other clarification, Eric, on site plan, just on the open space?
Yes, sir.
So correct, the green is about 6.7. Part of the project too is dedicating 2.9, the yellow, 2.9 acres, the yellow that's in part of Medford. That will be dedicated to conservation area as well. That will be retained by the joint venture, but we are making that conservation area, and we'll have connectivity as appropriate as planned with the community to the rest of the open space. So I wanted to make that clear.
Crystal, thank you very much. And while I have you, and since you mentioned Medford.
Yes,
and
sir.
So I never saw the ask. What is the financial ask for the city of Medford and for the city of Malden? Since you're backer.
Yep. So I'm going to let my counterpart from the city help me with that one, Ron Hogan. If I can grab him, if that's okay.
Hi, somebody want to repeat?
Yeah, Mr. Ron, how you doing, sir?
Hey, Eric, how you
good.
doing?
Well, thanks. They're going to ask you to sign and give us your full name and address, though, but I think most of us know you. But the question was, if you will, what was the cost to the city of Medford and to the city of Malden for this property?
Yeah, so you talk about the open space?
Correct.
Yeah, so we're currently working with Tufts on it's basically going to be an option agreement that provides for a range of purchase prices. So they've got 3 different appraisals for the value of the land based upon open space, by right usage, and the intended usage, right? So what we're working with them on is an agreement that provides a range that will then be dependent upon the sources of funds that we can identify for grant opportunities to be able to fund within that range. So there's going to be a low, there's going to be a high, and I think the low end was something in the, I think it was $560,000, $570,000 range based upon open space use, and then it sort of goes up from there. So truthfully, Eric, it's to be determined based upon what we can identify for sources of funds. We had originally planned on working with a third party on this piece, a company called Trust for Public Land, and they would have facilitated access to all those different resources. And again, the availability of funds would have driven ultimately, how much of that value can be achieved through outside sources. So we'll have an agreement that says that we're going to work to get as far as we can, and at the end of the day, the land will come to the city at wherever we can identify sources for.
Thank you, Ron. I just find that to be such a sense, it's intended use. And I was just trying to read up a little bit on this intended use and stuff. And the citizens of Malden donated a lot of land, did a lot of raise. We had a community hospital. We're going to get another hospital, a lot of teaching aspects to that. But the Malden Hospital also had a lot of teaching, several schools in it as well. The community is gaining, and one of those, they had room for psychiatric care in it as well. But we seem to have lost quite a bit. I know a lot of people, probably several of you are sitting in this audience, were probably born in Malden Hospital. I'm a transplant. I'm not that partial to it, but my point is this. This went from donated land, and from what I've been able to understand, this went from land that was donated and contributions and all the equipment and things of this nature, and then somewhere along the line it was deeded for $1, and now it appears that it's in a position to be offered back to the citizens of Malden graciously for more than $1.
Yeah, so let me clarify, this is important. We've been meeting with these folks for, we've had, I don't know, maybe a dozen meetings with them. From the very first meeting, there was never a proposal on the table that had this land being transferred to the city at no cost. As I mentioned earlier, it was going to be facilitated through a third party, a company, an organization called Trust for Public Land, that works on being able to help public entities acquire land from private owners and to be able to compensate them for it, even if not at the full value. So the structure of being able to purchase the land is 100% what always was contemplated from the moment that we met with them. The way we're going about it has had to change based upon that organization not being able to help us with the transaction, but it's really important. That did not change. I know there's some sort of speculation out there, but I've sat in on every meeting from day one, and I can assure you that that was never something that was on the table. I think the economics of, the deal between them and Acadia and just trying to make the project work, which they still had to go to the state for assistance on, was such that, they've got to try to monetize that land to some degree, and it's our goal to be able to be part of that without it being something that comes out of our coffers, and that's why we're working on some of the grant opportunities. But that did not change. That is what it has been from the beginning, and it's still that. It's just a matter, like I said, of how we go about it.
I sat in on a few of those meetings as well, but I appreciate your time and your answers there, Ron. Thank you. I'm good.
Thank you, Eric. Ron, two things, if I could ask you. Name and address for the record and sign the clipboard.
Yeah, so it's Ron Hogan, 5 Setimer Road in Saugus, and I'll go ahead and sign the clipboard.
Thank you. And just one other thing, just to clarify, we're only focusing on the Malden piece of the land. We're not working on anything with the Medford portion, correct?
That's correct. Yeah, so when we talk about the acreage, we're talking purely about the piece that's contained within Malden for us to then own and be able to use. The Medford piece, as I understand, is being handled by designated as, conservation land just to remain open, but not for the same, potential active use that we're talking about.
Right. Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you.
Okay, I got a couple questions, but I'll let Ken Antonucci go first.
All right, just had a couple more questions as far as the stormwater retention and your stormwater plan. Okay, so you've reduced you're going to be reducing the paved area, so it will be more natural infiltration. In one of your slides, you had the 3 drainage areas that came up, and it looked like you were saying they're going to, there's going to be the bioretention basin. But aside from that bioretention basin, there are no subsurface retention, infiltration structures or anything going to be implemented in the facility, correct?
Yeah, that's correct. That's our intention.
Okay, so, and you also mentioned that it's going to existing outfalls?
That's right.
Okay, so where do those outfalls discharge to?
Sure, so drainage area 1 drains to the west. It drains toward Medford. Drainage areas 3 and 2 both drain toward Hospital Road, one in a northerly direction, the other in a southerly direction.
So it's surface runoff. It's not an outfall to any, water source or anything like that up there.
No, it's the storm sewer system within the street. as I understand it, or discharged directly onto the street.
Okay, and then that'd get picked up by the stormwater drainage system in the roads and go with all the existing. Okay, but you expect a reduction of the surface discharge anyways from existing? Okay, I don't know if it would be your company or whoever, have you looked into the water supply feeding the new site? Whether it's, the adequacy of the volume, pressures, things like that, fire suppression?
Yeah, I couldn't quote you what the pressure and flow are, but my understanding is that the system that serves the surrounding buildings and, was the previous hospital are adequate for this one as well.
Right, so, and the previous hospital was larger?
Right.
Right, okay. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ken. Ronnie Verma.
Construction question, is there any projected LEED certification that this building's going to have? And is there a plan for renewable energy sources for the building?
Chip Hill, architect, once again. Currently, we don't have plans for LEED certification, but it would qualify for base level LEED certification if we chose to pursue that, just based upon, even without the geothermal system, it would qualify for base level. The geothermal system would make it even more efficient from there. So we're definitely exceeding those standards. We're just not pursuing the plaque at this point. And in terms of other PV, photovoltaic, or anything else like that, that's not contemplated right now. It's based upon, once again, hopefully using this geothermal system, which is highly efficient.
Okay. You all set, Ron?
Yeah, yep.
Actually, sir, you might be able to answer this question. I didn't see on the plans anything that indicated it, but do you plan on any electric vehicle charging stations?
We do plan to include infrastructure to add those if the need is there. That was something that was discussed with Friends of Fellsmere.
So when you lay the utilities,
right, so we wouldn't have to tear
that will all
anything
be
up
there, but then,
exactly. So we wouldn't have to tear up pavement to put them in. We would have the services there.
but there's none proposed from the initial start.
Not at this time.
Okay, thank you. And one question for the traffic engineer, if I might. Thank you, sir. With the one of the predicates of the traffic plan was the fact that there's going to be bus service, MBTA bus service, up to the facility. What are some of the contingency plans if the state does end up eliminating that?
Well, for the most part, there's still a little bit of closer MBTA station, which I believe is at, if I'm not mistaken, is at Highland Street? Pleasant Street, and yeah, so down on Pleasant and closer to Pleasant and Highland Street are some of the closer proposed current MBTA bus stations that the employees can still use.
Bus stop or bus station?
Bus stops, I'm sorry, bus stops that the employees could still use at this moment, even if the MBTA does not reinstate the service.
And then need to walk from Pleasant and Highland up to
Correct.
the facility,
Correct.
which is several blocks. Yeah. Okay.
Well,
Okay. Well, I think that's going to remain to be an issue that needs to be resolved, and I know we need some input from the state, and hopefully between Tufts and our political colleagues, they'll be able to convince the MBTA that they need to do service right up to the facility.
correct, yeah, that's something that we'll continue to do with them.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. Ken Antonucci.
And still in the transportation and parking vein, I think I mentioned before, we did mention that you're going to have bike racks and things like that. Is there going to be a specific area for like ride share, pickup, drop-offs, or a ride share lot or anything? Especially for the, for the staff that are going to be working there, not necessarily during construction.
Would let Adam.
Yeah, I think we don't expect the volume of rideshare to be very high, but should it be requested, I think likely the pickup spot would be right at the front door.
Okay, so just a drop-off, pickup, nothing specific?
No.
Okay, because you don't expect the turnover or the shift change to be enough that it would require it.
Right, yeah,
Okay.
not a large proportion would.
Okay, thank you.
Tawadej Gebrselassie.
Yes. My question is regarding like the job opportunity. So when the site like start to operate fully, do you guys have any plan to give like some job opportunity for Malden or Medford resident?
So part of what makes joint ventures wonderful is that we very much hope that everybody who's currently working in behavioral health services at Melrose Wakefield will come. And since we're going to have a lot bigger operation than we have currently, that they will bring their friends. We're talking about registered nurses, occupational therapists, behavioral health associates, social workers, all of the complement of folks. And we hope that they are local and part of the community and are as close as they can be, because behavioral health is very, very local in the way it's delivered. So we hope that as many of the local folks that meet the qualifications for these kind of jobs apply, or they participate in the training that's going on in the hospital and they become eligible for these types of positions.
Thank you.
Risa Gray,
How
and then
full-
Michelle Romero.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. How full do you expect the parking lot to be on a daily basis?
I think that the best answer to that is probably going to be a bit of a guess, because there is some variability again in staffing depending on how many people are in the hospital. We have parked the facility based upon our experience in operating similar kinds of facilities at just a smidge more, as you recall, over the statutory standard. So we would expect it to be occupied by as many people as we need, but I think we'd just be guessing if we said how occupied it is. It's a hospital, so people come for their shift, they stay for their shift, and then they go home. And the amount of patients that are coming and going on a daily basis is much, much lower than you'd see at a medical office building or something like that. The only patients that come and go are those that are coming to outpatient, and those would all be parked there.
Are most patients not parking there while they're staying?
That's correct, yeah. Most patients don't drive themselves to a psychiatric hospital. They generally come in and then, they're picked up, and that's one trip out.
Thank you.
Thank you, Risa. Michelle Romero.
Thank you. So I have a few questions. First, maybe the easier question. So the plans, if the board grants a special permit tonight, the plans that you submitted will be approved. So I have a question, and I had asked this previously. The floor plans have different sets, different names, and the sheets have different names. So which set do you intend to go forward with? I understand they're the same or almost the same, whereas the full-size set shows parts of this backyard area, the other set doesn't. So I wanted to know, why is there a difference in names? I understand the same company prepared them.
The design is identical. We were required to provide two separate sizes by the submission requirements, 11 by 17 and 24 by
Right, so the design's identical. Why are the names different? The plan name is different and the individual sheets have different names. Why is that?
schematic first floor plan versus, can you give an example?
Sure. They're minor name change differences, but again, if a set of plans is approved, we just need to know.
You should be using
which
the full-size plans. The
Okay,
24
so
by
the
36.
full-size plans are not the plans that the board received. You received the reduced size set. So the plans that the board received have the names like composite on the floor plans and also have a different overall title for the plans. But you're saying design-wise, they're the same?
They're identical.
Identical.
Those are different naming conventions we use when we use a 11 by 17 set versus a 24 by 36 sheet. The
Okay.
24 by 36 sheet is moving towards construction documents, so it's using that different
Okay, so
nomenclature.
if the board approves the special permit and we use the full-size set name, that's fine?
That's
It will include everything, okay, thank you. Question about the area around the outside activity. The renderings seem to show a fence, but then we saw a photo or a rendering here that showed a wall, and I saw one of the bullets that said there'll be a wall. So which is it, wall or fence that will be around the outside?
It's both. I mean, we make no distinction there. It's a 14-foot tall structural wall. Call it a fence, call it a wall. I don't know that it makes a difference.
Well, I mean, I'm not sure if you can climb a fence as opposed to a wall. I don't know what the issue is, why some plans show it as a fence and some show it as like a smooth wall. What the difference is, I don't know.
The material is typically a precast concrete with structural posts that it's set in, and it's 14-foot tall anti-climb. I mean, it's a special product for this application.
So it's a wall? It's
Yes.
not fencing, okay. And it's not labeled in the legend, but is that what this, it looks like an outline around it? Is that where the wall is gonna go?
The rectangle around it?
Yes.
Yes, that is
Okay,
correct.
because I didn't see any keynote for it, but that's what that is?
That is correct.
Okay. Thank you. What does locked and secure mean? That was part of the presentation, and I heard somebody, and I can't remember which presenter made it, said, oh, it's like all other hospitals, it's locked and secure, but other hospitals, you can walk in, you can go to the different floors, you can go up to the nurse's station. How is this different from that?
All external doors are locked and secured, staff access with cards. Patients cannot just walk out of the facility, and all interior units are separated from each other. There are many locked doors inside the facility too to segregate incompatible patient populations. So it's an entire electronic security system that does secure all those means of egress, and that is allowed to lock doors and a means of egress in this type of facility.
So all exterior doors are locked?
That's correct.
Okay, that's the difference. So you can't walk up and just enter?
Really, what public can do is walk in the front vestibule door, but then there's an inner door of the vestibule, the glass vestibule, that's locked, and the receptionist has control over that door.
Okay. And what about for these outpatient clinics? How do those doors work?
Those are open when they're free ingress and egress when those clinics are in operation, those outpatient spaces are in operation.
Okay, and now, in terms of the hours of operation, I heard, I believe, the Acadia representative say they're typically open just during the day, but so, any of these 24-hour services?
No, these are purely outpatients from an occupancy perspective, and IOP in particular may be after hours, because that's a higher functioning patient that may actually be there after work, for instance, for a 3 to 4 hour session. So you typically see PHP during the day, IOP may be after hours until maybe 8 o'clock or so.
Okay, so is there any, could there be 24-hour?
No.
No?
No. Not an outpatient.
Not an outpatient?
Yeah, the inpatient portion of the facility is 24/7.
Do you need water? Okay. Also a question about the plans, thank you. So the trash dumpster enclosure, it seems to change shape a little bit. Is there anything else that's different? I think on the concept plans, it's angled. On the actual site plan, it's facing a different way. So
combination generator enclosure and space for 2 10-yard dumpsters as well. It will meet all city requirements in terms of.
It will be what? I can't hear you.
It will meet all city requirements in terms of the materials that are required there. It's just as we finalize the size of the generator and the size of the dumpsters, it will change a little bit.
Okay, so we wouldn't be able to really see which plan is definite, because they're both different, the plans. A little bit different. So again, I'm just trying to, if the permit's approved, it will be as per plans, and I don't want there to be any issue with what was approved or what you intend to do.
Yeah, the final design of the dumpster will be more similar to the civil plans.
Okay.
They show it angled for access purposes.
Okay.
On architectural plans, it's rotated, be a little more difficult to get in and out.
Okay.
And once again, the size of that is subject to alteration just based on size of generator and whatever your waste management district's requirements are for dumpsters.
Okay, so that might be something we would want to just make sure we address. The dumpster enclosure size and shape can change on that. Okay. I'm just concerned, you do have the 20-foot setback requirement, so it's not going to get closer to your property line, is it, or?
No.
Okay.
No.
Thanks. The location of bike storage, I know you had I had asked about this, and I was told it was on the plan. I cannot find it anywhere on the plans that you submitted. And I also would want you to address the recommendation we have that it be an interior bike storage. Is there an option for that? Is there availability for that?
Adam clarified during the presentation that the external bike racks will be at the front of the buildings, planned south of the main entrance. There will be, as a late addition based upon your staff comments this week, we have agreed to provide some internal bike storage in close, we don't have it shown yet because we just got that comment a couple days ago, but in close proximity to the staff toilet and shower facilities that we already have on the plans for staff that do bike to work.
Okay.
And I think we, in the memorandum that was given back to you, we did agree to that as well. As one
Oh,
of the-
yeah, the one you just handed out at the beginning. I haven't had a chance
That's
to look
correct.
at that, so. Okay, in terms of number of employees, and I know the chair asked about this, but I wasn't able to catch everything that was being said. So full operation, I believe, is it, could you go back over that? It's 25 at full operation, but is that for the
No,
inpatient only?
that was per unit. Let's talk about peak shift here. Just 1 second, Miles.
Just clarifying that with our operations executive. So we'll have about 300 FTE dedicated to the hospital when it's fully staffed. So keep in mind that's 24/7, 7 days a week, 3 shifts a day. There'll be about 300 people fully employed. There will be somewhere at full occupancy, somewhere probably around 65 in the building.
And name and address for the record, please.
Hi, I'm Felicia Rissick. I'm the division president with Acadia Healthcare, and I have oversight of the 2 facilities in Massachusetts currently.
Okay, and your address?
8 Aurora Street, Providence, Rhode Island, 02908.
Thank you.
So there's a formula that, with economies of scale, as we get more occupancy, it thins out. But a good way to think about it is about, in the beginning, ramp-up stages, about 4 employees per occupied bed. As we ramp up in occupancy, it goes to about 2 to 2.8. So then you can kind of figure that out based on 6 24-bed units and what you could extrapolate that might look like. Additionally, to a question that you had, because some of these employees too are not going to be direct care staff. So you're looking at housekeeping, dietary, accounting, business office. So you have those employees included in that FTE count. That's not just direct care staff. And that's also opportunities for the community.
I'm sorry, so what's FTE?
Full-time employee.
Okay, so you said 65 in the building at any given time?
It really is contingent on occupancy, so just.
Well, let's say it's full occupancy.
Let's say it's full. So we're talking about 300 FTEs and about 100 per diem employees to not in the building, to sub out. And this would be like during daytime hours, like the general and administrative employees are not there 24 hours, only the direct care.
What's peak shift? Peak shift.
Peak shift, that would be like 9 to 5 would be all of those employees, because that would intersect over 2 shifts. So during peak time, you might have, let me just think for a second. During peak shift, possibly 180 employees during peak if it was full.
180 employees, is that for inpatient only?
Yes, I mean, that would probably include the intersection with the outpatient, because there's a lot of shared staffing between those.
Okay,
But I
so
think you're saying
peak,
that's during shift change.
Yes, that's during shift change too. It's a little, like Miles was saying earlier, it's a little hard because you have to kind of guess, and then as the occupancy changes, it sort of migrates and a bit too.
okay, so 180, you said, maximum. Is that like a maximum, or it could be more?
That would be like through the intersection of 2 peak shifts. So let's say there was a 7 to 3 and a 3 to 11 or something like that. But your administrative employees would only be there during like business hours. Like that would be like your accounting, your business office, things like that. Whereas there'd be still housekeeping staff overnight, stuff like that. But that's very minimal. You're talking maybe like 1 employee, 2 employees.
Right, right, but are you basically saying that we have 185 parking spots and you have 180 employees?
No, 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 no.
What are you saying then?
Sorry, I'm thinking more like in my operational mind, not like at a given time during peak hours, that would be only like during an intersection in absolute maximum, but during peak hours during the day, if the hospital was completely like full, it would still only be about 100 and, what would that be? Just trying to think with the,
You're thinking with administrative staff,
with
maybe
the,
100
with,
to 120.
yeah,
peak
with the
shift.
administrative staff, correct. I'm sorry if that was confusing.
What was the number? I didn't hear.
120.
120 with administrative staff?
Yes.
No, total, during peak daytime first shift would be somewhere in the neighborhood of 120 employees in-house. And what she was talking about earlier with the 180 is just at that moment of crossover between the shifts.
Right, I get
As
that.
people are coming and going.
Okay.
That's the higher number.
But so the 120 includes administrative staff?
Yes, that would be like during peak hours with a full occupancy or near a full
Okay.
occupancy.
And that would include housekeeping and the rest of the things you mentioned. So how many administrative staff are in all that section that's offices? What's the square footage for the administrative offices and how many employees? That you must pretty much know, right?
I don't have that area handy. I can provide that in a couple minutes. But
I don't know the square footage, but in terms of the number of staff that would be in that prescribed area, again, it would vary until the ramp up of the operations. But in the initial, I mean, you have like business office staff, accounting staff, admissions staff, so, I mean, 60-ish, yeah. Thank you.
80 for the units, 60 for the administrative and support components.
Oh, could you speak to the mic, because I can't really hear you.
80 for the nursing units and around 60 for the administrative and support. No, I'm sorry. Let me think.
So 80 for the inpatient?
No, I said 60, and it's about 60 and 60, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
60 for the 6 nursing units when they're full, and about 60 for administrative and support staff in the facility during peak shift, daytime shift.
Okay, and now back to the outpatient. Does that include outpatient or doesn't include outpatient?
It would be the same staff in most cases. It wouldn't add to the staff in any way.
Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you. What, the sidewalks, I understood that the Hospital Road was going to be reconstructed from Murray Hill Road to Savin Street, and pedestrian accommodations, which I understood were sidewalks, and the ramps were necessary for ADA accessibility. But then I heard during the presentation, only near the project site or in the project area. So could you clarify, will sidewalks be reconstructed the length of Hospital Road on both sides?
Yeah, that's right. As you may know, there are sidewalks on both sides of Hospital Road today, but those will be reconstructed as part of this project and as shown on the plan.
Okay, so entirely Hospital Road, both sides?
Right, from the northern section where our driveway connects all the way to Murray Hill Road, as shown on the plan.
Okay.
It's displayed.
Yeah, I thought I had seen that on the plan and seen that in your text, but then I heard something slightly different, so thank you. And then finally, regarding removing the wide part of Hospital Road that's proposed, what is, and then the procedure's going to involve, the city's going to need to transfer that to you. So you'll have to go through the process, which you're aware, city engineer, DPW, et cetera. What is the point of that? Why are you doing that?
You mean, why are we reducing the right-of-way of Hospital Road?
Yes, yes.
Well, it's significantly wider than I believe that it needs to be. There's a lot of just open asphalt in the area where the right-of-way is. We're really making Hospital Road a consistent right-of-way width to what it is south of this property and north of this property. And I can show the, let's see, I don't think our existing subdivision is shown here.
Yeah, when you come on the campus now, there's a sea of asphalt where Hospital
Yes.
Road is very wide. The intent here is to make it into a true roadway of the dimension required by the city and turn the rest of that into green space as you enter the campus so that it's not just asphalt.
Okay. Thank you. And then my last question has to do with ledge removal. Do you anticipate any ledge removal?
Let's see, at this time, I don't believe so. I believe it'd be isolated to just whatever pipe trenching, might be required in isolated areas. At a large scale, I mean, the building, finished floor elevation is really gonna sit about where the existing site is to date. There's not a lot of excavation earthwork planned.
And there is no basement for the facility, so it is slab on grade.
What did you say, no basement?
There is no basement, it's slab on
Okay.
grade, right?
Okay, thank you. So, yeah, utility work will be exempt from the ledge removal ordinance, but any other ledge removal by any means will need to come back before this board for a special permit.
Acknowledged.
Have you done testings and things like that yet, or no?
We have done selective geotechnical work right now, but we need to bore inside the footprint of the existing hospital once it's down also to validate those engineering assumptions.
Okay. I think that's it for now, thank you.
Thank you, Michelle. Tawadej Gebrselassie.
Yes, my question would be about regarding like this is a behavioral hospital. So what is the criteria of like the insurance? Because I personally tried to help someone like maybe 6 months ago. I couldn't find any places like a behavioral health who's gonna accept their insurance. So what kind of criteria for a resident or any patient? What kind of insurance do you guys have planned to accept?
Yeah, so these are patients that have, and first of all, I'm sorry about that situation. That's part of the reason why we're here tonight, and part of why we all do what we do because of the shortage that we experience. These are people that have the types of illnesses that I discussed before, that have a serious behavioral health illness. They don't have to have that diagnosis before they get there. That's part of what we're going to figure out and help them sort through. And the person who makes that decision about does that person qualify for an admission is a psychiatric physician. And no one else can make that decision to open the door to let the patient in or open the door and let the patient out. So in addition to folks that might have that significant diagnostic illness, one of the most important things that we care for is people that are at risk of suicide or self-harm. And at that point, the diagnosis or the label that we give it is really not all that important. We're really in the business of keeping people safe from these kinds of behavioral conditions, and figuring out what to call it is what we're going to do while they're in the hospital, and then helping them get the kind of care that they need while they're there. Is that?
Yeah, but are you guys like planning to accept any insurance, or there is a specific insurance you guys would like to accept?
So we take care of humans, that's important.
Yeah.
And so really the people that are not able to come, maybe that's an easier answer, is people that might have a medical condition in addition to their psychiatric condition that really keeps them from being in group and in therapy most of the day. So if there's somebody that needs to be on an IV all the time, if there's somebody that has really an illness that is better treated in a medical hospital before they come to the psychiatric hospital sometimes, if they have a surgery, if they have a wound, if they have a much more serious condition that we can't manage in a behavioral health environment. And the way we make that decision is, can they be in therapy 7 to 8 hours a day? If they can't, then they need to be somewhere else while they get ready to come to the psychiatric hospital.
Can you talk about any distinction of payer insurance? Factor in?
Yeah, and if that's the question, that really does not make a determination. Part of why we build the hospitals the size that we build them is that we really are able to fulfill the community's need to take care of patients really without regard to ability to pay. As part of our joint venture, the charity care policy that has been adopted by Tufts Medicine, Melrose Wakefield Hospital, is the charity care policy of the hospital. And what happens is when somebody is presented to the hospital that needs that bed, we don't really get very concerned with how they're going to pay for that hospital care. We take care of that patient and we work that out on the other side. So across the United States, half of the people that Acadia takes care of have Medicaid, which is kind of the lower level benefit for governmental benefit. About 20% are Medicare, and that remaining amount, about 4 to 5% are what we would call charity care. They really have no ability to pay. The remaining amount would be kind of the commercial insurance that you might be familiar with, a Blue Cross and Aetna, Humana, or whatever is in your area.
Thank you.
Okay. You all set, Tawadej? Thank you. Michelle, you had 2 more questions?
Yeah, just quickly, I didn't see them listed here. So are these, could you just explain, are these new beds or are they being transferred from other locations? Or is it 144 new beds?
Ryan Fuller. 58 of the beds will be moving from Lawrence Memorial Hospital and Melrose Wakefield, and the remaining net will be additive beds.
So 58, are those hospitals closing, or why are they
No,
moving?
those are, because to deliver the type of care while we deliver great care in our units, and some of our clinical leaders are here today and amazing care, we realize that to deliver the highest quality care, we need to be in this specialized facility. And it's hard to run a small behavioral health unit included within an acute care setting like Melrose Wakefield. We have a 22-bed unit there. Those beds will transfer to this site, a specialized behavioral health site, and then those beds will then be repurposed for acute care settings at Melrose Wakefield. So they are not.
Thank you. And just these other quick questions. When you mentioned that you can't turn people away if they come, what's the experience of, Acadia said they had hundreds across the country. Once people know the hospital's there, might they not go to that hospital if there's an emergency, as opposed to trying to go to another hospital once everybody knows that you're there and operational? What's the percentage of that happens?
It's fairly small. Behavioral health admissions are usually quite different from a medical admission. One of the things to keep in mind is that the organ that we're there to treat is the specific organ that is not doing well within a behavioral health emergency. So family may take them somewhere, police may take them to an emergency room for evaluation, mental health providers in the community, care managers and others may bring them somewhere. So what we do as part of our community outreach plan is that we have not only an admission center that is available 24/7 to help people get access to the hospital, but we teach the community about what's the best way to access the hospital. And the best way is not to just walk into the hospital. Now, if people do, we have an obligation to take care of them, and if they have to go to the ER to be medically cleared or stabilized or evaluated prior to coming to the hospital, we'll do that. But we do not educate the community, just walk into the hospital. One of the things that's very important for us from just a medical clinical standpoint is that a lot of things that are medical might look psychiatric. And so a lot of the reason why we want patients to visit an emergency department or be referred by their primary care doctor with eyes on them is to make sure that we don't have a very serious medical emergency that looks like a behavioral health emergency.
Okay, and so the late rooms that are labeled admissions and things like that are for when people are scheduled to come in. It's
That's
not
right.
when they
That's
show
right.
up.
So an ambulance transfers somebody over. One of the things that we do, we are a separate hospital. It has a separate license. It has a separate everything. So when someone sends someone to us, they come into an admissions area and they're seen by a registered nurse. We take vitals. We go over the labs that might have been done in the ER. We may order additional labs. The physician reviews everything with the nursing staff and makes that decision on where the patient is going to be during their stay within the hospital. So if somebody walks in, that is where we would keep them safe while they're evaluated so they don't then walk right back out again. But most of the patients that are going to be in that admissions area are going to be sent to us from someone else, and we're going to be in contact with that physician or referring agency as part of their transfer into the hospital.
Okay, thank you. And then my final question just has to do with the shell space. I had heard that the dean, the doctor said they would only have maybe 1 or 2 residents and students, but yet that shell space was identified for residency accommodations, and it's over 3,200 square feet. So what exactly might go on in there if there's only a couple residents?
So one of the things before Chip talks about the spaces, so when you think about a residency program, if you've got 2, you've got a 4-year residency program. So year 1 you have 2, year 2 you have 4, and so on. So that does grow over time.
And I did note in the response to the staff comments that was given to you today that we're at a stage of conceptual and schematic development of the project. There are still things that are going to move around internally. We're not adding new programs, but we still need to finalize the design, make sure it complies with all codes and everything else. So this is a schematic design on the inside of the building right now, subject to change to meet codes and other requirements.
Okay, so if it was used for the residency program, what would go on in there, though? What is the...
Residency program would typically include a medical staff lounge that might have some research capability and obviously lounge capabilities for the physicians, workrooms and offices for that physician complement.
Okay.
Sometimes a medical staff or a residency program director office, oftentimes some on-call rooms and staff toilet facilities and shower facilities for any staff that would stay overnight with that program.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
You all set, Michelle? Yes. Does anyone else have any questions for the petitioner? Ken, did you have anything?
Yeah, I did just have a question. You've made reference in the presentations several times about partnering or engagement with law enforcement. What level and what reasoning would there be for the law enforcement? Is that someone, I mean, if you can expand on that.
So one of the things that is just a fact about the American healthcare system is if somebody's having a heart attack and you watch somebody having a heart attack, you're very likely to call an ambulance. If you watch somebody having a behavioral health emergency, you're very likely to call law enforcement. And so our partnership with law enforcement is incredibly important to us because in many cases they are the first responder for families in psychiatric crises. Most families who have a family member, an adult family member, or even a juvenile family member, have more contact with law enforcement than they would ever like. And quite frankly, that's a risk of a psychiatric condition that becoming involved with law enforcement during a behavioral emergency can create additional factors. So part of what we do with law enforcement is provide training to respond. It's called crisis intervention training, to help them understand the difference between a behavioral health emergency and bad behavior, because sometimes they look the same, even when they are very, very different. So we provide that training in many communities to law enforcement, but they are also likely to be that first call. If any of you have ever had a family member in a behavioral health emergency, it's not unlikely that the law enforcement will be the call that gets made, or the call that gets dispatched when the dispatch folks send somebody to intervene.
Okay, so then you would provide some training with law enforcement for them to make the decision what type of facility to bring?
They don't make the decision
person
on
to?
what type of facility to bring. They are governed by their procedures and what they do to respond to these types of emergencies. Most of the time, if it's apparent to the officer who's had the training or who's had the training that they have within their academy and other supplemental training, that it is a behavioral health emergency, they're going to bring a patient to an emergency department because they're not a physician, so they aren't going to know if it's medical or behavioral or drug and alcohol or what it is.
So they would go to this traditional ER first before
Right.
they wouldn't be bringing them to your front door?
No, again, when I used the term previously, we're not a receiving center.
Right.
So there are certain places where law enforcement says, here you go, and they bring them to a designated psychiatric receiving center. New York State has something called a CPEP, which is very much structured like that. This facility will not have any emergency capacity. There'll be appropriate signage saying we're not an ER, don't come here for medical emergencies, like you've seen at your medical office buildings or places like that.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ken. Anyone else have any questions for the petitioner? None. Is there anything else you'd like to add? Wrap up your presentation. You're all set? Okay, thank you very much. At this point in time, would like to entertain anyone that would like to speak in favor of this petition. Anyone to speak in favor? As I remind you all, when you come up, if you come up, please sign the clipboard with your name and residential address and state your name and residential address and speak into the microphone, please. Thank you.
Good evening, Gary Christensen, Mayor of Malden, 72 Ashland Street, Unit 406. As you know, I rarely weigh in on petitions before the board, but tonight I not only wanted to weigh in, but I wanted to do it in person. Transformative. When I think of that word, I think of the revitalization of our downtown, or the establishment of the Northern Strand Community Trail, to name a few. Now, with your approval, the proposed redevelopment of the former Malden Hospital could be defined using that word as well. This vacant and dilapidated site has been the subject of intense community discussion since the hospital closed nearly 25 years ago, with proposals for redevelopment that included a range of housing and land preservation uses. The proposal by Tufts Medicine, in partnership with Acadia Health, to construct a $65 million behavioral health hospital at this location and dedicate a substantial amount of acreage to open space is the most widely supported and most financial viable proposal to date. Not only will the plan result in the construction of a $65 million behavioral health hospital at a time when our community needs this care the most, but it also calls for the inclusion of nearly 7 acres of open space that will be deeded over to Malden, thereby providing connectivity to Fellsmere Pond. Presently, through our Office of Strategic Planning and Community Development, we are actively pursuing state, federal, and private foundation grants to cover the open space acquisition. In addition, as was mentioned, the project will generate substantial new tax revenue for the city, provide good-paying jobs, incorporate historic elements in the site, and the hospital will also serve as an academic teaching site for the Tufts University School of Medicine. Again, it is rare to have an opportunity to do something so transformative, and this is one of those times. This project is a great opportunity for Malden and fits nicely with our original vision of our first mayor, Elijah Converse, the donor of this land, who wanted to provide health care and open space opportunities to all Malden residents. I respectfully request that you act favorably on this petition. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Good evening. My name is Paul Donato. I live at 48 Maurice Street in Medford. I'm also the state representative for Medford and the city of Malden. As the delegation that represents Malden, Senator Jason Lewis, Representative Veltrino, Representative Carabedian, I'm here to highlight the critical importance of transforming the long disused Malden Hospital site into a state-in-the-art behavioral health facility that will have 144 inpatient beds, provide outpatient services, and serve patients from pediatric to geriatric. Malden, like other communities in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, are experiencing mental health crisis. We are confident as this project led by Melrose Wakefield Healthcare, Tufts Medicine, and Acadia Healthcare will work to alleviate the strain on the current healthcare system and provide critically needed care to Malden residents and patients throughout the region. Portions of the historic property will be preserved for natural open space to provide for the benefits of outdoor recreation for all the citizens of Malden, Medford, and the surrounding communities. This over 9-acre parcel of preserved open space will provide ample benefit to all Malden residents and closely align with the OMLED, the OMLED design Fellsmere Park, as well as the original intent of the Converse family with regard to this land. We were proud to work with the Executive Office of Health and Human Services to acquaint them, then Secretary Sutters, with the scope of this project. Secretary Sutters, at that time, voiced her strong support and worked with us to secure $6 million in state funding. As the state delegation for Malden, we understand the proposed project will be vital to the city region and the state's healthcare network, and understand the profound public benefit of this endeavor. We strongly urge the Malden Planning Board to approve this project. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative.
Honorable members of the Planning Board, Ryan O'Malley, Ward 4 City Councilor, 706A Main Street.
I'm coming to speak in favor of this proposal, and one of the reasons for that, y'all know I'm pretty hard on our applicants, wanting to make sure that we get the best for our community, and I have seen this applicant really try to listen to the community, listen to the city, listen to the ward councilor, Amanda Linehan, to really get the best possible project that we possibly can do. It's now in your hands to make sure that you can tweak it as much as is necessary to make sure that it's the icing on the cake. You're the final approval that we have. And any conditions that you put on this or any other applicant really is your opportunity to live up to the charge of the planning board. I do want to say that this project is absolutely necessary for our community. This healthcare facility is essential. The fact that this will be a healthcare facility and has always been a healthcare facility for many, many years, over a century, is really important. And the fact that it is not controversial that we're doing this type of healthcare facility really is a testament to how our community has really overcome the stigma. And we do have to thank community members like Paul Hammersley and Malden Overcoming Addiction for making that possible. The fact that what we are talking about is the design of the building and the parking and the water treatment, and not talking about the use, really shows how far we have come in as a community. I do want to thank Amanda Linehan, Councilor Amanda Linehan, for making this possible. This has been a decades-long problem in our community, and it looks like we're finally here at the end of the road. I know she couldn't be here tonight. I know I sent a letter of support, but as a member of the City Council, I know that she has really made this possible. I know there were some members talking about, EV charging facilities. Now, if you guys decide, probably would be the time to say and put a condition, maybe 10 EV chargers, level 3 EV chargers could be put on the site. I don't think there are any EV chargers in the west end of the city. Just to kind of put it into context, the Early Learning Center in Ward 4 has 12 EV chargers. It's a much smaller parking lot. I think 10 would be a great fit. It sounds like they're also amenable to potentially doing that. We talked about on-site treatment. It would be great to make sure as much water as possible could be treated on-site, particularly because Fellsmere Pond has a lot of ecological issues down there. So anything that you could do related to that. I do know that the Friends of Roosevelt Park, Friends of thank you. There's a lot of friends groups in Malden. I do also want to make sure that we thank the Friends of Fellsmere Heights for their advocacy and making sure that we get to the best possible project also. And a lot of these ideas that I'm sharing are from their letter that they provided to you. Making sure that we are maintaining the site with, de-icing materials that do not degrade the pond. Making sure that this actually is a complement to Fellsmere Pond is essential. So thank you to the group for really doing that. And also, poisonless rodent control. We've really heard about the news about how rat poison is decimating birds of prey in our community and in the area. We heard about a really beautiful female bald eagle dying in Arlington from rat poison. The fact that we have the Middlesex Fells, the fact that we have the Fellsmere Pond right here, there are these types of birds in our community, and this is one of the areas that they are hunting. So I do think doing poisonless rodent control is essential to save these amazing birds. Thank you again, gladly in support, and so proud of our community.
Thank you, Councilor.
Have to lower it a little bit. Thank you. My name is Diana Jung. I live at 12 West Street, Malden. I should also tell you I'm also on the board of Melrose Wakefield Healthcare, and I thank you for the opportunity to speak. I speak in support of this special permit application to construct a new building for behavioral health. As you can see from my address, I'm about a 10-minute walk from the hospital site. So I want to make sure that what goes there is to benefit the city of Malden, a community that I have lived here all my life. I believe Melrose Wakefield Healthcare has been a good community member. Its leaders have respectfully worked with city officials to ensure that all issues are addressed to the community's satisfaction. I believe the proposed use of that site, a 144-bed hospital focusing on behavioral health, is something that is so needed today. Specifically from where I come from, I'm also on the board of the Greater Malden Asian American Community Coalition, GMAC for short. One of our youth programs, Youth Project on Asian Wellbeing, focuses on behavioral health issues specifically related to Asian adolescents. It is shocking to me to see the high percentage of youth, Asian youth, who feel depressed, who are suffering from depression. And where can these young people go? The hospital proposal will have some dedicated beds for youth and adolescents, and that is part of the solution. And I believe that that will be a great benefit for the city. I again respectfully request your approval for this special permit application. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Miss. Just please, yes,
Certainly.
thank you.
Good evening. My name is Manavi Takal. I live in 402 Thicket Street in Weymouth. You heard all the representatives of Tufts Medicine and Acadia come here and speak today, and I figured it would be better if you hear from someone who actually works within the department. I am the System Director for Behavioral Health for Melrose Wakefield Healthcare, which has Melrose Wakefield Hospital and Lawrence Memorial Hospital. And I have a few of my team members here with me today, and I have one of our nurses who lives in Malden. She worked a 12-hour shift, and she's here today to show support and to vocalize the importance of this hospital and the passion that we have towards our patient population. I'm standing here today on behalf of all of my team members who work on Medical 6, who works in South 1 and West 1, that this is much needed in today's day and age here in the state of Massachusetts, where every single day we have about 150 to 200 patients waiting in the emergency department for a bed to be available, whether it be pediatric, adolescent, adult, or geriatric. This is highly going to benefit not only this community, but I think it is going to benefit the state, and it is also going to benefit behavioral health in general, because there's still so much destigmatization needed, and this is going to be a massive step towards it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Miss, did you sign in? Miss, did you sign? Thank you.
I did.
Thank you.
Stephen Kellety, 18 Clarendon Street, Malden, Friends of Fellsmere Heights, Board of Directors.
I'm Lauren McGillicuddy. I live at 10 Rosemont Street in Malden. I am the clerk of the Friends of Fellsmere Heights. You received in your packet a letter that was approved by our board. It's like this, it's green on the top. And it's quite long. And I don't know whether it's appropriate, and I seek guidance from the chair for us to read the whole thing to you, or whether you would prefer us to outline what it's about and let you ask us questions.
Well, that's up to you. We each did receive it.
Yes.
You know, I know I reviewed it, so I'm familiar with what the letter says, but if you want to present it, feel free to present it.
All right.
Thank you.
So before I turn to the letter, I wanted to make it clear, the purpose of our organization is to protect and improve Fellsmere Park with Fellsmere Pond, the Olmsted Design Park, and also to have under our care and to seek improvement of the former Malden Hospital site. In preparing this letter, we worked very, very closely with both Tufts and Acadia people and with the city of Malden through Amanda Linehan. And we are very, very grateful for the honest and open communication we've had with those two groups for many hours. I mean, literally hours. We haven't always agreed, and we shouldn't always agree, because that's not what collaboration means. Collaboration means you show each other what you're thinking, and you figure out a way to move forward, not always in agreement, but together. And we think that what has happened here is a model process of negotiation among people with the same overarching goal. And I want to make it clear that we are very, very grateful for that help and support. So in this letter, we make asks of the planning board, things we would like you to consider as you prepare the special permit. We are not making demands. We are asking. Some of our language still has shall in it. I'm the editor, I didn't do the best job. But we aren't saying that you have to do this. It's up to you to decide which of these is important and should be considered. Some of them may be out of your scope. That's fine. We want to make sure that you know what our concerns are. Our letter is divided into 4 sections. The first is, to read it, we believe this project will produce important benefits to the city of Malden and residents in the region, both economically and in the services provided. We want to be sure that the new facility and open space provide the anticipated benefits described by Tufts Acadia, and that the redeveloped site supports the safety and convenience of people who will use the new and existing healthcare facilities as well as the new and existing open space. While we heartily endorse the general goals of the above referenced application, and based on our conversations with Tufts Medical, we believe that the common good can best be addressed by asking you, the Malden Planning Board, to consider the following requests as you develop the special permit now in preparation. Section A is the status of the public open space at the site. When this project was initially proposed, it was anticipated that the open space to be ceded to the city of Malden would be held and managed initially by a third-party trust. This no longer appears to be possible, and therefore, we ask that the issuance of the certificate of occupancy for the new hospital will require either an appropriate legal commitment in place to permanently transfer the open space to the city of Malden, or to permanently designate the open space as conservation land. And there's a link we have provided about how that happens. And the open space or conservation land will be properly registered with the Commonwealth as Article 97 protected open space, and that the city will rezone the land appropriately. 2, since the state uses a broad definition of open space, we request that the transfer of land from Tufts Medical to the city of Malden shall include provisions for the land to be perpetually designated as open space for passive recreation. No permanent structures to support organized sports to be allowed. 3, that the cleared open space be deeded to the city be, and I have a correction here because I apparently used the wrong term, hydro-seeded before handover. The city has estimated this area to be 2.7 acres, but more exact figures should be provided, and this has been agreed to in discussions with Tufts Medical. That access points for electrical and water service at the new open space be included in the site plan and be completed before the issuance of the certificate of occupancy, so that the city need not disturb roads and sidewalks after construction. And this has been discussed with Tufts Medical. You see there's a distinction there. That the site plan include points at which connectivity can be developed from the site to West Border Road in Fellsmere Park. Please refer to item C8 below. This has been discussed with Tufts Medical. In addition, we have the following concerns which we hope can be addressed, but which seem not within the purview of the planning board. This is item 6, that a comprehensive safety plan be developed among the cities of Medford and Malden and Tufts Acadia to include plans for the safety and convenience of residents in the new open spaces, the safety of patients, and the prevention of illegal activity before the certificate of occupancy is issued. 7, that the transferred land and adjoining conservation land in the city of Medford be managed as a single open space with differing use areas. And 8, that planning, implementation, programming, and maintenance of these use areas will be done through a joint process that includes community input, grant writing, and administration support from the city of Malden, and ongoing involvement from citizens, from both city governments and from Tufts Acadia. And that's section A. Section B, the environmental condition of the site now and in the future. We are concerned about the environmental state of the new hospital site, as well as the open space to be ceded to Malden and Medford now and in the future. Therefore, we ask, 1, that the city authorize a third-party review of the soil analyses provided by the developer at each stage in the demolition and construction process to help avoid potential issues, such as those that have occurred elsewhere in the city. 2, that the developer pay the city for third-party water runoff analyses at appropriate times before, during, and after demolition and construction, with particular attention to water flows into Spot Pond Brook, the Malden River, and Fellsmere Pond, and to replenishing the groundwater under the future open space and within the future conservation land. 3, that grounds maintenance specifies de-icing materials that do not adversely affect the watershed. 4, that the landscaping plan for the new facility's grounds include organic management of pests and unwanted vegetation. 5, that all trash and debris be removed from the wooded areas of the site prior to handover to the cities of Medford and Malden. This has been agreed to in discussions with Tufts Medical. 6, that the provider of rodent and other animal control services also provide proper notice to neighbors of who should be called regarding increased animal activity in the area. This has been discussed with Tufts Medical. 7, that demolition and animal control plans take into account the riparian corridor, and that means the area around the little brook in the conservation land where small animals and amphibians move back and forth. That runs through the conservation land. The use of poison baits should be a last resort in favor of mechanical and electrical methods. This has been discussed with Tufts Medical. 8, that drawings and site plans show how drainage from the hospital building and surrounding infrastructure will keep rainwater on site in a location that will replenish groundwater on the conservation land in the city of Medford and the open space in the city of Malden, including the effect on that riparian corridor. And this has been discussed with Tufts Medical. 9, that the drawings and site plans explain the apparent changes to the grade of the rock ledge to the south of the ring road opposite the ambulance bay, as shown on drawing C62. This change in grade appears to require the removal of a rock outcropping, a prominent natural feature, and its replacement with a potentially dangerous slope that could become a hazard. This has been discussed with Tufts Medical. And 10, that the screen walls around the roof mechanicals, as defined in AHC 2234_1A1_2023-03-6 floor plans 1 and 2, and other barriers include noise reduction. This has been discussed with Tufts Medical. Okay.
Yeah, just to take a breath, but also wanted to add some clarification. In the drawings that were just presented, they had the drainage area 1 was substantially changed from the existing condition to the current plan, which takes water that was formerly going towards the riparian corridor and now goes towards the drainage area to the south. I have a hard time reading the plans to know whether there are any retention areas to replenish the groundwater, but that the long-term summertime flow of that water for the species that exist there rely on the groundwater being recharged. So with a large impervious surface, it's good to take at least appropriate measures to take whatever water's coming off the building or otherwise and is used to replenish the groundwater. Any comments that we're making, we don't want any of those to delay having a special permit, and we're just hopeful that somehow that can be addressed in the entire process. It was also mentioned the organic management. To clarify, this, we're having a lot of problems with not just the poisonings, but also a lot of bird species, migratory species are having problems because of the loss of insects and other things. So a lot of the pesticides used in the area, in the region, have caused essentially an insect apocalypse, which is resulting in an avian apocalypse. And so the large loss of bird species is from the overuse of pesticides and fertilizers. So if we can take measures in this site and maybe even consider doing that more on our public open spaces to reduce the use of pesticides, that can help us have a more enjoyable urban environment, urban forest.
So, now we come to section C, traffic and parking. This is the major concern for those in our community who live in the immediate vicinity of the site or travel the streets around it. We believe, as our late dear friend D. Campbell Tompkins has said, that transportation barriers become negative health outcomes, particularly for low-income people. Our requests are based on 3 principles. 1, that there be sufficient parking at all facilities, including the new hospital, the new park, and the existing nursing home and community medical building, to support their use without parking on residential streets. 2, that parking lots be both right-sized and designed to reduce uncontrolled runoff, heat islands, and other detrimental effects. And 3, that the general parking and traffic plan include features to reduce traffic in general on the surrounding streets. We have reviewed the final Malden Hospital Redevelopment Transportation Impact Study, HSH_Malden Hospital TIS Final _2022-12-13, made for Tufts Acadia. The independent review of the study prepared for the City of Malden, Malden Hospital Traffic Review 02.23.23, and the replies of Tufts Acadia and the city's analysts' replies to those additional comments, Malden Hospital Second Traffic Review 06_23. Our requests related to traffic and parking below are primarily based on that review. Specifically, we are in a substantial agreement with the following comments, except as noted. Comment T1, which indicates that parking is to be provided for a 144-bed hospital and not for 114 beds as the original analysis indicated. However, we note that we are in substantial agreement with Tufts Acadia that the parking areas as presented are adequately sized for this special needs hospital. Though a small portion of the first floor will be used for outpatients, the additional parking required is offset by the less frequent requirements for parking that is typical of this inpatient population, as was noted by Tufts Acadia in the first public meeting on this project. The City of Malden ordinances for parking for hospitals are based on an assumption about the traffic to and from a general purpose hospital and should perhaps be adjusted to meet the different conditions of this case. Comment T3, which specifies the limited effect of the increased bed count on the analysis required by comment T1 above, please refer to our response to comments T1. Comment T4, which discusses the sightlines and stoppage requirements for traffic from the hospital driveway and Ring Road to Murray Hill Road. We are in agreement with the city's requirements for recalculating the sightlines based on safe stopping distances, speed, and grade, and adjusting the site plan as necessary to make this area safe. Comment T5, which discusses the possible access routes of trucks making deliveries to the hospital, as well as fire truck access, the turning radius required for large vehicles, and related needs for road remediation. We agree with the city that truck deliveries should be made from the north using 7th Street, and that appropriate signage be posted. However, the city's final comment also recommends that Tufts Acadia pay for an overhaul of the Fellsway intersection with the Murray Hill Road extension. We agree that this intersection needs an overhaul. However, that the applicant bear the full cost of this expensive project seems to be out of scope for this special permit. The city's analysis indicates that only a few more trips through this intersection will be generated by the somewhat distant presence of the new medical campus. It is not clear why the cost and the bureaucratic burden of this transportation project should be borne by the new facility and not by the Massachusetts Department of Conservation and Recreation, the Massachusetts Department of Transportation, and or the City of Malden, who are otherwise responsible for these roadways. Additionally, it is not merely the Fellsway East Pleasant Street Murray Hill Road connector intersection that needs improvements, but also the Savin Street-Fellsway East intersection and the entire series of nearby intersections along Pleasant Street, Fellsway East, and Fellsway West. We hope that a reasonable apportionment of responsibility and costs for this work to the applicant can be negotiated without delaying the issuance of the special permit. Comment T6, which expands on the Transit Demand Management TDM plan proposed by Tufts Acadia and the services Tufts Acadia will provide to its employees to support trip reduction. We are very pleased to be in complete accord with all the proposed expansions of this trip reduction policy, particularly the provisions for rides home and facilities for staff to safely house bicycles and to shower. We agree with the city's conclusion that these should be conditions of the special permit and that Tufts Acadia should continue its work to preserve the MBTA bus service to the site, which Tufts Medical and the Friends of Fellsmere Heights have agreed to do. Comment T7, which discusses crash data for two locations close to the site, the Fellsway East Highland Avenue intersection and the Fellsway East Murray Hill Extension intersection. We are delighted to learn of the great reduction in accidents resulting from the redesign of the Fellsway East Highland Avenue intersection. However, while restriping and remarking the intersection at Fellsway East/Murray Hill Extension may not seem like a great deal to ask, the fact that the care of this intersection is contested between the City of Malden, the DCR, and the Commonwealth DOT means that even something as minor as changing the timing of a traffic signal can be fraught with delays and costs. In addition, HSH_Malden Hospital Redevelopment Final RTC _2023-0517 shows the Savin Street/Fellsway East intersection with an F, even with the recent work on the Fellsway East/Highland Avenue intersection. With the recommendation in T5 that truck deliveries come through this intersection, it is even more important that improvements to this intersection are made. We agree that Tufts Acadia should commit to supporting such work, but we do not think an agreement to doing this work should be a condition of the special permit. Comment T8, which indicates the lack of a complete sign and pavement marking plan for Hospital Road between and including the North Project Site driveway and Murray Hill Road. We agree that this is necessary as part of the total site plan and should include ADA compliant crossings and wayfinding. This has been discussed with Tufts Medical. Comment P1, which requires the parking at the new facility to conform to the city ordinance, even when the applicant has determined that the proposed parking is sufficient. Please refer to our comments to comment T2 above, which includes our comments on this issue. T1 above, sorry. With regard to comment T2, Friends of Fellsmere Heights disagrees with the conclusion reached in both the Tufts Acadia analysis of the probable minimal impact of the loss of this MBTA bus stop, and with the concurrence of the city's analyst in that analysis. See comment T2 and the replies in Malden Hospital Second Traffic Review 06_23. The city's analyst says that the grade of Murray Hill Road is, quote, not ideal, close quote, for pedestrians, a significant understatement. It assumes that every worker or visitor to the new facility who may ride the bus has perfect youthful mobility, that every sidewalk is properly maintained in winter, and a host of other assumptions too extensive to detail here. We are committed to supporting the continued presence of an MBTA bus stop at the new hospital and open space site. Based on our review of these analyses and on comments from our community, we ask, one, that no more parking spaces than is in the current proposal be required, and that the number of new spaces on the site be reduced if possible. Please see comment T1 above. This has been discussed with Tufts Medical. That a shuttle bus be provided for the use of Tufts employees between the new facility, other Tufts medical facilities, and local public transportation centers based on demand, thus helping to reduce the need for parking as an additional expansion of the TDM plan is described in comment T6 above. Please see item C10 below for a further discussion of demonstration of need for shuttle services. 3, and this I think has been adequately covered, we are asking for safe sheltered employee bicycle storage and all the other recommendations from that particular study, and especially, quote, that the TDM program inclusive of the expanded elements, be included as a condition of any conditions of approval that may be granted for this project, close quote, thus helping to reduce the need for parking. This has been discussed with Tufts Medical, who have indicated that rental bike space is a possible future option depending on demand. 4, that Tufts Medical clarify the ownership and use of the parking spaces directly across from the community health building and the lower lot adjacent to the Glen Ridge Nursing Home. And they have done that, which is wonderful. But since they control that parking lot, it should be appropriately marked and maintained as overflow parking, with wayfinding and appropriate sidewalk to and into that parking lot and crosswalk across Hospital Road. In addition to the sidewalk shown in C5-.1 and C5.2, sidewalks should be required abutting and to all parking lots along the Ring Road, including the parking lot at the rear of the nursing home, and crosswalks marked at all parking lot entrances. This has been discussed with Tufts Medical, who have said they will explain their plan for this area. 5, that the electrical raceways installed in the parking lot and transformer and electrical panel locations be able to support EV charging stations as demand for such charging stations increases. And we give you a link to Boston's EV readiness policy for useful information on EV charging standards. We have discussed this with Tufts Medical. 6, that the final site plan include all planned ADA compliant crosswalks, all planned new sidewalks, including their planned width, and all in situ sidewalks that will be retained or replaced. Please refer to comment T8 above. This has been agreed to in discussions with Tufts Medical. 7, that the times at which overflow parking spaces, the parking to the east of Hospital Road and to the north of the Ring Road, will be available to the general public, be established as 4 p.m. to 10 p.m. Monday through Friday, and from 6 a.m. to 10 p.m. Saturday, Sunday, and state and national holidays, or as otherwise determined in collaboration with the cities, appropriate signage installed, and an enforcement protocol established. I should add that the language about an enforcement protocol was given to us by Councilor Linehan. 8, that in order to connect the new open space in Fellsmere Park, one of the goals of deeding the open space to the city, the driveway that now connects West Border Road and Hospital Road at the back of the former power plant be retained and regraded for multimodal access. This will also help reduce the need for parking as people will be more able to walk and bike to the site. Tufts Medical has agreed to leave the existing driveway in place with the understanding that the city's planning process for the open space may require their support to obtain grants for reconfiguring this access. 9, that Tufts Medical shall not lease parking space at the new facility to other businesses or residents for either daily or overnight parking. This has been discussed with Tufts Medical. 10, that Tufts Medical refrain from using the new parking area as a park and ride area for their employees at other sites owned by Tufts, except on a short-term emergency basis. The City of Malden shall be notified as to such an emergency use, which may not last longer than 6 months. If this service is needed for longer than 6 months, we recommend that this be considered as demonstration of the need for a shuttle bus. And 11, that the landscaping plan for the parking area be in conformity with or exceed Malden's city ordinances, which as far as we can discover requires 1 tree for every 10 parking spaces. And I would give you the reference in the Malden Municipal Code. This has been discussed with Tufts Medical, who have indicated that the landscaping plan can be the subject of further discussions. 12, that the landscaping plan include trees on the south side of the proposed Ring Road to shelter both pedestrians on the sidewalks and the parking lot itself from the summer sun. This has been discussed with Tufts Medical. 13, that a sheltered bus stop be provided. This has been discussed with Tufts Medical, and I should say that if the MBTA is still maintaining a bus stop, the chances are that they will want to put a sheltered bus stop there. It is important to acknowledge here that Tufts Medical has already reduced the number of overflow parking spaces they originally planned based on community requests, their parking study, and the requirements by the MBTA to retain the bus stop at the site. This is also an important contribution to parking reduction. And finally, 10, demolition. We understand that the demolition plan for the site will not be final until the special permit has been issued and the plan has been discussed with the butters. Nevertheless, our communities ask, 1, that the demolition plan, when created, define the methods of demolition and the types of equipment to be used, as well as the hours of operation, anticipated road closures, and other information, so that the surrounding community can be prepared. And this has been agreed to in discussions with Tufts Medical. Thank you for your attention to these requests. We trust that the Planning Board will address them as they prepare to issue the special permit requested by the applicant. Sincerely, the Board of Directors, Friends of Fellsmere Heights.
Thank you very much.
Do you have any further questions for us, sir?
No, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
And you both signed the clipboard, right?
Yes.
Thank you. Anyone else who would like to speak in favor? Councilor Spatafora.
Good evening, Craig Spatafora, 75 Elm Street. Councilor at Large. I'm going to be reading from my phone. I created a letter, but I didn't think I'd make it, but I was able to make it, so I appreciate it. Good evening. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak today before the board. It has been almost 20 years since I took one of my first votes as a city councilor, which was the first redevelopment of Malden City Hall, and to see it come full circle 20 years later is sad, but also very exciting to finally see a development happen up at that site, which has gone through many trials and tribulations. So real thank you to not only the participant, but certainly the Friends of the Fellsmere. You could tell by that lengthy but important document that was not something they put together over the last 3 months, 6 months, but over certain years, and many times walking around that facility currently and in years past. So I want to thank them for their hard work, their attention, and their diligence for staying on top of that, because without that organization, there'd probably be another plan before you that we would not be supporting today. So I just wanted to say that in the beginning. Mental health has become a pressing concern in our community, affecting individuals of all ages, all backgrounds, and all ethnic surroundings. Many people are struggling with mental health challenges, and unfortunately, accessibility and quality mental health services are not readily available. This is where we are as a community, this is where we are as a country, and we can have some significant impact. The Friends of the Fellsmere have taken the initiative to address the needs, which was outlined in that letter. Supporting the development of this property, the facility should provide a safe and supportive environment for those seeking mental health, but it should also be crucial to the resources and programs designed to improve the overall community. The design of this building is not only important, because as the members of this committee know, that design has changed from an aesthetic standpoint, but also a functional one. It should be built with a specific need of certainly the mental health patients in mind, but also considerations for the surrounding areas and certainly the surrounding neighbors. Natural light, green space, and the areas for recreation are incorporated into this design and enhances the therapeutic process for certainly the patients, but also the residents. Furthermore, and I do want to stress this, which was outlined several times, the impact of that facility and the surrounding environment is particularly important, especially the Fellsmere Pond. As we've gone through a master plan for that, there is a significant amount of runoff water which we cannot equivalent to being from the streets or the surrounding areas, but that fertilization, all that runoff is going into that pond in some way. We would like to reduce that. And with the redesign up there, we have the opportunity to make some of those changes. We must also ensure that the demolition, the construction, and the ongoing operations of this facility are aligned with this sustainable practices that minimize any negative effects on the environment. Preserving the natural beauty of Fellsmere Pond and its surrounding areas is crucial for the well-being of our community and certainly the city. I certainly am thrilled to see that any green space being added to the city of Malden is certainly important, but I do agree that we should be able to have that in a way that is passive, does not turn into recreation, but also is protected so that future development may not allow that to change into any future development. In closing, I feel we all have a responsibility to align our missions as a community, both in the terms of mental health, but also as the surrounding neighborhoods that have lived with that unfortunate eyesore for over 20 years. It is an opportunity for us right now to change that. This, to me, is a prime example of what Malden has certainly become. We have questioned, we have put in diligence, and no project is perfect. But again, 20 years is a long time. It's 2 decades. And I am proud to stand here and support this, and I look forward to seeing that facility open and those changes made to the surrounding area, and certainly for those neighbors that are in the need of having that area cleaned up. Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor.
My name is James Moriarty. I live at 37 Fells Avenue Terrace in Medford. The side of my property directly abuts the Malden Hospital. I've been there for 52 years, and Murray Hill Road, I go up and down that road several times a day, so I would have to say I doubt anybody in this room will be more affected by the demolition and the construction of the hospital. That said, I wholeheartedly support the development, and I hope that all of the suggestions to add on and to do things can be expedited so it doesn't delay the project in any way. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Moriarty. Anyone else that would like to speak in favor?
Good evening, Prisco Tamaro, 56 Pine Street. I'll try not to be redundant, just trying to go through some items. So we talked about this project, I guess helping with the crisis of the medical or mental health. The last project was, the last developer was helping with the crisis of housing, and the developer for that was helping with the crisis of the seniors. We want the project to go through. There's still devil in the details, and so we still need to do our due diligence in getting through it. Before they had the community meetings last year, they had a neighbor meeting at 178. So they assured us that there would be no methadone clinic. That was one of the biggest concerns. No outpatient. They understood the concerns of keeping the 99 and transportation. And so they said that they would work on that. At the first meeting, they reiterated, in July, they reiterated the no outpatient. In the secondary meeting, they had, they stated that they would have outpatient, but only for the patients that were there as inpatients and to extend their program. And then this evening, we heard that they will be doing outpatient for referral outdoor. And so the line in the sand has moved multiple times. Shifting gears to the environment, there was no discussion about contamination cleaning in the presentation. It's an old hospital. We know that there's something, radiation, radiology, especially before a lot of the health codes. I'm assuming that's going to get cleaned up. We were hoping to have some sort of third-party review of it so that in 20 years, we don't find out that not all of it was cleaned. We were hoping that something could be done water quality-wise going down into the Fellsmere Pond. They say it's going to be fine. I guess we're hoping for some reassurance. Employee count, I guess that's been a topic for today. I guess I heard a couple of numbers, 25, 60, 120. I guess we'd like to know how many of those are medical, and just to make sure that they have proper staffing. This industry is plagued with capitalistic thought process of getting as many patients in and reducing the amount of health workers in order to save costs. And so I'm hoping that there's something that we can do to make sure that it doesn't become that type of facility. I think transportation, I think the parking lot seems large, so 186 spots. They talked about right-size parking. At the first meeting, they stated that they'd have 60 employees. I guess if they have 120, I can understand the 180. It's a large area. And so we were hoping that they could do some sort of different things that most large buildings of this nature do to help reduce employee parking. And with the goal of potentially reducing the parking by 25% on the employee side through various ways. I'm surprised that they don't offer a shuttle service. I think a project of this size should have it and should require it. I think, and not just to the T station, if they picked up shuttle services going a few miles in the west, Revere, Woburn, Arlington, do a survey of their employees, they would be able to reduce that parking. The problem is that this is their first facilities in an urban environment. They put these in the middle of nowhere, and they have these cookie cutter designs that they just put them down on property, and it works. And if you overlay this with the property that they have in the South Coast, it's a very similar design, exact parking size, etc. That parking lot, I drove by twice, is never more than 50% full. You can check it on Google Maps through various years. That's not scientific. It's just what I've seen. And so we were hoping that they could provide some sort of shuttle service. I think with a project this size, it should be. I thought that they would offer it. Not to be redundant, but again, just at different points through the years, they did have a shuttle service, and I don't exactly know what it was. I don't know if they used the hospital for overflow parking for their other facilities. And so we're just hoping that we can put something in there to say Malden's not your parking lot, and help with that. So the bus. So I guess we don't have a bus confirmation yet. The MBTA took the 99 bus out. Tufts was aware of that. They've got their delegation to help and to try to push and get the bus back. None of their plans have ever showed a bus turnaround until now. So nothing in the July meeting, even though the previous neighbors meeting, we reiterated that the 99 was important to the neighborhood. They didn't put the 99 again in their November meeting, and so maybe they showed it in private drawings to them. I'm just hoping that we didn't get to the point where we lose the 99. So part of the things to help with the parking or reduce the parking is, so they talked about bike infrastructure. Malden is getting blue bikes. It would have been nice if they had sponsored maybe a blue bike station up there. to help expand or in that area. But a bike there is, nobody's gonna do that. It's, Savin Street and Murray Hill Road are, we used to bike up there for exercise, like in football, and, you're not gonna bike those streets. And so, to reiterate, the driveway for the, power plant that's there now has a slight grade, and it's just a constant slight grade that more people would be biking to that, to the hospital. And so that is on their land now. I know they say that they're gonna sell it to the city, and then I guess it will be our problem, but it's their land now, and to help reduce the parking, the automobiles, that could be one of the easy things to help. And on the, I don't know how to read the traffic reports, but, so they came to you as a hospital. A hospital is 1.7 parking spots per 1,000. They're not really a hospital. A hospital has patients coming in and out. This is a facility with patients that are ambulanced in, or it's not a local hospital that you're driving yourself, you're driving your aunt or whatever. And so potentially, I guess I don't know how they got the hospital designation. It's probably more of a nursing home, where it's the people coming in. From time to time, they have visitors. In a nursing home, it might be family. In this type of facility, it could be doctors and other experts coming out. And so that parking is 1 per 2 beds. And so that's down to like 80-something spots, which is too low for them, but the 185 seems high. And so looking through the traffic study, it seems that they picked nursing home as their designation. And so I don't know how you're picking hospital under your parking guidelines, but nursing home under your traffic guidelines. And those should be aligned. And so if we're gonna do nursing on the traffic, then we should do nursing on the parking. That seemed odd, but I'm also ignorant, and so, of traffic studies in general, I do mechanical studies, and we can't do that. We stick with one code, and you gotta go down the line with it. So they're adding new sidewalks, and that's great. The sidewalks there are, well, they're old, but they're like 4 feet. They're not even 4 feet. They still have their chain link fence that is on the sidewalk, and so it makes the 4 feet down to 2.5. And so you have to walk in the street if you want to walk there. I'm hoping, I guess I didn't look close enough to see if they had the dimensions of the width of the sidewalk. I hope we can provide wide or wider sidewalks. During COVID, everybody flocked to Fellsmere Pond because we didn't know any better, but we closed all the city parks. DCR was open, and so it got to the point where it was actually kind of dangerous. People were like just too close to each other. So obviously it outflowed up to the hospital and around. And so it'd be nice to be able to walk on those sidewalks next to somebody instead of behind or in front, or having somebody that have to walk in the streets. So I don't know. I don't want extra wide sidewalks, but I do, you know. We talked about rat control. They seem to have like a long list. That's great. I'm assuming a lot of that stuff was done by ordinance, and it's the Malden ordinance. It's just going back to when City Hall was taken down, the neighborhood around it was engulfed with mice and rats, and that's just the nature of the beast. You're gonna have that. We're just asking for, I don't know, like above and beyond. The city just did some sort of rat trap, something in different wards. I'm hoping that we can maybe do something up there. It's gonna be bad. We're just trying to make it less bad. West Border Road between Fellsmere Pond and this property has become a haven for trash. Every construction guy, everybody trying to get rid of a TV, every week there's something new on See-Click Fix. This, I don't know how long it's been going on, but this, I look at it as a negligence on that neighbor of allowing that to happen. And so they've had 24-hour security for all these years and around their property, and it still has happened somehow. And so I'd like for them to try to resolve this issue, and one of the things that we'd like is to put maybe cameras down on West Border Road so that we can solve this issue. We discussed this with the police when we talked about the Fellsmere Park master plan, and they're helpless without information. And so without cameras at a low level to see the license plate, they can't really do anything. Those high cameras that they have don't read the plates, and if they don't read the plates, then they can't do anything. Just demolition. I mean, it's a big building. There's a lot of crap that has to get out of there. It's all got to get trucked out. I guess we're going to have a demolition plan. I don't think the DCR allows trucks on 28. Are they going to get a special permit? How are they going to get the trucks out of there? They keep saying that we'll talk about it when the time comes. It's just now, after it's up to them, right now it's up to us. So mentioned mechanical equipment. They talked about each map is a little bit different for the open space, and so we were told that the line of demarcation will be the fire lane, and some of these maps show it into the open space that they're gonna sell us. It'd be nice to get clarification, or is the fire lane gonna be that line? I think we should know before we approve. They're gonna sell us the land at a later date. There's gonna be an MOU to say what they're gonna do and what we're gonna do. Those aren't contracts, they're just agreements. And so we had an MOU at Maplewood with the parking, with charter school, whatever. That fell apart because it's not a contract. And so my concern is that everybody is playing nice right now, but CEOs change. We had the pleasure of meeting the previous two CEOs of Tufts, or I guess it was Hallmark back then. CEOs change, politicians move on, go for different elections. I ask that we put some sort of backstop in for the open space to protect us from what's stopping them from once we give them the special permit, that it's still their land. And so everything's on a handshake deal, I'd like to have something a little bit more definitive to protect us. Something, let me see here. Either, as a subject of certificate of occupancy, either the city has possession of that land, or they have to designate it as conservation land. And so they can't turn around and sell it, cut down all the trees, and make all single-family homes, which is by right, and so they're not gonna have to come here for that. Just, everybody's friends right now, it's just that doesn't always last, especially in politics. And so, some sort of insurance policy. The open space, so it's 6.7 acres, what they said today. At previous meetings, the city declared that it was 2.7 of usable open space. That was at a city council meeting. At the first community meeting in this chamber, they confirmed that as part of their deal, they would sod the usable open space area. We asked for more, we asked for benches, a couple of trails, just like a canvas, and then the community could design it, but they stopped at sod. They committed to that, so I'd like to consider putting that in as a condition. I don't even want to bring this one up, but it just, I guess it's just open space amenities. So we thought with a project this size that there would be some sort of community mitigation of some sort. So I guess we were hoping for a little bit more on the open space part. They refused, and they want to have it community-led and the city to pay for it, and that's fine. And so, so it's a $65 million project. They got $6 million from the state for demolition. We were hoping that that would help with some of the historical stuff, but they, Senator Lewis said that no, it's for them, it's for their demolition, so that's fine. When I asked the mayor at the first meeting about that, he replied that they're giving us the land. And so when I thought about it, I'm like, okay, well, that's pretty generous. And so it made me think, and I kind of backed off a little bit and whatever. And then we found out that we are actually buying it. So whatever that cost is between $500,000 and $10 million. I'm sure they'll negotiate and figure it out. It's just, I think these are minimal requests for a project this size. And so we're just trying to ask them to just to right design this project for this neighborhood. Savin Street's a small street. Murray Hill Road's a tiny road. That's the only way in and out. Overflow traffic is gonna hit my street, Pine Street, and then Wiley Street, people cutting over from the Fellsway. They don't know how to design in an urban setting. They haven't done one of these there. And we haven't been able to help them. So I'm hoping that you could help them show how they can't just take up all the space that they need for all the parking. I just hope that it's right-sized. We want the project to go forward. It's just the details, and that's left with you. So thank you, and good luck tonight.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else that would like to speak in favor? And this is in favor, supporting the project. Diane, do you have anything to read in favor?
Yes, I do.
I will. There you go.
All right, thank you. The first letter is dated June 20th, but it's already been read into record. It was signed by Jason Lewis, State Senator, Stephen Altrino, State Representative, Paul Donato, State Rep, and Kate Lipper, Garabedian, State Rep. So I won't read it in twice.
Thank you.
All right. The next letter is dated June 28th, 2023. Esteemed members of the Planning Board, I write to you in strong support of the redevelopment proposal before you tonight for the former Malden Hospital property. In this submission, we have a strong community-supported plan that will bring desperately needed health care to our city and which has the potential to finally revitalize a property in Malden that has sat vacant for decades. I am fully in support of this project plan, which also enjoys the unanimous support of the entire Malden City Council, and I respectfully ask for your support as well. As a newly sworn counselor in January of 2020, assembling a meeting of our city leadership with Tufts, then Wellforce, to reopen a conversation about the site's future was the top priority for the mayor and myself. After many years of decay and several false starts at finding a reuse proposal amenable to both Malden and Medford, at least our team found ourselves in the position of considering a proposal that offered community benefits while fulfilling a critical and data-backed public health need, in which honored the site's history in providing accessible, compassionate community health care. Access to behavioral health care encompassing mental health services for all ages, youth through geriatric, has been identified as a critical need in all of the most recent community health needs assessments completed by area healthcare organizations serving Malden, including Cambridge Health Alliance and Melrose Wakefield Hospital. Sadly, the COVID-19 pandemic brought behavioral health concerns and the backlog of care to the forefront of many local families' personal experiences. As wait times for inpatient hospitals stretched from days and weeks and even months, delaying life-saving medical care for thousands and further stressing our local healthcare system. As a city councilor, I rely on such studies to ground my understanding of how development, public policy, and civic engagement can come together to solve problems and alleviate challenges facing our community. Knowing that there are patients bedding over for weeks in local emergency departments due to the lack of inpatient behavioral treatment options, and knowing that Malden suffers disproportionately from higher rates of mental health disorders than the state as a whole, and knowing that the community has sought a new health-focused proposal for this site, all deepened my support for this project. Because it is grounded in research, comports with our zoning, and fulfills a crucial evidence-based need in our city. As the project planning has progressed these last 3 years, all sides have agreed on the importance of effective community engagement in crafting a project plan that would account for abutter feedback, addresses ideas that may emerge during the planning process, and respond to any and all issues that could arise during the demolition and construction phases of the work. I write to you fully confident that the hard work to engage our community has begun and will continue, and I stand committed to overseeing this engagement through the months ahead. I've met extensively with the community, with the project proponents, with the contractors, and will continue to do so as the project proceeds. We are lucky in Ward 3 to have a long-standing and dedicated neighborhood organization, the Friends of Fellsmere Heights, willing to partner with us in achieving community benefits and brainstorming additional steps the project can take to meet the community needs. It is thanks in large part to their advocacy and partnership that we have been able to reach hundreds of community members to gather their input and feedback on the redevelopment proposal thus far. And the proposal itself is in many ways responsive to the results of the extensive community survey that undertook in 2019, which called for open space preservation, commemorative remembrance of the site's history, and a mid-rise development footprint, and use aligned with public health, all of which this proposal can achieve. In June and October of this past year, Tufts and Acadia joined Mayor Christensen and myself to co-host 2 public forums in City Hall, where we outlined in great detail the extent of this redevelopment proposal. Each was attended by in excess of 100 people, and both were hosted in a hybrid format to accommodate as many community members as possible. Approximately 60% of the attendees came in person and 40% participated via Zoom. Additionally, a project webpage was created on the City of Malden website where members of the public could obtain all project materials, rewatch both public forum video recordings, and sign up for an email list for future updates about the project. further guaranteeing that all community members would have a chance to learn about and weigh in on this very significant plan. Representatives from Tufts have also participated in the year-long Fellsmere Pond Master Planning Project led by Councilor Spatafora and myself in conjunction with the city's Office in Planning and Strategic Development. The future of the pond and the future of Malden Hospital site are intertwined, and I was pleased to see Tufts' involvement in this adjacent parcel. I also joined Tufts in a presentation of this project to the Malden Disability Commission and was honored to gain their unanimous support. In all these community engagement opportunities, I'm proud to say that the notion of bringing behavioral health care to Malden is deeply resonating with our community. We have received a handful of feedback items which we have incorporated into the site plans or taken great care to communicate more effectively. And still, more than 90% of the responses cataloged have been overwhelmingly favorable toward the proposal. We've been able to outline for public our future desires to preserve a large portion of the site as open space that will be owned by the city as part of this redevelopment. And through the Historical Commission's review of the proposal, we've been able to craft a thoughtful plan to preserve elements of the existing buildings for incorporation into the site's future. Looking ahead, I am very focused on mitigating impacts of the neighborhood as demolition and construction commence, and have already outlined my expectations around communication with the abutters to the project team, inclusive of the joint partnership and all contractors and vendors. I expect information about road closures, noise, pest control, utility shutoffs, hours of construction and demolition, and all other pertinent information to be provided in a timely manner to all affected parties. And should the special permit be granted, I will work with Tufts to host at least one public meeting before demolition commences. I am also committed to taking part in our regular construction updates within the city, including safety and security check-ins with our police department, and will swiftly to address any unexpected impacts that occur, including parking and traffic challenges, especially if they begin to affect residential streets. I have read the transportation and traffic analysis in their entirety, and I'm prepared to present the city in conversations with the DCR regarding transportation recommendations that fall under the purview. I have also been working with the mayor's office in pursuit of retaining the Route 99 MBTA bus, and am thankful for the petitioner's forward planning to accommodate that bus route, including shifting parking in order to allow for a bus turnaround, as that route is the sole transit connection from this neighborhood to Malden Center and our public schools. I'm particularly supportive of any and all transportation demand management steps that can be taken to minimize off-site trips. Encourage ride sharing, accommodating secure bike parking, and otherwise encourage fewer single occupancy trips to and from the new facility for our staff and visitors. Should negative impacts to the surrounding streets ensue, we will have multiple tools at our disposal to combat those adverse effects, and I am prepared to take the lead in implementing those solutions as needed. Finally, the potential impact on local taxes cannot be overstated as we face the end of our federal relief package over the next 2 years. The projected $30 million impact in salary, wages, and benefits for local jobs, contracts, services, and goods purchased locally, plus property taxes totaling $625,000 per year, all will have a serious impact, positive impact on our city's finances at the time when receipts for new development are otherwise projected to stall or go down. This proposal will be a key piece to our economic development future, and I believe the multimodal transportation focus, energy efficient building plan, and a land management practices proposed, as well as the conveyance of public open space, can all serve as a model for future development throughout Malden. In closing, I believe the project as proposed will create a new facility that proudly continues the tradition of excellence the former Malden Hospital brought to our city, and is not only compliant with our zoning, dimensional controls, and the greater good of the community, but fills a desperate gap in mental health services for all ages that will have an immediate impact on the overall health of Malden, Medford, and likely beyond for generations to come. Respectfully, Amanda Lenahan, Ward 3 City Councilor. The next letter does not have a date. It says, Dear Chair Iovan and Malden Planning Board, I write to you to share my support in the new Malden Behavioral Health Hospital and urge you to grant its approval. Throughout my career, I have experienced varied challenges in the care of behavioral health patients, but none as urgent, as acute as we are experiencing today and will continue to experience in the future. I serve as the Vice Chair of Public Sector and Community Psychiatry for Tufts University School of Medicine, as well as the Medical Director of Inpatient Psychiatry and Chair of Psychiatry for Melrose Wakefield Hospital and the Lowell General Hospital. Having the resources that the new behavioral hospital will provide will, without doubt, help alleviate the overall health and well-being of our communities in a measurable ways. I am proud of our teams who dedicate themselves every day to providing quality and compassionate care for our patients at Melrose Wakefield Hospital and Lawrence Memorial Hospital. Providing this care in a new state-of-the-art hospital designed specifically for the delivery of behavioral health will have a tremendous positive impact on the level of services we provide. Additionally, I have toured Acadia's Massachusetts hospitals and met with the staff, and I am impressed by all aspects of the facilities and services. As you know, as part of a joint venture, we continue to have oversight of the quality of services, ensuring the highest standards of care. I am also excited that the new hospital will be teaching environment for renowned Tufts University School of Medicine, one that we will be all proud of. I close by urging you to please approve this project without delay for the support and well-being of our communities. Sincerely, Daniel Cartlight, MD, Vice Chair, Public Sector and Community Psychiatrist. Second is dated June 27, 2023. Dear Chair Iovan and Malden Planning Board, I write to you to share my support for the Malden Hospital redevelopment and project and urge you to grant the required permits and approvals to move the project forward. As psychiatrist and chief and chairman of the Department of Psychiatry at Tufts Medical Center and director of behavioral health for Tufts Medicine, I cannot stress enough the importance of this project and the much needed behavioral and mental health services it will bring to the Malden and the region. There is no question that we are challenged by mental health crisis, exacerbated by the recent pandemic, but one that has always been prevalent among all communities, our communities. We struggle daily to adequately provide the right hospital care for hundreds of patients, including children and adolescents, young adults, and seniors. Because simply we do not have enough behavioral health inpatient beds available, these patients are our family members, our friends, our neighbors, and our co-workers who need these services. This project provides an overwhelming sense of hope and optimism for care providers and patients alike. I am also proud that the new behavioral health hospital will be a teaching center of excellence for care providers across many disciplines. Our ability to teach tomorrow's physicians and our other clinicians ensures our legacy of providing the highest level of care for our community. Thank you for your thoughtful review of this project, and again, I urge you to please approve this project without delay. The well-being of our community depends on it. Sincerely, Brent B. Forrester, MD, MSc. The next one is dated June 28th. It says, Dear Chair Iovan and the Malden Planning Board, I write to you as a longtime resident of Malden. I support the plan to build a modern behavioral health hospital at the former Malden Hospital site. The proposed behavioral health hospital and its services are critically needed in our community. Having the right resources to care for patients with behavioral health needs supports the overall well-being of our communities and neighborhoods. This new hospital will address the current need and care for Malden and all other area residents. Please approve the Malden Behavioral Health Hospital without delay. Sincerely, Mary E. Benson, 95 Clifton Street, Malden. June 28th, 2023. Dear Chair Iovan and the Malden Planning Board, I write to you as the founding member of the Mystic Valley Behavioral Health Coalition, a community health collaborative of over 120 people whose work focuses on coordinating services throughout our communities to address behavioral health needs. Our members include local police, fire, veteran organizations, emergency medical services, community agencies, and others. I strongly support plans to build a state-of-the-art behavioral hospital at the former Malden Hospital site. The proposed behavioral health hospital and its services are critically needed in our community. Daily, we are experiencing the impact mental health and behavioral health challenges are having on our community, on our families, our students, our neighbors, our elders, and our coworkers. Boarding for behavioral health beds is a crisis level with more than 500 residents daily waiting for a needed bed. Having the right resources to care for the patients with behavioral health needs supports the overall well-being of our communities and neighborhoods. I respectfully ask that you approve the Malden Behavioral Health Hospital without delay. Sincerely, Eileen Dern, RN, Mystic Valley Regional Behavioral Health Coalition. Another letter dated June 28, 2023. Dear Chair Iovan and Malden Planning Board members, I am honored to write in support of the 100 Hospital Road permit application that would advance the construction of a behavioral health hospital on the project site. As a senior behavioral health clinician and a founding member of the Mystic Valley Behavioral Health Coalition, It is abundantly clear that the new hospital will bridge the gap between the unmet behavioral health needs in our community and equitable access to care. I am unequivocally in support of the hospital and ask for your consideration and approval. Addressing unmet behavioral health needs has been a focus of my career, including several years as the System Director of Behavioral Health for inpatient and outpatient services at Melrose, Wakefield, and Lawrence Memorial Hospitals. From a clinical perspective, I am fully confident that a joint venture between Tufts Medicine and Acadia Healthcare will bring an unparalleled standard of excellence to the behavioral health care provided for our community members. I applaud the board and the members of the community at large for recognizing the importance of advancing behavioral health care and working so diligently to address and remove the barriers to care that continue to have far-reaching consequences for so many children, teens, adults, and elders in our community. The launch of the hospital project will be heralded in the provided community as visionary, responsive, and respectful. Again, I fully support the hospital project and ask for your positive consideration. Sincerely, Carol Plotkin, LICSW, 26 Francis Ave, Wakefield, Mass. Another June 28th, 2023. Dear Chair Iovan and the Planning Board, I write to you as a longtime resident of Malden. I support the plan to build a modern behavioral health hospital at the former Malden Hospital site. The proposed behavioral health hospital and its services are critically needed in our community. Having the right resources to care for patients with behavioral health needs supports the overall well-being of our communities and neighborhoods. This new hospital will address the current need and care for Malden and other residents. Please approve the Malden Behavioral Health Hospital without delay. Sincerely, Larry Porzio, 27 Vining Street, Malden. Letter dated June 28th, 2023. Dear Chairman Iovan and the Malden Planning Board, I write to you as a longtime resident of Malden. I support the plan to build a modern behavioral health hospital at the former Malden Hospital site. The proposed behavioral health hospital and its services are critically needed in our community. Having the right resources to care for patients with behavioral health needs supports the overall well-being of our communities and neighborhoods. This new hospital will address the current need and care for the Malden and other residents. Please approve the Malden Behavioral Health Hospital without delay. Sincerely, Marie Zimmerman, 86 Bainbridge Street, Malden. Okay, this is an email. It reads, to the members of the Planning Board, I want to address my support with many others across the community who are excited to see this Malden Hospital project move forward. For decades in our city, we have struggled to find a path forward for this key parcel, which also benefits the neighborhood. Now, Tufts, as the owner of this property, have been able to put forward a plan that will provide essential behavioral health beds to Malden and the surrounding areas while preserving critical green space for our residents. The process of developing and redefining this project over the last few years has been detailed, collaborative, and transparent, with great involvement, especially from the Friends of Fellsmere Heights. I have heard board support for the project from every part of our community. I must particularly commend my colleague, Councilor Amanda Lenahan, who has worked tirelessly to help bring this project to this point with the support of our mayor and the state delegation as well. While no project is perfect from everyone's perspective, this project has navigated many challenges, challenging constraints and needs with integrity. It is an excellent, indeed the only path forward for the site. This will be a big win for Malden. I urge you to approve the special permit with conditions that do not exceed the substantial negotiations and community involvement process which has already occurred. Thank you for consideration. Carrie McDonald, City Councilor at Large. A letter dated March 9, 2023. Dear Planning Board members, we are writing on behalf of Malden's Disability Commission to express our support to the behavioral health patient facility that will be situated at the site of the former Malden Hospital. We understand that this is a collaboration between Tufts Medicine and Acadia Healthcare Company. The mission of the Malden Disability Commission includes bringing about full integration and participation of people of all abilities in the community. We applaud Malden's work in bringing this facility to Malden to address the health care of those persons with the invisible disabilities, such as autism or mental illness. These invisible disabilities, if not treated with proper medical and therapeutic care, can be detrimental to one's health and well-being in ways that can negatively affect one's family, work, education, and community involvement. The Disabilities Commission support of the behavioral health patient facility at the site of the former Malden Hospital is based on the presentation of plans for the site at the January 12, 2023 monthly commission meeting. This support includes that the Disability Commission is kept in the loop and updated regarding the ongoing plans. You are welcome to send any updates to our email address below. We look forward to your continued collaboration. Sincerely, the Malden Disability Commission. And then that's it.
Thank you very much. Okay, last call. Anyone who would like to speak in favor? Seeing and hearing none, declare that part of the hearing closed. Is there anyone that would like to speak in opposition of this petition? Anyone to speak in opposition? Diane, do you have anything to read in opposition?
No, I do not.
Seeing and hearing no one that would like to speak in opposition, declare that part of the hearing closed. Do you have anything in general to read, Diane?
I do not. I'm sorry, I do not.
Thank you. Michelle, do you have anything to read in general?
Yes, I didn't give that information to Diane. We do have, well, just give me 1 minute. We do have the memorandum regarding the Malden Hospital site redevelopment dated June 28th, 2023 from Mayor Gary Christensen. I don't know if you want to read that into the record. I'm not sure if that was all covered as part of, I believe we heard from Ron Hogan.
And we heard from the mayor.
Right, so we do have that memo, so it's up to the board. You all have a copy of it if you, that would be one of the items I would have read into the record. It's explaining.
Please read it into the record.
Yes, okay. Just give me 1 minute here. So this is a memo addressed to you, Chair, as Chair of Malden Planning Board for Mayor Gary Christensen. It's dated June 28th, 2023. It's regarding the Malden Hospital site redevelopment. It reads, as you know, your body will be meeting tonight to discuss the proposed redevelopment of the former hospital site into a state-of-the-art behavioral health hospital. I am in complete support of this project and will be in attendance to show my support. Understandably, one of the most important aspects of the project for the public is the willingness of Tufts Medicine to set aside a portion of the site to be maintained as open space. For the piece in Malden, this almost 7 acres is comprised of both hilly wooded land appropriate for walking trails and connectivity to the Fellsmere Pond, and over 3 acres of area flat enough for transformation into open space consistent with the community's objectives. When the concept of making this land available to the city was discussed early on in our discussions, it was envisioned that we would do so with the help of an organization called the Trust for Public Land. We met with them many times, and they were confident that they would be able to assist in identifying funding sources through grants that would allow Tufts Medicine to be compensated for the land, and yet at no cost to the city. To be clear, receiving some value for the land was always part of the plan, albeit a value much less than its value as land to be developed. Unfortunately, the Trust for Public Land team pulled out of assisting us due to resource constraints. We have been working in collaboration with Tufts Medicine to craft an agreement that provides the city the right through an option agreement to acquire this open space. The city is pursuing various grants as funding sources for the same. Those agreements are complicated in that we must thread several needles in terms of procurement legality, valuation, and protection each side looks to be afforded in such agreements. We are confident we will get to the end. It's understandable that there's a desire to include as a condition of the permit that this piece reach the finish line, and I support the same. However, how it's worded is important and should simply reflect the mutual commitment that we have with Tufts that the city and Tufts Medicine will execute an agreement satisfactory to both parties for the transfer of approximately 6.7 acres of land intended for use as open space as shown on the plans. The details of the transfer, the money involved, and other matters must be left to the agreement itself to be addressed. I and members of my staff will be at the meeting tonight, to provide this feedback directly. This is an exciting project, both because it meets an unmet need in the community, and it provides a solution that has tremendous community support. I look forward to the conversation and ultimately successful project. I also have an email dated June 26th, 2023, from City Engineer Yem Lip. He was asked to review the stormwater narrative and plans, and the comments he provided were that the proponent shall submit a stormwater permit for review and approval per the Stormwater Ordinance, Title 11.28.010. The City Engineer's Office will complete review once the complete submission is received. So I had both of those. I also have 3 reports from the city peer reviewer. I won't read those into the record if you just want me to reference those dates, but I can do that.
Please.
So one is dated February 23rd, 2023. One is dated June 13th, 2023, and one is dated June 23rd, 2023. They're all from Jeffrey S. Dirk, P.E., P.T.O.E., F.I.T.E., of Vaness and Associates out of Andover, Mass. And the city peer reviewer is here tonight if anybody had any questions about. So there were 3 separate peer review reports he issued. Also, there is an email dated June 28th that contains review comments that he provided for additional information that was received from the petitioner yesterday. So those would be the other items, city items that I have.
Okay, thank you very much.
And you all have copies of the peer review reports in your packages, as well as the mayor's memorandum.
Thank you. Okay, with nothing else left to read in, will you take us through the staff report, please? What's that? No, that's from Michelle.
I do see that.
To her from historical.
That actually, thank you, I just saw what he was pointing to. There is another document that I will reference, I won't read into the record, but that is the decision of the Malden Historical Commission dated April 20th, 2023. And that is regarding the demolition of the buildings at the subject property and the abutting property, and the requirements that are specified in that decision that are, would be recommended for incorporation into the special permit pursuant to the zoning ordinance. You're required to receive that recommendation. Again, I won't read it into the record, but it deals with the preservation of certain features, architectural and historical features of those buildings. And that was April 20th, 2023. It is a letter from me to Building Commissioner Nelson Miller, but it does contain the decision and determination of the Malden Historical Commission. Thank you. So I will reference this. This is the planning report and recommendation dated June 28th, 2023. I will not read it verbatim, but the whole thing is incorporated by reference into the record of this hearing. We heard about the subject property. The subject property, the subject that is the subject of the special petition is the 100 Hospital Road parcel. I've given you the breakdown here, we've heard what the petition is, what the proposed use is. This is a hospital use that was determined by the Building Commissioner Nelson Miller. So it is considered hospital use. That is the principal use. Giving you the breakdown here is what's shown on the plans, as well as some additional information that was provided. As we heard, the proposal does not include emergency room, urgent care, or any walk-in services. Giving you these definitions here because I wasn't sure what they meant. The PHP IOP is partial hospitalization program, intensive outpatient program. ECT is electroconvulsive therapy, and TMS is transcranial magnetic stimulation. more definition is provided there. We heard and saw one of the slides, and you also have a copy of this in your package, the proposed lot reconfiguration. So the proposal is to change the boundary lines of the 100 Hospital Road parcel, also the 57 Hospital Road parcel, also the 178 7th Street parcel. What you should make sure you're looking at, if you're looking at the plans, is that you're looking at the most recent version of the subdivision plan, which is the one that is dated June 27th. It's called Subdivision Narrative, and there is an existing lot line plan and a proposed lot reconfiguration plan. So I've given you here what, and we heard in part of the presentation, what the existing areas are, what the proposed new lot areas are. I've also listed what the proposed transfers are. The proposal does also include, we heard about transfer of the new Hospital Road parcel, which would be the southern piece of the 100 Hospital Road parcel, and a portion of 57 Hospital Road to the city for open space of conservation land. The Medford portion is listed on the plan as hospital conservation. We heard tonight that would be apparently kept by the hospital. The roadway layout, we heard part of this as well. The proposal does include realignment of the Hospital Road right-of-way for approximately 400 feet. New layout, and I mentioned this briefly, does require a developer to submit the layout plan with all the required information. The city engineer would review, make recommendations to the DPW Commission, who would then review and determine whether to accept the new layout. If part of that roadway is going to be transferred to the private landowner, at 100 Hospital, the City Council would need to review that at a public hearing and decide whether to decommission or abandon portions of the public way to be transferred. Giving you the information about the plans and plans submitted. Again, you were looking at the plans referenced in Note 4, not in Item 2, but we're told that they're the same plans. The renderings are listed here. Which I'm not sure if they showed the renderings. I believe they showed some of them in the presentation. Here are the proposed subdivision plans, but in this report, number 4 has been amended, at least 4A and 4C. And we'll get to the supplement on that. Well, actually, maybe we'll just do that right now. So 4A and 4C, I've told you in the supplement that they've been updated. So you have now a narrative that's dated June 27th, and you have a proposed subdivision plan with proposed property boundaries dated June 27th as well. The existing boundaries plan remain the same. Memorandums here have to do with stormwater design narrative. You have that memorandum dated May 22nd, 2023. Also listed here are the transportation impact studies and the follow-up memorandums. Subject property is located in the Residence A zoning district. The most recent use of the property was hospital use. This use ended on or around 2005. So the proposed hospital use is allowed by special permit in the zoning district. The proposed outpatient services and administrative offices are proposed as accessory uses to the principal hospital use. The proposal includes no other principal hospital use, and medical center and general offices are prohibited in the zoning district, so those could not be principal uses of the property. Those uses, outpatient services is considered like a medical center, which are medical offices, and then the administrative offices would be general offices. So again, those must be accessory to the hospital use, otherwise they would be prohibited. The direct abutter to the north is a nursing convalescent home in Medford. To the east, a medical center, 178 7th Street, in the former hospital use, 57 Hospital Road with a power plant, nurses' school, and a parking lot. To the east of that is the Fellsmere Park and Pond, and to the south on the other side of Murray Hill Road are single-family dwellings. To the west are residential dwellings in Medford. Surrounding land uses are residential and institutional. Giving you just some background of the development proposals in the past, and we won't have to go through those. Dimensional controls, the proposal complies with all dimensional controls. Parking requirements, the proposed hospital use requires a total of 181 parking spaces. The proposed accessory uses are treated as part of the principal use for parking requirement purposes. We heard the proposal is to provide 185 parking spaces. That's all on site, so that's on the 100 Hospital Road parcel. The new parcel to be created. Access driveway conforms, the bicycle parking was not shown on the plan submitted, but we heard tonight there will be bicycle parking outside the front and there'll be some inside. 22 is the total required parking. Landscaping, they comply with the landscaping requirements, snow storage requirements, and trash requirements. The dumpsters with the enclosure, again, are not within the front yard or within 20 feet of any property line. They also comply with the visual screening requirement. Loading requirements, 2 loading spaces are required for the proposed hospital use. There is 1 loading area proposed at the northwestern corner of the building. It appears large enough to accommodate the 2 spaces. Traffic impact, I've already listed these 3 reports that we have from our city peer reviewer who reviewed the petitioner's traffic impact study and follow-up memoranda. The following traffic and safety mitigation are recommended conditions for any approval of the project. 1 is reconstruct Hospital Road between Savin Street and Murray Hill Road to city standards and including A, installation of infrastructure, sidewalks, ramps to comply with the Americans with Disabilities Act, ADA pedestrian accommodations. B, compliance with life safety requirements of 527 CMR, Massachusetts Comprehensive Fire Safety Code. And C, redesign and reconstruct Hospital Road, Murray Hill Road intersection so that a single unit truck, SU-30, and a fire truck are able to turn to and from Hospital Road without crossing into the opposing travel lane. 2, relocate the stop sign and stop line on the Hospital Road approach to Murray Hill Road closer to Murray Hill Road. 3, for the intersection of Fellsway East, Pleasant Street, Murray Hill Road connector, design and implement an optimal traffic signal timing and phasing plan with specific emphasis on the yellow and all red clearance intervals in the pedestrian phase times, subject to receipt of all necessary rights, permits, and approvals. The recommendation regarding 4 has changed, and I will refer you to the supplement. So 4 is reflected in condition 12D, so the revised recommendation for 4, regarding the intersection of Fellsway East Highland Avenue, the recommendation of the peer reviewer is that review traffic signal timing and phasing and subject to approval by DCR, design and implement an optimal traffic signal timing and phasing plan with a focus on the yellow and all red clearance intervals and pedestrian phase times. 5, implement improvements shown on the pavement marking and signage plan dated June 20th, 2023, prepared by Howard Stein Hudson, including the following revision. Provide pedestrian crossing warning signs, W11-12, in advance, north and south of the proposed crosswalk across Hospital Road. You will have a copy of that in your package in the new materials that you received tonight, that pavement marking and signage plan. 6, implement a transportation demand management program that includes the following. A, designate a transportation coordinator to manage and oversee all transportation issues associated with the facility, including parking, service, and loading activity. B, provide rideshare information regarding area carpool and van pool participants. C, provide internal ride matching program for employees. D, provide welcome packet to employees regarding available public transportation services, bicycle and walking alternatives, and commuter options. Include contact information for transportation coordinator, enrollment info regarding employee rideshare program. E, provide guaranteed rideshare home program at no cost to employees that arrive to facility site using an alternative mode of transportation to a single occupancy vehicle at least 3 times per week and that register with the transportation coordinator. F, provide transit information service such as action figure, which displays up-to-date arrival and departure information relating to different mobility options within the area. G, provide bicycle storage room or weather-protected bicycle parking inside the building. H, provide amenities to discourage off-site trips, including provide a break room equipped with microwave and refrigerator, offer direct deposit of paychecks, other such measures to reduce overall traffic volumes and travel during peak traffic volume periods. And then 7, deliveries, arrival and departure by semi-tractor trailers via Savin Street. There is an additional recommendation that was made with respect to the traffic monitoring program. The peer reviewer prepared the traffic monitoring program, 100 Hospital Road, Behavioral Health Hospital, Tufts Medicine, Acadia Healthcare document, which is attached. It's also in your package. It's a one-page document with that name that describes the proposed terms of the traffic monitoring program. So that was an additional recommendation that was just finalized. Talked about that. Historical review, talked about the city engineer review. So the findings required to grant a special permit, the planning board must make these findings in order to grant a special permit. 1, compliance with the dimensional controls and parking requirements of this ordinance. 2, you must find that traffic and traffic patterns generated by the proposed use will not adversely impact any of the surrounding streets or create a traffic safety hazard. 3, the proposed use will not be more detrimental to the neighborhood. 4, the proposed use is not in conflict with surrounding land uses. 5, the proposed use is in the interest of the common good. 6, receive and reasonably incorporate into a special permit that is granted the recommendations of the Malden Historical Commission regarding the preservation of the building, structure, or site, which may include, but is not limited to, rehabilitation, restoration, replication, reuse in whole or in part of the building, structure, or site, or any historical features or elements of the property, the facade, the exterior of the building. So you would need to make those findings in order to grant a special permit. Do you have questions, or?
Does anyone have any questions for Michelle? Okay, no questions from Michelle. You have made a number of conditions. I believe there's 25 of them. The petitioner has proposed some language. I read through some of it. Some of it I agree with, some of it I'm not sure. See how the board feels about it. But what I recommend we do is go through each condition and bounce between what you proposed and what they proposed, because they're questioning about half of them. So that way we can go through and know at the end of it what the recommendation is and what we might propose as a motion. Does that make sense, or do you have a better way to do it?
No,
Because
that's fine.
I think if you read 25 conditions, and then we go back and start trying to pick and choose which ones the petitioner has a problem with, I think it's going to be hard for folks to keep track of what the conditions are. Does anyone else have a better suggestion?
Sounds good.
I mean, there's 25 of them. It's long, and it's going to be a long night, but
Do you want to take people leaving? Or that's fine with me. I just also want to reference the June 28th supplement, which I won't read into the record because we're going to get to a lot of it, but this is incorporated by reference into the record in this public hearing. It's a supplement because we received some additional information after the June 26th version of the staff of the planning report was in. So these are where the other 2 conditions are. No, I don't have a problem doing it that way. Do you want to wait till Ken is back?
yeah,
Or
why
you
don't we
gonna take a break,
take
or-
a 5-minute bio break for folks? So we're going to adjourn at 10:59 and reconvene at 11:05.
You're adjourning at 10:59? Okay.
Oh, it's at 10:50. No. Right, and then you're making a suggestion. Okay, you reflected there also? Okay, no, that's fine. I mean, there's some of them, I mean, just to be perfectly honest, I don't
Yeah, that's on Chuck, so I don't think we should talk to the, you know, yeah. I don't have a copy of that. Should I get a copy of that from him?
Yeah, you should get one. Or take
Well,
one from someone who doesn't.
I mean, I have, I took a picture of it, but if I'm gonna write on it. Yeah, who doesn't need one, do you think? Do you think you can do this tonight?
I want to.
Okay, I'm gonna put the screen up already.
Where's the thing that
That's not off.
Let the record reflect, it's 11:05, and we're reconvening the meeting. Yeah, okay, yeah, took a temporary recess, bio break. Okay. Okay, so, Michelle, the way we're going to attack this is you've made a staff report with recommendations and a supplement.
Yes.
The petitioner has made proposals for each of the conditions. Friends of Fellsmere had an extensive list of things that I believe you said you incorporated what was pertinent and relevant that we had authority to do into additional conditions that we are going to introduce as we get to it.
Yes, that's correct. I just did that as I was listening to the presentation, right?
Right,
You don't
because-
have that in writing before you.
Right, but I mean, a lot of, there was a very comprehensive letter that they submitted. Unfortunately, not all of it we have authority to go over. Some of it you've incorporated already, and as we went through some of the things that you didn't incorporate, you've proposed a couple of additional conditions.
Yes.
Okay. So, what we will do is start. Now, how do you want to do it? Do you want to read it, or are you
Sure.
writing, or
No.
how do you want to do it?
I can
Did
read
you get
it.
a copy of it so that
I
you
did.
can
I did.
annotate on it?
I did.
Okay.
So,
If you read the recommendation,
Yes,
and then
I
we'll
will.
go into the
Yes.
Conditions.
yes, oh, here it is, okay. So the recommendation was prepared prior to the public hearing and made, provided that this board made the required findings that we just went through, which are above here in 1 through 6. So the recommendation is to grant a special permit, excuse me, subject to the following conditions. 1, the rights authorized by this special permit may be exercised only by Tufts Medicine and Acadia Healthcare or affiliates controlled by Tufts and Acadia. So that's what's recommended. Their proposal is that it reads, the rights authorized by the special permit may be exercised only by Tufts Medicine and Acadia Healthcare, any affiliate controlled by Tufts and/or Acadia, or any successor to Tufts, Acadia, or any affiliate controlled by Tufts and/or Acadia. Any purchaser of the hospital, substantially all of the assets of the hospital or the equity interest in any entity that directly or indirectly owns the hospital or the assets of the hospital, including without limitation by merger or consolidation, which would retain the permitted use.
Okay, now my opinion on that is we take out, we don't make any change to your initial proposal.
I would agree with
The
that,
whole
yes.
idea of any purchaser of the hospital or substantially of all the assets or anything like that, this has been a long process, a long negotiation, and there's a relationship between Tufts and Acadia and the city and the residents up in that area, or the Friends of Fellsmere. I think that if it were to flip and be sold, that it would warrant any potential new buyer coming in and getting approval so that they have an appreciation of the commitments that Tufts has made. So that's my opinion. I don't know if anyone else has any opinions. Okay, so we keep 1 the same. I feel the same way about number 2.
2, you want me to read it, Mr. Chairman?
Yes,
So
please.
2, the recommendation for condition 2 is this special permit is non-transferable and non-assignable. The
Right.
applicant's revision proposed is this special permit is non-transferable and non-assignable other than to any purchaser of the hospital, substantially all of the assets of the hospital or the equity interest in any entity that directly or indirectly owns the hospital or the assets of the hospital, including without limitation by merger or consolidation. I would not recommend that either, so.
Right, so we keep two the same, eliminating the legalese that was added if the property were to be sold.
Pardon me, Mr. Chair?
Yes, Eric McCush.
This is only for the building process, right? Like, if it, after the building's completed, let's say in like 5 years, would they be able to sell the property and still?
They can sell it, they just gotta come back to us.
Okay.
And if it's 5 years down the road, then a lot of the commitments that have been
Would have been fulfilled.
would have been fulfilled. What we don't want to have happen, in my mind, and why I'm against it, is we don't want to have them sell it to someone. So A sells it to B, B doesn't want to do a shuttle anymore. You know, B doesn't want to do the same services that they've committed to tonight. That the B doesn't want to do something that's different than what has been agreed, committed, and 5 years down the road has been working. The other thing is if B comes on the scene quicker than before the building opens, right? And I'm not saying it is, and I know that's not the intent and all that stuff, but just to protect us, I think if that were to happen, then they need to come back before us, and we need to make sure they understand what they're purchasing.
Okay.
That's my thoughts behind it. Any other questions on that? No? Okay. Usually we don't, that the hearing's closed.
We're in deliberations, yeah.
Yeah, we're in deliberations right now, so it's going to be us kind of going back and forth. If we have a question for you, we may ask you, but the deliberations, we don't do that. Thank you. Okay, number 3 then, Michelle.
3 is this, the recommendation is this special permit authorizes only hospital use of the property. The hospital use shall be only for a behavioral health hospital with a maximum of 144 beds. Any increase in the number of beds shall require an amendment of the special permit.
Okay, and they're in agreement with that, so
Yes.
3 is unchanged.
3 is unchanged. I'm going to just note right now at the beginning, and there is a condition recommended at the end, that any of these conditions, they can come back at any time and petition to amend them. So these aren't, these are binding, but they can petition to amend at any time.
Okay.
Okay, 4, you need to look to the supplement, because 4 has been changed, revised. So the revised condition 4 is any outpatient services must be accessory to the principal hospital use. Outpatient services may be only partial hospitalization program, intensive outpatient program, ECT clinic, TMS clinic, or similar healthcare program clinic. And occupancy shall be limited to 4,700 square feet of the first floor as per plans. Any other outpatient services shall require an amendment of the special permit. So that is what is recommended. They are recommending any outpatient services must be accessory to the principal hospital use. Outpatient services may be only partial hospitalization program, intensive outpatient program, ECT, TMS, or similar healthcare program service. Any other outpatient services shall require an amendment of the special permit. So it appears.
That looks to be the
yes,
same.
Except that the part that's.
No square footage.
Yeah,
Right.
Right.
The square footage and as per plan. So I guess if you took out as per plan, that would give them the flexibility to move the location. I don't know why they would want to move it because it's at the front, but suppose they needed to shift it within the building. I think it should be still the first floor, and I still think it should be limited. If 4,700 isn't the number, maybe we should find out what the max is. But the concern is that the traffic impacts will change. This was reviewed. The traffic impacts were evaluated under 2 different use categories that aren't the same as our zoning, which was brought up during some of the testimony. It was reviewed as a nursing home for the trip generation because of the type of hospital, and it was reviewed under medical offices. I believe that's correct. Let me just double check. I believe it was medical offices was the second category, to account for the well, I don't have it right here, but we accounted, we took in, the traffic impact looked at the components, okay. The traffic characteristics of the outpatient component were developed using trip generation data for medical clinic versus nursing home. But the nursing home was used for the inpatient part. So it was used as medical clinic. So, you know, a certain square footage was used in certain trip generation. So traffic impact may change if the square footage changes. So that would be the point. Also, the peer reviewer brought it to my attention that different types of clinics have different traffic trip generations. He could elaborate more on that if you want to, but this was just looked at as a straight or a basic medical clinic, the outpatient services.
So what are you proposing we do here?
I'm proposing that you do limit the square footage, you do limit it to the first floor. If you want to take out as per plan, that's up to you. Again, if you don't, if the issue is that it's not 4,700 square feet, I just don't know how much, I rounded up, because I think their total was 46 something. So I just don't know how much you can change that number without starting to affect traffic impacts.
Okay.
So that's why I would recommend that you leave a number in.
Number in first floor, but remove per plan. Give them some flexibility and move it around.
Yeah,
on the
I mean,
first
I
floor.
think so. If the ECT clinic moves to where the PHP is, you know, and this also, as you notice, is written or similar. So I think there's some flexibility if the ECT clinic gets a little bit bigger or smaller, you know, there's flexibility, but the total outpatient is 4,700.
Okay, so we're saying then that for this one, we're just removing
As per plan. Right. That would be my
Eric Henry.
recommendation, but.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Michelle, you're mentioning this as it relates to the traffic study, the difference between nursing facility, the different, is there a difference as it relates to parking for these different qualifications of facilities?
There are under our zoning ordinance.
Okay.
Which was the point that was brought up. So under the traffic trip generation and the traffic impact analysis, it was looked at as if it was a nursing home with the medical clinic. But for purposes of our zoning, this was considered a hospital. And the hospital parking requirement was used. Medical center wasn't used, and nursing home parking wasn't used. So we reviewed this under, we have to review it under the zoning. So because it was determined to be a hospital, that's how we looked at the parking,
Okay,
or how you're required to look at it.
okay. And just another general comment. I am.
And I'll just note, the petitioner petitioned for hospital. They didn't petition for nursing home or something else. They didn't petition for medical center. So they chose to seek a petition for hospital.
Is that the more stringent requirement, if you will? If 1.7 is here,
Is
is it?
stricter than the nursing convalescent, but it's not as strict as medical center.
Okay.
But, you know, they're proposing a hospital, so I think that's why they petitioned for hospital. I don't know that they want to be classified as something else for zoning and, you know, building code and the rest of it. Sorry, I cut you off. You had
No.
something else.
I will always
Are you all
yield.
set, Eric?
I just want to make a general comment. I am never a fan of incomplete plans that come before this board. Never. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. So,
And just if I can clarify, I think it means, you mean that it's not a final plan, right? Okay. Okay,
Right.
so,
Okay.
because I just want, they did submit what was required,
Yeah.
you know. So that was 4. So 5, the condition is recommended is substance abuse treatment services may be provided as inpatient hospital services. A methadone clinic or other medication-assisted treatment clinic is expressly prohibited.
And they have no problem with that one.
Okay.
So that one's okay.
6, there shall be no emergency room, urgent care, walk-in clinic, or similar services at the property. Only thing I would add is emergency room / department, because I don't know if there's a difference in the industry between a room and a whole department, but,
Okay,
so emergency room / department.
/ department. Okay, number 7.
7, all development shall be as per plans except as modified by these conditions. Minor modification of floor plans may be allowed, subject to reasonable approval of building commissioner. Minor modification of landscape plans may be allowed, subject to reasonable approval of Ward 3 city councilor. I would add that the dumpster enclosure may change, but must comply with siting and screening requirements.
That wasn't one later.
No, that
thought
was,
that was one
in 7.
Oh, okay.
Oh, did I have dumpster someplace else?
I thought it was.
Well, that location, because that was, as we heard, a little different on the plan, or could change, was what I would recommend. Now, that means, and we should just briefly talk about this, we heard the plans aren't finalized, but like the exterior plans that they showed, that will be part of this decision. So the building will have to look like it's been shown.
Right, and I'm assuming that the
Okay.
plan the floor plans that are the same.
Yes.
With some minor tweaks.
Minor modification, exactly. Right. Well, no, just to be clear, so that, even though they were, quote, concept images, the materials and that needs to be,
Similar, right.
yeah.
Yes, and that's why I wasn't following when I said that these plans aren't final. In my mind, they're pretty final.
Well, they're gonna be final if you adopt this condition, all development as per plan, so,
Well, no, we said we weren't gonna do that.
you're not gonna,
What was one?
7 is all development shall be as
Okay.
per plans.
4,
Right.
we said not per plan. 7 is all development should be per plan.
Right, except as modified by these conditions, right.
Right, and you think we should add about the dumpster in this piece?
Well, only because the location,
Okay, well,
Yeah.
propose what words you want and let us know what you want to add.
yeah. So that was what I had added, dumpster enclosure may change, but must comply with siting and screening requirements. That was what I would add to that. Because it's shown differently on a couple different plans, so.
Okay, Ken, what would you like?
No, I was just reminding that it came up because Michelle noticed there was a difference between the two plans, but the site engineer said that it was going to comply with what's on the site plan and not on the architecturals. So
He did.
I don't know if that's just what we base it on, because the way you're wording it, you're saying the dumpster enclosure may change.
Well-
That's really open-ended.
Okay. My only problem with that is he did say that, and I heard him say that, but I also heard him say the angled one is probably the one we're gonna use, but on the site plan that he prepared, it's not angled. So I thought maybe that was a mistake. So the site plan that's prepared by the engineer shows a square, a rectangular. It's the other plans that show the diagonal enclosure, if you will. So that's why I thought maybe they weren't sure about the dumpster enclosure. Because these are the architectural plans, and these are the ones that show the angled, I believe, showed the angled dumpster. Well, anyway, they're not on this one. They're not on the site plan.
Well, with your wording, that should cover that, right?
Yeah, they should have flexibility if they need to.
And Patrick Hayes.
Thank you. But just My only comment, Michelle, was on the specifics about the plan and the design team's ability to be able to change the plans. There's a regulatory process that they have to go through as a hospital. And they will be subject to making changes based on that review process. And they may need to add rooms, they may need to move rooms, so, I think if we're gonna, say per plans, we do have to give them the ability to make sure that if they have to tweak anything to comply with code and any of the regulatory agencies that they need their approvals from, they have the ability to do that.
Right, and would you see that as part of a condition, Pat? Because in my mind, they're the largest behavioral health operator in the US. They've got 2 in Massachusetts already. Tufts is got a storied reputation. Between the 2 of them, I gotta believe they did the plans right.
I would too, but they still have to go through that regulatory process. There's still a process and there's still a separate set of approvals that they have to get. So I don't know if it's something where, the changes are, in accordance with, Nelson. Nelson has an opportunity to, just understand the changes, to be able to say, yeah, these are just required because that's what is required to comply with code. They're not totally changing, areas and making whole new departments, that are gonna affect the way the traffic was done or the parking was developed.
What I could offer is we could add something that just says, minor modifications of floor plans may be allowed if required by, and you have to tell me who, and then it'll still say subject to reasonable approval of the building commissioner. So he still will look at them, but I don't know if required by state law or state regulation. Who is it that's doing this?
Is Board of Health, right?
State Board of Health.
DMH? Yeah.
By state DMH? Or do you just want to leave it more open-ended? Is there anybody else that might need to regulate this?
I didn't come up with this, so the people who know what the authority is should be telling us what we should be writing.
If required by state.
DMH is fine.
By state DMH. Okay, so then we would add that phrase in and then the dumpster at the end.
Okay.
Thank you.
Part of number 7?
Yes, all part of 7. Modified 7.
Okay, number 8.
So 8 is recommended property owner shall reconfigure the property lines of the subject property to establish a project site containing approximately 6.6 acres as per the site plan. Prepare and file a plan with the city for endorsement under the approval not required subdivision control process and record the plan at the registry of deeds. No further subdivision of the project site is allowed. And the petitioner is saying this condition is acceptable. They plan to follow everything.
I didn't understand what they meant by additional information, number 2 and 3.
Number 2 and 3.
The supplement doesn't have a 2 and 3. It's got a 4, 9, 12, 15,
Oh, I think they're
25, and
talking about the
26.
additional info that was submitted, which are the revised subdivision plans. The narrative in that. So, yeah, that's it. I believe that's it. Yeah, they're referring to the items 2 and 3.
So that was okay?
I believe it's acceptable, yes.
Okay, so 8 stands.
8 stands.
9.
9, yeah.
I think that number 9, pushing it out to occupancy is too long. I think the way we should change this is have it say the city of, basically take out prior to the issuance of occupancy permit. And then have it read, the city of Malden and Tufts Medical shall execute an agreement satisfactory to both parties for the transfer of approximately 6.7 acres of land in Malden intended for the use as open space as shown on plans by January 1st, 2024.
Okay.
That's 6 months it gives them to come up with an agreement. Maybe not the final version of it because they have to go out to all these funding sources that they're going to try to get to offset the costs of it. But I don't want to wait 24 or 30 months
Okay.
before we find out we can't come to an agreement. I'd rather push that and have it happen in the next 6 months.
Yeah, I mean, I put that in as a placeholder. I wasn't sure if it was building permit, occupancy permit. I think we can just add that by January 1st, 2024 to the beginning, though, so it doesn't get lost. So it'll say by January 1st, 2024,
Okay.
comma, the city of Malden, and then the rest of it. That language I did take from this is the revised, everybody's looking at the revised condition. I took that language from the mayor's memorandum that we received today. However, I'm listening to the discussion and some of the concerns that we heard. I would like to go back to a portion of the original 9 that I recommended, which is in the event there is no agreement. I think that is a legitimate concern, that if the parties do not come to an agreement. So I would recommend that we add back to the original 9, and in the event there is no agreement, property owner shall, and I changed this, shall record a conservation restriction. I guess that's the proper term.
Well, wouldn't that be part of this agreement?
Right, but if there is no agreement, then nothing happens. So I guess originally when I wrote this, I thought we were gonna see the agreement, but we didn't see it, so the mayor said we're gonna work on it. So I have no problem with saying we need to have an agreement by January 1st, but I guess my concern is if we don't, then there's no obligation to do anything.
It's one of the conditions.
It's one of the conditions. But, I mean, I don't see the city, revoking the building permits or occupancy permits or anything. I would like to build into this while you have the chance, in case there is no agreement, that land will still be protected. That is one of the things you mentioned in the beginning, one of the things that I took out of some of the, not exactly the recommendations that were made by the Friends of the Fellsmere, but.
Right, but I think pushing up the due date will give us that opportunity, because I think both groups want to make it happen. It's just coming to the agreement of it. And if they don't do it by January 1st, they're gonna have to come back anyways with how they're gonna address it.
Well, then I think we need to specifically state that in there. In the event there's no agreement by January 1st, 2024, they are required to seek an amendment of the special permit. Otherwise, I don't know what the recourse will be.
Isn't that automatic?
I don't think it's automatic, no. I think you need to specify that. I don't have a problem with that, Mr. Chair. If you don't want to put in the alternative language, which is if there's no agreement, they are required to do the conservation restriction to preserve the land in perpetuity exclusively for conservation purposes. So that's if they never transfer it to us. It will still be conservation land. But
No, I understand
yeah.
what you're saying.
Okay, yeah, it's up to you. I'm not trying to get into the terms of the agreement, which I know the mayor doesn't want us to. I'm just concerned about if there is no agreement, what happens.
Okay, Eric Henry. Sorry, I didn't see you.
It's no problem. I think I like some of the language that Michelle is proposing, especially as it relates to if something happens in, January 2nd, this doesn't come through, I think we need some type of coverage to protect ourselves or protect the city's interests. And also, I know that some of these funding sources that they're going to look at, even if the deal does go through, it will be required that these be open space and our conservation land in perpetuity forever and ever, and such that there would need to be proper deeding of this as such. So anything along those lines that we could, that as it relates to, I know in the original 9 it had language about deed restrictions and things, and I don't necessarily see it in this condition sheet that the petitioner has submitted, but You know, again, just to reiterate the fact, I think Michelle has onto something to try to cover our assets and to, you know, we definitely should put something in there about deed restrictions and how this land will be used in the future.
Okay, anyone else have any other comments? Risa Gray.
Thank you. You had said you don't need it to be, you don't want it to be executed by January 1st?
Oh, I'd love for it to be executed,
Or
but
you just, I wanted to make sure we understood what you were suggesting for
what I'm
language.
suggesting is rather than wait until occupancy to find out we can't come to an agreement, we give them 6 months. I've already been working on it. There's some drafts and some stuff back and forth. Make it 6 months. At that point, we will hopefully have an agreement, and then people can start planning what's the use of it gonna be, because they don't want, the Friends of Fellsmere don't want it to be a sports facility, so they want it to be a passive use. And as they're building, anything they can dovetail into the development of that site, then we know we've got an agreement, we've got an amount, hopefully we've got funding, and all those pieces. That's what I'm thinking.
Okay, I thought I heard you say a framework or something to a start of an agreement, not necessarily executed, but I might have misheard you.
Well, not executed,
Okay.
but to the extent that, you know, when you say executed, I'm envisioning that,
Finalized.
let's say we agree that it's $10, that the city pays $10, or whatever that
You
sum
mean
might be.
performance by execution, not
perform-
signing?
I'm
Right.
thinking
You think it
executed
should be
by
a signed
sign.
agreement, you just, it doesn't need to actually have, the agreement doesn't have to have transferred and all the conditions,
Yes,
yeah.
right.
You're using executed differently, I think, maybe that's why.
Okay, because we say executed in the
Yeah.
conditions, so I want to make sure that we're
Yeah.
putting the right language in there.
This is
No,
shall
good point.
execute, this is meaning sign an agreement. So the agreement will be there, but may not actually transfer right away, you might not do all the terms right away. Yeah, well, yeah, we don't know the deeds, the rest of it. This is just, I'm suggesting you say, in the event there is no agreement, if you don't want to say do the conservation restriction or deed restriction, then maybe just reiterate, you know, the special permit, amendment of the special permit is required, you know? Otherwise, I don't know what will happen. I'm not sure how that condition would be enforced.
Right. So what the
being honest with
folks
you,
want to
yeah,
do?
I don't think
The
they'll
folks want to
issue,
do
yeah.
number 9, Eric, you were in favor of number 9, but add in the 6-month deadline instead of occupancy permit?
Yeah, I can
Is that the intention of what you were talking about?
I can be amenable to that, Mr. Chair, and I'm also definitely a huge proponent of them, you know, this land being deed restricted such that it's conservation land or open use.
Okay, Stephanie Stone.
I agree also with retaining the original 9 with the conservation land in perpetuity in case an agreement falls through. And I think as far as signing something with Tufts, it seems like they were trying to get to a memorandum of understanding, which isn't necessarily, you know, handing over the ownership, which may take longer. So are we saying the memorandum of understanding would be the thing that is signed as of January 1st?
Right, but that's a specific instrument, right?
Right.
And we don't know how it's being funded, so we don't know if that will satisfy the funding.
Right, that would
Right,
be enough.
that's why it's being a little less descriptive with the agreement.
Yeah, I put in, for the board's reference, I came up with memorandum of understanding. I don't know if it's gonna be an agreement or what type of purchase and sale. I don't know what the agreement is, so that was really as a placeholder. I think what I like about the new 9 is that it's agreement satisfactory to both parties for the transfer. So it'll have the transfer in there. I would recommend the new 9 and then the last phrase of the old 9, except change, the deed restriction to conservation restriction, or say deed/conservation restriction. I have the Mass General Law site, but it's up to, we should state in perpetuity. Well, I don't know if we need that language, but that's gonna need to be in the conservation restriction or deed restriction, otherwise it will expire within 30 years. So I would be as specific as you can without trying to get into the details of the agreement, because we don't know what the agreement is.
Can you restate the language that you're proposing?
By January 1st, 2024, the City of Malden and Tufts Medicine shall execute an agreement satisfactory to both parties for the transfer of approximately 6.7 acres of land in Malden intended for use as open space as shown on the plans.
By 1/1/24.
Well, I said that at the beginning, by January 1st, 2024, and then the rest of that. Then I'm suggesting, and in the event there is no agreement, property owner shall record a conservation restriction per Mass General Laws, Chapter 184, Section 3133, to preserve the land in perpetuity exclusively for conservation purposes. That's the standard language. So, if you don't like that, I would say, and in the event there is no agreement, this special permit will need to be amended, will require amendment.
Can we move forward with just including your language in the revised 9 now? And then see if, unless somebody has an issue with that.
Eric, sorry.
Well, two things with the requiring it to be conservationally deeded, it's getting late. If they did that, then they wouldn't be able to sell the property to the city further down the road. The other side of the coin is, it might almost incentivize the City of Malden to not come to an agreement, because then the property would automatically become conservation land all around it, and the city wouldn't be able to, in the future, take advantage of it. So if we're gonna add it, maybe, like you said originally, have them come back in 6 months if we haven't come to an agreement to the board for another approval.
Okay.
Yeah, which is what I thought, that 1/1/24, once that's expired, they're gonna have to come back. And we're doing it as such,
Okay.
in 1/1/24 proceeds.
You're not on, I can't.
Yeah, so including that 1/1/24 limitation, they have to come back if the agreement isn't there, and it incentivizes both sides to come back.
Okay.
And this would be prior to issuance of a certificate of occupancy. So maybe you want to keep that prior to, 1/1/24, you don't want to include, or prior to the certificate of occupancy, because then the 1/1/24 just goes away.
I appreciate Eric bringing those points, because I wasn't thinking of it that way. So I would agree with that. Leave it in by January 1st, 2024.
And that's
They
it.
shall enter in agreement, the rest of it, and then but I would just think we need to say this, in the event there is no agreement, an amendment of the special permit is required.
That's fine.
It seems to be understood, but if the building is in full, I don't believe the city would issue a cease and desist order to stop the whole project, and then becomes, what's the time frame now to come up with the
Right,
agreement?
but that last language that you stated, it just clarifies that it has to, that 1/1/24, if you pass that date, you have to come back. And then that leaves the negotiations, what the mayor was asking for was, not put specific language in there, because they don't know who the funding source is gonna be or whatever. So it leaves it open enough so that they can still have a negotiation.
So is everyone okay with that?
Yep.
Eric Henry? Okay, good. Thank you. So you got that, Michelle?
Yes, so January 1st, 2024 is the date, And we're adding on, in the event there is no agreement, property owner shall
Seek an amendment to the special permit.
seek an amendment of the special permit.
Okay, number 10.
10 is compliance with the requirements of the Malden Historical Commission as stated in its determination dated April 20th, 2023 regarding preservation of historical features of the existing buildings, which is attached here to and incorporated herein by reference. You all have a copy of that.
And they were okay with that?
Yes.
Any questions on that one from anyone? Okay, 11.
11, prior to issuance of any occupancy permit, property owner shall reconstruct Hospital Road between Savin Street and Murray Hill Road, subject to city standards and including the following. A, installation of infrastructure, including sidewalks and ramps to comply with the Americans with Disabilities Act, ADA pedestrian accommodations. B, compliance with life safety requirements of 527 CMR, Massachusetts Comprehensive Fire Safety Code. And C, redesign and reconstruction of the Hospital Road, Murray Hill Road intersection so that a single unit truck, SU-30, and a fire truck are able to turn to and from Hospital Road without crossing into the opposing travel lane. That was 11.
Right. And the only question they had was on 3, C.
Yes.
But this is a recommendation from that's been advised by our
Yes.
peer reviewer.
Yes,
right?
and they've submitted this comment, C, already to the peer reviewer, and the peer reviewer returned a comment that this recommendation should stand.
Okay, so,
So the peer reviewer is recommending C as it's written.
and then that's what we go with. Any questions on that? Okay, 12.
12, prior to issuance of an occupancy permit, property owner shall implement the following traffic mitigation and safety measures at the site and project area and submit written verification from its traffic engineer that all work is complete. A, relocate the stop sign and stop line on the Hospital Road approach to Murray Hill Road closer to Murray Hill Road. B, for the intersection of Fellsway East, Pleasant Street, Murray Hill Road connector, design and implement, subject to receipt of all necessary rights, permits, and approvals, an optimal traffic signal timing and phasing plan with a particular focus on the yellow and all red clearance intervals and the pedestrian times. C, implement improvements shown on the pavement marking and signage plan dated June 20th, 2023, prepared by Howard Stein Hudson, including the following revision: provide pedestrian crossing warning signals W11-12 in advance north and south of the proposed crosswalk across Hospital Road. And 12D is revised. It's in the supplement to be regarding the intersection of Fellsway East Highland Avenue, review traffic signal timing and phasing, subject to approval by DCR, design and implement an optimal traffic signal timing and phasing plan with a focus on the yellow and all red clearance intervals and pedestrian phase times. So 12A, they found acceptable. 12B, their proposal is the proponent will provide a monetary contribution not to exceed $10,000 for improvements to the intersection of Fellsway East, Pleasant Street, Murray Hill Road connector. The money will be paid in escrow to the city of Malden for any improvements the city and DCR deem necessary to the intersection.
Now, what was the peer reviewer's opinion? Was it?
The peer reviewer just received this tonight, so I don't know if you want his opinion, we'll have to ask him for it. I just saw this tonight, so I don't know what his opinion is.
Okay, so we'll question him on B. What about D?
C was fine, and D, they provided this comment to the peer reviewer yesterday. The peer reviewer said that that recommendation should stand.
Okay, so D stands. Mr. Dirk, could you mind coming up? And we have a question on 12B. What your thoughts are on that?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The difference between...
I'm sorry, Mr. Dirk, name and address for the record.
Absolutely, and I apologize. For the record, Jeffrey Dirk, Managing Partner with Vanessa and Associates, a place of business in Andover, Massachusetts, and the city's transportation consultant. So what the applicant is suggesting for B is, rather than the applicant undertaking the improvements, providing the money to the city, and then the city would undertake the improvements. What I typically recommend in that case is, it's really a question for the board as to whether the city will undertake the improvements. The important thing is the improvements are completed. A lot of times it's easier just to have, if you just suggest or if you stick with the condition, the applicant has to do it. And then the city's out of it. You have a condition that says the applicant must undertake it. Rather than the city accepting money, then the city needs to hire a consultant, and hopefully the $10,000 is enough to go out and do that. If you accept the condition the way it is, your hands are washed. The applicant has to undertake it. It doesn't matter what it costs. You're just saying you need to undertake the improvement.
And do you happen to know of how much something like this might cost?
So because it's a DCR signal, it's probably, if it's somewhere around $15,000 to $20,000 is what I would expect. The cost of undertaking the plans is more than the cost to actually implement it, but that doesn't matter to you. It's about a $15,000 to $20,000 item. So capping it at $10,000, I think might be, that's a light
risky
number.
Yeah. Yes, Michelle?
I was just going to say, this is the concern we typically have, which is why we usually require implementation of the improvements as opposed to receiving the money in for the improvements, because either they never get done or there isn't enough money to do them. We have to go through the bidding process, et cetera, and there's, so that's why years ago we started just requiring the implementation as opposed to accepting money in lieu of implementation.
And I think we should continue that at the moment. Does anyone have any other comments or thoughts? Eric Henry.
Thank you again, Mr. Chair. As our subject matter expert has pointed out, and as from our experiences, $10,000 for this type of work is short money. I don't think it's going to be enough I don't think we've ever had a petitioner that say, okay, well, $10,000 is enough to do an intersection or something like that.
So you think we should keep B the way it was initially written?
Yeah.
Okay. I thought you were going to say you didn't.
No.
Okay.
If we were going to modify it, I wouldn't let them, I would strongly recommend that we would ask for more money, but
Yeah. Okay.
those things aren't cheap.
Ken, you're talking in my ear. What would you like?
Fine. I'm good. I didn't have it pressed.
I know, I pressed it.
Oh. No
Did
comment.
you have something to comment?
No.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so it sounds like and condition 12 stays the same. Condition 13.
13 is the hospital shall implement a transportation demand management program that includes A, designated transportation coordinator to manage and oversee all transportation issues associated with the facility, including parking, service, and loading activity. B, provide rideshare information regarding area carpool and van pool participants. C, provide internal ride matching program for employees. D, provide welcome packet to employees regarding available public transportation services, bicycle, walking alternatives, commuter options, include contact information for transportation coordinator, enrollment info regarding employee rideshare program. E, provide guaranteed ride home program at no cost to employees that arrive to facility site using an alternative mode of transportation to a single occupancy vehicle at least 3 times per week and that register with the transportation coordinator. F, provide transit information service such as action figure, which displays up-to-date arrival and departure information relating to different mobility options within the area. G, provide bicycle storage room or weather-protected bicycle parking inside the building. H, provide amenities to discourage off-site trips, including provide a break room equipped with microwave and refrigerator, offer direct deposit of paychecks. Other such measures to reduce overall traffic volumes and travel during peak traffic volumes. So, 13.
Okay. And they make proposals for E and F.
E, they propose to modify it, provide guaranteed ride home, employees.
What's that?
I guess, looks like the last
line was inadvertently missing. So employee use of the guaranteed ride home shall be limited to no more than 4 times per year. So I believe, I think that's fine. I think, like I said, I didn't put that sentence in for whatever reason. It was not intentional. Employee use. So I would think that's fine.
Okay, so accept the,
Yeah.
on 13E.
Yeah, I mean, everything else is the same, right?
Yeah.
It's just that last
And
sentence I
what about F?
missed. F, they're proposing to state if MBTA bus service is maintained, provide transit information such as action figure which displays up-to-date arrival and departure information relating to different mobility options within the area. I mean, I guess that's true if there's no MBTA bus service, but that's, I don't think that should be an option because of what we'll talk about in the
No,
next
I
few.
mean, the whole traffic study was predicated on there being MBTA bus service.
That's correct. So, I mean, I get why they're saying it, but I wouldn't even give that option in there.
Okay, so F stays the same.
Yeah, and I mean, to the point also, I will just note, petitioner did note that there's gonna now be a bus stop on Pleasant Street. So even if it's a bus stop on Pleasant Street that ends up somehow, they could provide that transit information for that bus stop, you know? So they could still provide it, it just, you know. So I would leave F alone, but it's up to you, of course.
Okay, 14.
G, though, I did have a note in my notes. The parking inside the building, I guess, is gonna be for the employee bikes, and they're gonna provide bicycle parking outside the building for 22. So I don't know if that's where we add that.
Yes.
So
add
G
it
would,
there.
yeah, G would say provide bicycle storage room or weather-protected parking inside the building for employees and bicycle parking outside the building for 22. Okay, that's G. Move on.
Yes.
14, recommendation is property owner shall continue to work with the city and MBTA to establish and maintain bus service at the project site. In the event there is no MBTA bus service to the site at the time of issuance of an occupancy permit or any time during the operation of the facility, property owner hospital shall provide daily shuttle service to an MBTA rapid transit station. I'll just note for your reference, I had struggled with that. I originally had drafted it, not that you saw the original, but that MBTA bus service shall be provided to the site. But the concern is if that's not possible. So the idea of the shuttle is, I guess, an option. And applicant just wants to continue to work with the city and MBTA. So I wouldn't recommend that. I think there has to be some either requirement that there be MBTA bus service, or the option is they're gonna provide the shuttle.
No, I agree.
They're showing the bus stopping in the pictures and the renderings. It's, you know, proposed in the plan, but
So leave 14 as is. Anyone feel differently? No, I don't see any. Oh, Risa Gray.
Do you have to define daily shuttle service? More,
well, I mean,
more
daily
clearly?
shuttle service.
Does that mean one time a day? Does that, I mean, what does that mean?
Yeah, that's a good point. And I mean, this would be for employees, this would be for patients, maybe doing the outpatient. So, I don't know if we could say, all day, did somebody say?
I don't know, can we?
Oh, sorry, I thought our peer review said that, I'm sorry.
How do we define what daily means?
Well, what do people provide shuttle service? We could say maybe regular shuttle service. I don't know
What
if
does that
that's-
mean, though? It's very vague.
So we're taking out daily and putting in regular?
Well, do people understand that or like that? Is that what is, do you think that's clearer, or?
Ken?
How about if you modified it with regular shuttle service to support daily operations? That would cover.
Hours of operation.
Yeah, but they're open 24 hours.
There's people that 24.
But the train isn't.
But the train doesn't run 24.
Yeah, I mean, there are employees going there around the clock, but I don't know that the bus is gonna run
No,
around the clock, so.
Bus should be normal business hours, which is what? 6 to, in this thing, 6 to 4?
Maybe we say regular daily, and that'll cover enough, right? I don't know, maybe.
Risa brought it up. Risa, does
Yeah,
regular daily do it?
I'm not sure.
I mean, you're not gonna say hourly, you're not gonna say, I mean, maybe Ken's right, you know, in conjunction with, I mean, it's obviously when the clinics are open, you want that running then, but what about employees? I don't know.
I'd say to support daily operations while transit services would normally be available. I mean, you don't want to shuttle at 3 in the morning when the orange line stops at midnight.
To support daily, provide regular shuttle service to an MBTA rapid station to support daily operations.
How about if we said daily outpatient operations? Because the inpatients wouldn't need shuttle service,
But the employees do.
but the employees do, yes.
Yeah, and I think the study said 29% of the trips are public transit,
Right.
so,
Okay, let's move on and come back to this one.
yeah.
And in the meantime, if people can think of a better way to word that.
I mean, maybe it could
Okay,
be,
15?
yeah, patients and staff, we could say that. Okay, 15 is been revised. And it's in the supplement, property owner shall conduct the traffic monitoring program described in Traffic Monitoring Program 100 Hospital Road Behavioral Health Hospital, Tufts Medicine, Acadia Healthcare, references the permit number which is attached here to and incorporated herein by reference. That's this one-page sheet that the city peer reviewer provided, and it just specifies basically when they're gonna need to do the monitoring, and it's gonna be where they're gonna need to do the monitoring, and this is basically so that we can confirm the trip projections. So we can confirm that the amount of traffic volumes they projected are actually what's happening. So the details of this here, there's also, this agreement talks about providing a sum to be held in escrow. The monitoring program takes place twice. We hadn't read any of this. I'll just briefly mention, within 6 months after issuance of the final certificate of occupancy, and again, 1 year subsequent to issuance of the final certificate of occupancy. The reason for the money in escrow is in case there are changes documented, the money would be for the estimated cost, I believe, and the mitigation for the proposed improvements, to design and construct the improvements.
So are you saying that what they've proposed is acceptable?
I think all they changed was instead of escrow, it's a bond. And then it just talks about the terms of when the bond is released.
What are you talking about?
So the first part of what they're asking for is the same as what was recommended. Go with this agreement, but they're asking that the edit in the agreement be, instead of $150,000 held in escrow, $150,000 will be, they'll provide a bond. So I'm just quickly looking at this, the release. So they'd release the escrow within 2 months after the completion of the monitoring process if no mitigations identified, or after resolution or completion of any recommended improvements. And here they're proposing, once we've agreed on, and the proponent has completed design and construction.
But that wouldn't take into account after it opens, you'll want to monitor the traffic after it opens and there's active traffic.
No, this condition cites to this agreement. So this whole agreement is gonna become binding with the condition. So they're agreeing to this agreement. They're just asking for some of the terms to change. Instead of escrow, they're asking for it to be a bond. I'm just not sure about the release of the bond. This is a little bit different. Here, we're releasing the escrow.
Yeah, this is saying after design and construction is complete, they want to release the bond. So that means the bond would be released before it could be released. They're asking for it to be released before the facility is actually in operation. Like you get a C of O, but that doesn't necessarily mean it's up and running and you're monitoring the traffic.
No, I think completed design and construction of the improvements is what they're talking about, not design and construction of the facility. I think what we should do is, I think the bond is fine, but I think we should just leave the language that the peer reviewer recommended, and it should state, you know, the release is gonna.
The peer reviewer made a recommendation.
That's correct.
Then we should go with what the peer reviewer's recommendation.
Okay, let's just do that then, that's easier, yep. Okay. So that's 16. No, 15, that's 15, revised 15. 16 is any reconfiguration of the right-of-way hospital road shall require review by the city engineer and approval of the DPW commission, and any abandonment and transfer by the city of portions of the existing public right-of-way shall require approval of the city council.
And they don't have a problem with that, so unless someone else does. Ken, do you have? No. Okay. Anyone else? No? Okay. 17.
17, all hospital deliveries, arrival and departure by semi-tractor trailer shall be via Savin Street. They didn't have a problem with that. The only other thing I think that was mentioned that I had pulled out of my notes from the Friends of the Fellsmere was signage. So I don't know if that is, this would be the appropriate place to put in the signage, to a condition requiring signage be installed.
What
You know,
signage?
would be the no trucking signage.
On 7th Street, how are they gonna get up there?
No, I'm saying it would be on the other side.
Oh, on the.
Yes.
Murray Hill
Yeah,
side?
let me just try to find that. I think it was in there. I thought that's where, unless, maybe it was somebody else that had mentioned that. Oh, appropriate signage be posted.
On Murray Hill Lane, on Murray Hill Road.
Yes, I believe it would be on Murray Hill and it would be on Hospital Road, so that when they're leaving the hospital facility, they're, so I would add that.
Okay.
Appropriate signage be posted on Hospital Road and Murray Hill Road. would recommend that.
Okay. 18.
Vehicular access via Grover Road, Medford shall be prohibited.
And they're proposing to add, with the exception of emergency vehicles.
Well, the concern I have with that is that ambulances are emergency vehicles, and it's a hospital, so I think that we could run into some trouble with that. Unless you want to specifically say fire department only, I mean.
Police and fire?
Police and fire, again, it's a hospital, so I felt like that was
No,
not.
it's a valid point.
You think they're gonna go through if they need to go through, yeah.
The fire department and the police
Yeah.
are regular needs to go up that hill and going anyway.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, I'm sorry, Diane, I didn't see you clicking.
No, that's okay.
And then we have Eric Henry would also like to chime in. Eric?
Just a question. So I know there's already access from the back of the hospital into Medford. What was that used for in the past? Was it just for, I thought there was a road already constructed,
You can get out. There's a picture actually in the package of exactly what it looks like, so you can just drive in and out. I think it's one of the last pictures.
Did they
Or
designate it
It says
for-
Grover Road on it.
yeah, I was just trying to figure what was the,
I mean, there's all kinds of parking all in the back of the hospital. It's all parking lots, so I presume at one point people used it to get to the parking.
thank you. That was my thought too, but
Yeah.
I haven't been around that long.
You all said, Eric? Okay.
I
Okay,
mean-
so 18, we're saying just leave it as is.
Yeah, I mean, the only.
19.
Yeah, I mean, if you wanted to put it in emergency, you would have to put the gate like we did
Yeah.
on that other one, so.
19, property owned.
Property owner, Ward 3 counselor, Ward 3 city council, and police chief shall develop a traffic access management plan for construction which shall remain in effect during all commercial construction. My recommendation, based on some of the concerns raised by this, the Friends of Fellsmere, is that also be, say, demolition and construction. So it would be a plan for demolition and construction in effect during all demolition and construction. So this traffic access management plan, which we've seen on other projects like the McFadden Manor project, where there's a specific route that's set by the city and the developer, they sit down and they iron it all out. It's a map that's drawn and everybody is told that. So I would add demolition to that condition 19.
No, that makes sense. Anyone have any other comments?
20. During all phases of commercial construction, and again, I added demolition in commercial construction, property owner and its construction manager shall meet weekly with the building commissioner and Ward 3 City Council to discuss and resolve any issues regarding demolition and construction. Again, we did that on that other project, so I thought it was a good idea.
Yeah.
But they are proposing something else here. During all phases of construction, meet as
As
needed,
needed.
not to exceed weekly. I mean, that's fine. I don't, it's up to the board.
Well, if they don't need to, then they're not gonna tie everyone up and bring everyone in, so,
Right.
which seems reasonable.
I mean, I don't know if we should just say at a minimum month. I mean, there maybe should be a
Well, why
minimum
don't-
check-in.
Why don't we just, we'll accept their
Okay,
thing, because as needed, not to exceed weekly.
Okay, so-
Minimum, it'll be weekly. Well, maximum will be weekly,
Yeah.
minimum it's as needed.
right. So it might be every few months, right? Okay, in adding demolition to that.
Yes.
All phases of demolition and commercial construction. As needed, okay.
Okay.
21, property owner, hospital operator, police chief, and Ward 3 City Council shall design a security plan that includes the premises and surrounding neighborhood, which shall be implemented by property owner and hospital operator.
And they aren't contesting any of it, so 21 sounds like it's locked up. 22.
Excluding routine utility work, any and all ledge rock removal shall require a special permit per city zoning ordinance.
They aren't contesting any of it, so 23.
Property owner shall install and maintain stormwater management system on site, subject to reasonable approval of city engineer, and submit stormwater permit for review and approval per stormwater ordinance title 11.28010 of Malden City Code.
Okay.
And that was acceptable. They're noting there's no 24,
Yeah.
so the new 24 is actually, what I have is 25 on the supplement. The recommendation is use of the shell space, 3,250 square feet on the first floor, may only be for a physician residency training program or similar training program. Then I suggested they identify other potential uses that would not impact neighborhood or traffic impact previously studied. Any other use shall require an amendment of the special permit. And their recommendation is
They're saying that it hasn't been designed yet.
use of area labeled shell space may only be a physician residency program or other use related to the inpatient or approved outpatient uses that will not impact the neighborhood or traffic impact, any other use. So the concern, I guess, I don't have the concern about the inpatient, but I would have the concern about the outpatient, because if that outpatient, you know, the clinics there expand, I think that could, you know, that's over 3,000 square feet. Right now, they're at 4,700, so that's almost double. I think that could be an issue. So use related to the inpatient, I don't have an issue with. And again, I think we should, I mean, I'm not sure why we wouldn't specify the square footage, because that's what it's labeled as. If the shelf space all of a sudden becomes, you know, 8,000 square feet, I don't know. I'm not sure. So I would leave the square footage in, and I would leave, you know, I would be okay with recommending related to the inpatient uses of the facility that will not impact the neighborhood or traffic impact.
Yeah. Okay, that makes sense. Anyone have any comments other than that? So we're gonna keep 24 the way it is and then add inpatient.
Right, so where that little line is, it'll say, or related to inpatient uses of the facility.
Okay?
25, which was written as 26, was amendment of any condition of the special permit shall require an amendment of the special permit. I don't know that we even need to say that, so maybe we'll just, don't need to say that, but.
Take it out?
Well, leave it in, because you know what, I said it on some and I didn't on others, and I don't want it to be interpreted as that the others don't require amendment. Now, the other couple conditions I would recommend, 26, install 14-foot walls surrounding outdoor activity yards. I know there is a line on the plan, but it's not labeled wall or anything else, and I think that could become a concern. If you want it to be a wall, I think we should state that. So that would be 26. 27, I would recommend parking and grounds maintenance shall use de-icing materials that do not adversely affect the watershed. That is a condition suggested by the Friends of the Fellsmere Group. I think that will cover it, de-icing materials. That's the treatment, right? The road treatment. Is there something else they would be using on the roads? Does anybody know, other than de-icing materials?
This is just about the roads, right?
Well, it's grounds maintenance, so I don't know if they might put stuff on the sidewalks. I put parking and grounds,
Grounds could be landscaping too, right?
so they could
That would
use,
be fertilizers.
could be chemicals. So maybe you should say all maintenance, or maintenance of all areas shall use. Again, I'm not familiar with these things, so if fertilizer is gonna affect the watershed,
Yeah. Yeah, because they can have nitrogen.
Is there a watershed safe de-icer?
I don't know.
Maintenance of all areas shall use, I mean, could we just say materials that do not adversely? Would that cover fertilizer, landscaping, de-icing? I'm not sure. I put it in as a placeholder. I don't know what else. There was a lot in the group's letter about the different environmental concerns, so.
Would a language like minimize the adverse effects of the watershed?
Okay, so something like maintenance of all areas, to use materials that, do you want to say minimize, or you want to say do not adversely affect?
Well, I think some of them it's impossible. I mean, if you're gonna put salt on the road, it's gonna hurt the vegetation. But if especially if you're on a steep hill, that you want to be able to safely go up and down it. I mean, there's only so much they can reasonably do in that respect.
It can be low salt areas and signage and things like that. Well, sorry.
So maintenance of all areas to minimize adverse effects to the watershed, how's that?
Okay.
I mean, so you don't need to say roadways, you don't think you need to say parking, landscaping of all areas? That's gonna cover landscaping and roads, is that?
How about parking grounds and maintenance? That covers all. of it.
Parking ground, okay, parking, comma, grounds and maintenance of all areas shall use materials to minimize adverse effects to the watershed. Is that it?
Yep.
Shall use materials that minimize adverse effects to the watershed.
You're
Okay.
Okay, how about that are not detrimental to the watershed? I don't know if that's better than,
Shall use materials,
Well,
who defines not detrimental?
right.
Yeah, no, the
To
previous,
what degree is non-detrimental?
so the language that Michelle already said is fine. Yeah,
I think, I don't.
yep, no, that's
yeah, and
good.
I'm not
If
sure
someone has
adverse,
something more
yeah.
Yeah,
definitive.
no, that's good, that's better.
I mean,
Okay, well,
adverse
that's Michelle.
effects might, yeah, adverse effects might be like a term of art in the environmental world, so I think maybe we should keep it in.
What else did you have?
I also had, so that was 27, I had 28, screen rooftop mechanicals visually and for noise reduction. That was another recommendation of the group. And then I had 29, all on-site parking may be used only for the hospital on-site. So I know there was a lot of questions and concerns with leasing and using it as satellite parking and et cetera, et cetera. So this is just for the parking so the required on-site parking may only be used for the hospital on-site,
Okay.
okay? So, and the reason I'm saying required is because they do have 4 extra spots, so. But I will note, for the record, if they're gonna try to lease it or use it for something else, they'll need a permit to do that. They can't
for the
just start
city,
doing it,
right.
right? Even though I know they have been doing it, there would need to be an off-site parking permit. Okay, so that is what I had. Let me just double check.
So we have to go back to 14.
We have to go back to 14. 14,
Mr. Dirk, would you mind stepping up for a second? We're getting spun up on this idea of what, for the daily shuttle. Condition 14
Yes.
was related to the work with the city to continue to try to keep the MBTA running, and if not, then they need to do a shuttle.
Yes.
Right. What are your thoughts on providing the shuttle? Is that something that's reasonable and?
So I think that it is. It's not unreasonable to request that this shuttle service be provided. I think what you want to try to do, rather than, you want to provide some definition around when you expect the shuttle service to be provided. It's typical that if we had an office building or something like that, you'd want to schedule, you'd have the shuttle service operate so that it's consistent with the employee shifts. And you generally want to have 2 trips. So one trip down, they pick up twice at the station. They go down, they pick up a set of employees, they come back, and then they go back and do the same thing, so that during the employee shifts, that you basically have 2 trips, down, back. And that happens during would be the morning peak hour, the evening peak hour. Since they're open on weekends as well, kind of what I wrote down was just kind of a suggestion, is that you also want to time it relating to the MBTA service as well. So something along the lines of property owner / hospital shall provide a shuttle service to an MBTA rapid transit station commensurate with the peak service times for MBTA services on a weekday and a weekend that coincide with scheduled employee shifts. So that way they can bracket up time period when the employee shifts are taking place. So if they have a shift at 7 o'clock in the morning, they'd want to run a shuttle that coincides with the employee shift during that time period. Then the shuttle doesn't necessarily need to run all day if what the primary goal is to make sure the employees are getting there. Because I think what you heard is the inpatient piece of it doesn't generate patient-related traffic, but it generates employee-related traffic. And so if we gear the shuttle so that they can understand, if they're hiring transaction shuttle, let's say, they pay for a certain block of time. So they can pay for that shuttle service for 2 hours in the morning, 2 hours in the evening, let's say, and then whatever the employee shifts on a Saturday, rather than paying for the shuttle to run all day when they don't have employees coming and going from the facility. So that would be my suggestion for language, is you try to bracket it so that as they're hiring a shuttle service, it's for a distinct period and that coincides with the employee shift times on a weekday and a weekend.
Yes, and since 29% of the traffic is supposed to come from MBTA or from bus services.
Correct.
It's more incentive to have that service continued rather than ended.
Right. I mean, I think that the real idea would be to make sure that you're capturing the employee trips, especially because, we heard some differing numbers on employees, and so that 29% can become very important depending on the number of employees, on the maximum shift that's there. If it's a large number of employees, more than what was expected in the traffic study, let's get them on a shuttle. Let's not have them driving there and parking.
Right. Are you okay with that, Michelle? Did you get it?
I mean, I got part of it. I was thinking it would say, property owner hospital shall provide daily shuttle service to an MBTA rapid transit station on a schedule that I had coincides with employee shifts. But then you had said something about the MBTA as well.
It's more important that it coincides with the employee shifts.
Then maybe just leave it at that, that either, is it coincides or coordinates, or maybe coincides is fine. Coincides with employee shifts. So daily is 7 days a week, we don't have to say that, right? Daily means every day, right?
Right.
And does daily only mean daytime?
No, it's.
Okay. Okay,
It's an employee
daily,
shifts.
okay,
You run one shift, then it's the daytime. If you run 3 shifts, it's.
okay, on a schedule that coordinates with employee shifts is what it will say.
Yeah.
So it'll stay daily, and then at the end, we're gonna add on a schedule that coordinates, that coincides with employee shifts.
And the rapid transit service hours, right? Don't you not need to mention that?
I don't think we need to mention that.
Okay, Risa.
I wanted to talk about another another condition, so I can weigh into it.
Okay, so we're still, it's not on 14.
It's not on 14.
Ken.
Now, were we not including anything about the outpatient? transportation?
Well,
Because that language right now is just really geared to his employees.
yeah, I had written patients and staff.
'Cause then
Maybe
that-
say that coincides with employee shifts and outpatient services. But to your point about the MBTA service, I mean, they might run a shuttle between, I don't know, somebody said picking up different locations. Do you want to tie it to the MBTA rapid transit station, or do you just want them to provide a shuttle? Is it to an MBTA or to, another location? If they're parking, for example, at Melrose Wakefield, and they're gonna be shuttled over, So I don't know if we should add service to an MBTA station and just leave it at that, or also talk about,
Well, if you don't include the MBTA station language, it's left open-ended.
provide daily shuttle service on a schedule that coincides with employee shifts and outpatient services.
Yeah, but you wouldn't want it to be just a shuttle from Melrose Wakefield.
Right.
You'd want it, I think you want to be specific to the
To an
MBTA stop.
MBTA rapid transit station. I don't know if you want to say or off-site parking facility, I don't know what you want to say, if you think, or just leave it.
Well, make a recommendation.
Because this is tied back to the bus stop.
Right,
So
okay.
you don't need to address the
Okay.
satellite parking or anything.
Right, okay, right, you're right, so just leave it at that then. It'll, as written, provide daily service, and that we're adding on the end, on a schedule that coincides with employee shifts and outpatient services.
Yes.
That's what I would recommend, if people
Okay, sounds
are
good.
in agreement.
Thank you, sir. So you got what you need? for that?
Yes.
Risa,
In the environmental conditions, in the Friends of Fellsmere Heights letter, I wanted to recommend we include something about, that references items 6 and 7, the rodent control and the poison, use of poison.
can you speak in the microphone? I
sure.
can hear you, Risa. And we're talking about condition 27.
Adding conditions.
Oh, adding more,
Yeah.
not
No.
reworking 27.
No, because we went back to 14.
Okay,
but I
so
wanted-
then just tell us what you'd like to propose.
So I'd like to add conditions that reflect the information in items 6 and 7 in the environmental conditions in the Friends of Fellsmere Heights
Okay, can you
document.
read it?
Yes.
Read it out so Michelle
so-
can write it down.
So 6 says that the provider of rodent and other animal control services also provide proper notice to neighbors of who should be called regarding increased animal activity in the area.
Okay, I'm sorry, I'm trying to follow. Okay, so this would be a condition, these conditions, provider of rodent and other animal control also provide proper notice to neighbors who should be, this is just in
This
general?
is about poisoning wildlife.
Okay,
for
so
them,
this is just in general.
I think the goal is to not have residents poison wildlife.
I think is 6 to do with demo, though?
It doesn't, it's.
Oh, it's just increased animal, this is just in general increased animal
But I think
activity.
Risa, are you referring to the not using poison for
Yes,
rats?
correct.
So
I mean, 6 and 7 are
non-poisonous-
related.
Non-poisonous pest control.
Yes.
That's demolition animal control plans. Non-poisonous.
I don't know if it continues to be an issue after demolition, but it is gonna be a problem during demolition. We have such a rat problem in the.
Yeah, the demolition I know is gonna be covered. We have regs that will require all the rodent baiting and everything else.
All right.
And I believe they
There are
will go through the
dumpsters
Board of
too.
Health if it
Exactly.
needs to be increased, so if there's a problem. So I think the demolition part will be covered. This is animal control plans. This is, to me, sounds like it's similar to using poison. Is this to do with the watershed again? You know,
Correct.
they don't want to similar to the watershed, but this
Yeah.
is this riparian corridor that runs through the conservation land. So,
Well, I believe that number 6 is also to address as a preventative for poisoning the wildlife, that rodents and other wildlife that may be around the site. That's how I'm reading it.
yeah, I guess I'm not sure, when would this come into effect, just in general, when the
general, it's-
hospital is operational?
Yes.
They want notice about who they should call regarding increased animal activity. I believe they would,
Would they
They-
just
they
call it the
mentioned
city?
rodent, too.
Yeah.
Wouldn't that be the city?
I would think, but maybe somebody doesn't know this. I think that they are trying to prevent residents from putting out poison for rats.
okay,
Well,
so
when you say residents, you don't mean residents of the facility. You're
No,
talking about
neighboring,
neighborhoods.
neighbors, it says neighbors in the.
So
in
that
the-
would be
in
covered
the-
by the city.
In the,
I would think so, yeah.
in item 6, it says neighbors, so I'm assuming that's the surrounding
Right,
neighbors.
but we can't hold the hospital responsible for what residents are doing.
It's giving them information, it's not telling the residents not to use poison, it's giving them a contact information. Not that they'll use it, but that's how I'm understanding this.
yeah, I really wasn't sure what this is about. I understand some of the others remove the trash and debris and things like that, but provider of rodent and other animal control services, so for the hospital, for the facility, also provide proper notice to neighbors who should be called regarding increased animal activity. Again, I thought, when I first read it, I thought that had to do with demo, because then the second one also talks about demolition, animal control, and they want to use, the poison baits as the last resort. But I'm not really sure.
The heading for the category, for B is environmental condition now and in future. So I'm
Yeah.
assuming that's related to the pond and the other
Right,
bodies of
right.
water and the adverse effects of the poisons.
Okay, so this would, if you wanted a condition, I think it would be 30, right?
It's number 30, but
I'm not sure what we're
I
requiring
haven't
them to
actually
do.
heard a
Yeah,
condition.
I'm not
I heard
sure
an
what we're
idea, but
requiring
not
them
the
to
actual
do.
condition.
Maybe it's similar to how the number 3 mentions the de-icing materials that don't adversely affect the watershed. So I feel like this is a similar issue.
Yeah, I mean, the notice to Anna, the notice of who should be called, that I'm really not sure about. I mean, I don't have a problem if the condition read what 7 says, demolition and animal control plans shall take into account the riparian corridor that runs through the conservation land. Use of poison baits, should, well, if you say should, you probably want to say shall be the last resort. I have a feeling that might, we can certainly, if that would be what I would say. I'm not sure about the notice. I think they have to call animal control if there's increased animal activities, like if there's like coyotes or even rats and things, I think they call Board of Health. Like Chuck said, that they call the city. Or you could have a condition that just says what 6 says, the provider of rodent and other animal control services shall provide proper notice to neighbors of who should be called regarding increased animal activity.
Bless you.
So both 6 and 7, if you want, those could just become conditions the way they've
I could see
been
that during
written.
demo.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
after everything's built, I just don't know why the burden falls on them.
So we could
Th-
include
this
it during
is-
demo.
Yeah. And it's part of the demo
It's already in there.
regulations, but afterwards, when everything's said and done, if there is a problem, I think the residents need to contact the city.
When the demolition's gonna occur, they're gonna have to send out all the notices to all the abutters. We'll have the contact, I believe it's the person that we heard from with the petitioners group. She has been coordinating the demo. I forget her name.
Okay.
But anyway, so I believe that that's, they're already gonna get the notice, so I think there's already contact info on that.
So if it's already there, if it's already required, then it doesn't necessarily need to be a condition of this permit.
I would say that for the, who you're supposed to call.
Yeah.
I don't think the demo is gonna take into account this riparian corridor. I've never heard of that before, so I don't think that's a typical, so if that is something important, you know, I guess, like I said, I thought it was sort of related to the watershed thing, so, I mean, maybe it could be that, you know, no, it could just read that demolition animal control plans take into account the riparian corridor that runs through the conservation land. I'm not sure which conservation land, I guess it's,
I think the important part of that is
Yeah.
the use of poison bait should be last resort,
okay.
to me, anyway.
So, I mean, 7 could be a condition of its own, just the way it's written, if that's what you are suggesting. I would just leave it as is.
Is that what you're suggesting, Risa? You put 7 in as
Yes.
condition 30?
Yes.
Okay. You have that, Michelle?
Yeah.
Eric Henry.
Yeah, thank you. I just want a point of clarification, Risa. So this new number 30 is just basically incorporating the Friends of Fellsmere Heights number 7, if you will? Is that what we're proposing?
Sorry, after all
The
that, yes.
language from number 7, yes.
Yeah, okay, so, yeah, because I was just curious about the language of number 6, and it said notice to neighbors, so I'm, you know, and, we've heard people say that, you know, they live close to the hospital. Abutters are what, is 500 feet from the property, 500 feet?
Yes.
You know, but neighbors, I know at one time during these conversations, I live about a quarter mile from the hospital, and that neighbor zone was expanded to incorporate more people, and there's no doubt in my mind that this issue will travel further than 500 feet. So, since we're not worried about it, I'm good. My point of clarification is taken care of. This, we're not talking about notifying neighbors or anything like this, are we?
Well, it's not really clear what the language they put in there just said, where was it?
So,
Right, but we
understanding
didn't
the language that they
No,
put in
right,
there,
yeah, we're not putting that in.
I'm referring to the language that, you know, what we're adopting from that. So we're not adopting the language about notifying the neighbors?
No, number 7.
No.
Okay, cool, thank you.
And I'm reading
good.
from the demolition permit, notice to abutters, not less than 14 days prior to issuance of the demo permit. Notice is given to all property within 500 feet of the property lines. And there's also, notice shall also contain, this is specific about the notice, the notice shall contain information on extermination activities at the demolition site and advise property owners of their right to request exterior baits to be placed on their property if there is evidence of infestation resulting from the demolition. So our ordinance already contemplates there may be problems, and there's a way they're gonna be notified. And there'll be contact information.
Okay, so, but we got our 30
Right.
conditions.
Yeah.
Arisa Gray.
There are a few items in here that note that they've been agreed to in discussions with Tufts Medical. Do we need to include those as conditions?
I've not been privy or part of the negotiations, so I can't speak to that. I'm not sure this group is representing, they've been agreed to. I don't believe the petitioner really stated any of, didn't state that they agree. I'm not saying that they didn't agree to it, but I don't think most of this wasn't part of their presentation. So I can't verify that. If you have a concern or want to make sure this is done, and, you know, then I would recommend you suggest
anything that you want added as a condition, because I'm not sure what, even the discussion doesn't mean they agreed to it, it just means they've talked about it. So, although some cases it says this has been agreed to.
Those are the ones I'm wondering about.
Yeah, this has been agreed to, I don't know if there's a written agreement or what. So, your special permit is binding, so if you put it in the special permit, it has to be done. I'm not sure about the terms of these agreements that were made, discussions and agreements, so it's up to you to, you're just talking about the ones that you said were agreed to, though.
Correct.
Trash and, well, I would, if there's any that you want to highlight, then I would do that. I think there's really only a handful that they said they've already agreed to. The rest have really just been discussed. I see number 5, B5 was agreed to.
Would that be something that Councilor Linehan would coordinate? Considering she's the one who's been involved in all these negotiations and things.
Just as that it's been agreed to, I don't know, just as Michelle said, we're not sure.
Okay.
how.
Yeah, I mean, I'm only seeing 5B, which is the removal of trash and debris. 6, under traffic, so C6. All the rest of the traffic I'm moving through because we've already dealt with that. This has been agreed to, but it's already in your decision and it's in the plans that they have the ADA compliant sidewalks. So that's already in there, I believe. This existing driveways in place, that is on 57. So that's not in there, and that's C8. And then the demolition D1 was agreed to. Demolition plan, as well as hours of operation, will define all that. So that has already been, that's been agreed to. But yeah, so I'm not sure. I mean, if it's agreed to, it's under some other agreement that I'm not familiar with, so. And I don't know, did the board council's letter address any of these things?
I don't recall it.
I don't recall any details in that letter. So it's up to this board whether you want to include any of them or all of them. I know the demolition, they're going to be meeting during the demolition process, so I feel confident that the D1, even if it's not addressed right now to anyone's satisfaction, it will be, because they're going to have meetings to discuss demolition issues. So I think the D1, I wouldn't worry about. The sidewalks, I would not, I think we're covered with the sidewalks. C6. I think that's already in there. So I believe that leaves the only 2, or C8, leaving the driveway in place. Excuse me. And then B5.
And A3 also.
Okay.
Okay, so Risa, which ones do you want to include? Please be specific with what you want to include.
I would say A3.
Okay.
And B5.
So A3 and B5 are the only 2 you want to include.
Let's see.
Let's see what they are.
A3 is that the cleared open space to be deeded to the city be sodded, although there was a correction, I don't have that.
Hydro-seeded.
Okay, everyone else has it, okay. In unison, hydro-seeded before handover. Estimated to be 2.7 acres, more exact figures should be provided. So I don't know if you're talking about that whole thing or just, that's the cleared open space, so that's not the bulk of it, right? Because the bulk of it is what, 6.7 acres?
Right.
So this is just a cleared, I would say you could put that estimate Or maybe you don't, you just say the cleared open space, you know? Shall be hydro-seeded, and I would just leave it open-ended before transfer to the city, because I don't know if it's deeded or what's gonna happen, you know?
Okay, and B5? Okay, hold on. Michelle,
Yes.
what do you need, and have we been able to articulate what Risa wants?
Yes, I believe so.
Other than A3 and B5?
I believe so. I have some language for for condition 31
And
would.
and what is it, if you can
It would
read
be the cleared open space shall be hydro-seeded before transfer to the city. Hydro-seeded.
That presumes they come up with an agreement.
Right.
Okay, and then what's the next one?
Hold on one second. So, I mean, yes, this presumes if there is no transfer to the city, they're not gonna hydro-seed it, right? So, okay.
Okay.
The next one is B5, which was, all trash and debris shall be removed from the wooded areas of the site prior to, I would leave the same thing, prior to transfer to the city. I believe you have to say City of Malden. I don't think you have any jurisdiction over Medford with
Okay.
this. So all,
I'm uncomfortable that we're referring to something that hasn't been agreed to and hasn't happened yet. So here we are saying it's already been agreed to, but we don't have an agreement with the city on the property.
Oh,
Transfer.
we could put language in there, similar to the,
Well, then come up with it and
why
propose
don't we
it.
use what we put for the A3? The same language. Michelle, how did you word that?
all trash and debris shall be removed
Prior to?
from the wooded areas of the site before transfer to the city.
Why not just leave out the before transfer to the city and have them clean up the woods?
Julia, microphone. Please.
What if we leave out the line about before transfer to the city and just have them clean up the wooded areas? That's currently part of their property.
So we're gonna ask them to clean up 12 acres of wooded area? The 6 they're giving to Medford, 6 they're giving to Malden?
We have no jurisdiction over Medford.
Okay, we're gonna ask them to clean up the 6 acres of Malden?
Suggestion.
That we may or may not get?
Well, they probably, I mean, I think they
It's been
probably should
agreed
clean it
to.
up. They
And-
probably should clean it up.
It says it's been agreed to already, too.
But whether it's agreed to or not, I don't know if you want to turn me on.
Hold on a second. I'd like a clear thing from Risa, since she's the one proposing these several, but Ken, you have something that's gonna clarify things?
I think Risa's looking to include language about cleaning up the woods. I think I think the feeling is that it wants to be, we want the woods cleaned up regardless of if it gets transferred to the city or not, because they own the property now.
True.
So whether it gets transferred to the city or not transferred to the city, it should get cleaned up.
Right, but where I'm uncomfortable is Friends of Fellsmere have presented this and said that it's been agreed. The petitioner hasn't said one word about it being agreed to.
Right, I think from my point of view, it would be something that we would want them to do, whether or not they have agreed to it, Friends of Fellsmere or not. Because they already own the property, it should be cleaned up.
I mean, it is true that you'd have imposed that on other petitioners to get them to clean up the property, you know, because we've had some issues with some. So maybe regardless of whether it ever gets transferred, if it's an issue.
So the condition would be 32, I am thinking, and if Risa's okay with this, and if this is what she wants, is to clean up all the trash from the proposed area that's going to be transferred to the city. I'm just trying to move it along.
Yeah. Or all trash and debris shall be removed from all wooded areas and all areas maintained clean. I mean, they should have been keeping the property clean.
Excellent.
I didn't go through the woods, so I didn't see some of the dumping, but I'm not saying it doesn't exist, because it probably does. I believe that it does.
Okay, so can you read those?
32, I had, all trash and debris shall be removed from all wooded areas, and the site shall be maintained clean.
Okay, and 31 was?
31 was, the cleared open space shall be hydroseeded before transfer to the city.
Are you all set with that,
Yes.
Risa?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Eric McCush, are you all set?
I am, thank you.
Eric Henry?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. With addition, yeah, I know that, you know, unless that property is deeded, and the city can show clear ownership of that property, it will be a very, very difficult uphill slide, climb for them to proceed with trying to secure Community Preservation Act revenue. So I really would strongly recommend that you put the word "to be deeded to the city" but beside it beforehand, or before turnover.
I don't know what you mean.
I like the phrase "to be deeded."
To be deeded about planting grass
That
seed?
the cleared open space to be deeded to the city be sodded,
Okay.
sodded before handover.
I wasn't following about the seed.
Well, hey, we continue to talk, we understand each other.
Do you have that, Michelle?
So it'll say the cleared open space shall be hydroseeded before deeded to the city. You don't want to say transfer? I'm just wondering if we're going to end up with some arrangement where it's not actually deeded to us, like Medford isn't getting all that land, the hospital's going to keep it as conservation land. What if there's some other, I just don't want to miss the opportunity. What if it's never deeded? What if it's? That's why I thought transfer was more open-ended, you know?
Yes, it's definitely open-ended, but it's closed-ended with regards to, in my opinion, to my knowledge, with regards to several funding sources, and specifically Community Preservation Committee funding sources. If the city does not have clear ownership of that property, or can produce a deed, there's going to be some challenges.
So the property owner would have to pay for the hydro seeding?
Yes.
They won't, you're saying they won't be able to go for CPA funds?
If this property is not deeded to the city of Malden, then there will be some challenges when it comes to this, with regards to funding from the CPC.
Okay.
Community Preservation Act.
And you
It
think
needs
the
to be
CPA
clear.
funding's gonna be used for the hydro seeding? Is that why you're?
No, no, however the CPA funds are used, that property the city needs to be in clear possession of that property.
Right, and I think that's why we have the condition, what was the condition? The January 1st condition,
Yeah, number 9.
number 9.
If you think it's being redundant, then, it's fine, but I think I've made my clear. Thank you.
Okay, any other questions? Or comments? We gotta wait for Eric to come back.
I mean, hopefully that will be something that's in the agreement that they come to, how the land is gonna be transferred, and those things will be put in, but in the event it's not, my only thing is that this is only gonna happen if it's transferred to the city. If it never gets transferred to the city, they're not gonna hydro seed it.
Okay, do you have your paper ready?
Yes.
Need to do anything?
No, I don't have the vote sheet.
Right.
Was that all for?
I believe so. No one else is weighing in that they have any other conditions. No one has any other questions, no other conditions? No? Okay. Okay, Eric's back. There's no other questions, no other comments, no other additional conditions. Everyone understands what the recommendation is. It's to grant with 31 conditions, 32 conditions? Okay, is there a motion? Eric McCush.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to make a motion to approve the special permit with the 32 conditions as discussed.
Eric's made a motion to grant with the 32 conditions, and Ken Antonucci.
I'd second that.
Okay, Ken seconded it. Okay, Michelle, when you're ready.
Ken Antonucci?
Yes.
Diane Chuha?
Yes.
Tawadej Gabor Selassie?
Yes.
Risa Gray?
Yes.
Patrick Hayes?
Yes.
Eric Henry?
Yes.
Eric McCush?
Yes.
Henry Susi?
Yes.
Chuck Ioven?
Yes. The petition has been granted with 32 conditions. Thank you all for hanging in there this evening. It was a long evening. Well, thank you very much.